Hello, everybody. Welcome to Deepin Day in Brussels. Thrilled to have people here. We have a terrific program set up for the day. You're going to hear from many of the leading projects in Deepin. We've done these Deepin Days in Denver, in Brussels, in Austin. We are going to, and in Berlin. We are going to keep, and the next one is going to be in Singapore. But we think Deepin is a super important sector, and we're thrilled to be partnering with so many great projects to educate and explain and spread the word of what Deepin is doing, what all these projects are doing. So first, let's level set. What is Deepin? Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Networks. Like everyone here hopefully knows that, but some may not. But the definition, I think, is important to have in mind also. And there's a lot of definitions. And as this industry expands, everyone is trying to be a part of Deepin. And so I think we should have at least a common definition of what it is. This is mine. Some people may agree, disagree, but if you listen to the podcast, you'll hear it. But crowdsourced physical infrastructure connected in a common network, secured and incented with crypto economics. I think that captures it a lot, and there's a lot of providers that make Deepin possible, and there's a whole ecosystem around it, and you're going to hear from them, many of those providers today. But the core Deepin projects, I think, fit those three bullet points, and I think those are just important to keep in mind. And I think you're going to hear from a number of projects kind of the uniqueness of what they're doing and why centralized companies can't execute what they are doing and can't compete with the centralized competitors. Interest in Deepin is booming. There have been 3 Messari reports about it. Both Coinbase, Binance, and KuCoin have all authored reports on Deepin as well. So there is, interest in the research side of it, and there's obviously interest in exchanges from it. And I think from the exchanges, it's because the market cap of Deepin projects is significant, depending on what you count as Deepin. It's anywhere from $10 to $30 billion of market cap of Deepin projects. So it is not small, but I'm convinced, and I think people here are convinced, it's going to be much, much bigger as it matures. I think we were very early in the Deepin's evolution, and so you guys are all here. You are early to see it, and that's despite some projects, who are here speaking, like Filecoin, who've been around for 8 or 10 years, but it is still early, and I still think we're gonna see tremendous growth from it. Besides these reports, there are you see it in the press quite regularly, and there are a number of podcasts where you can learn more about Deepin that shows the level of interest in it also. So I think that is also interesting. I think there's now, from about 2 years ago, there are about 50 projects in Deepin. Now there's about 1,400 that classify themselves as Deepin. I think that number is probably a little exaggerated, but it just shows the level of interest and attention in the space. You now have also multiple dedicated Deepin funds, which wasn't the case, again, just a couple of years ago. So and you have a variety of investors who are, even their funds aren't dedicated, are very focused on this space. So you have media attention, exchange attention, investor attention, and you'll be hearing about the actual adoption, which is the most important attention that we can get. And my particular perspective is that Deepin is poised to onboard the next generation of users into crypto, and that's because it's very easy to understand. You can understand putting a device in your car and being paid to drive. You can understand putting a helium hotspot in your home and being paid to share your connectivity. You can understand buying a WeatherXM device and sharing weather reports with the community. So that physicality, I think, is something that's been missing from a lot of crypto, and will onboard another whole sort of sphere of users who can actually understand why this works, why it makes sense, and see it and touch it and feel it. And so I think this is really a huge use case for crypto. It also allows global capital formation from the crowd to come together and crowdsource infrastructure that no one would be able to raise independently on their own. And so no one is going to go and raise money to compete with Google right away. But when you can crowdsource physical infrastructure, you can crowdsource that, then thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people actually each contributing a little bit, then you have a shot at actually competing with some of the biggest companies in the world. And you'll hear from several projects that are doing that in different ways, which is interesting. I think is only possible with Deepin and with the community. These are our Deepin days. You're obviously right here at Brussels. Singapore is next. For those of you in Singapore, we look forward to seeing you there. I think it'll be another huge program given the size of that conference, which is on this obviously same scale as what we are here. And we've been excited to do these. We're just excited to partner with as many people in the Deepin community as possible and help grow awareness of this very important sector. And I think it's important for us, but it's important for the whole crypto community. So we're excited to help participate in that. And if you would like to join, to speak, to sponsor, please reach out. We'd love to have you as part of the program in Singapore. And I will finish with the shameless promotion of my podcast, Deepin. And so here we're having I just recorded, I think, my 20th episode with primarily Deepin founders, but also Deepin investors. There's a Deepin attorney coming on. So a number of leading projects have been on this. And I'm kind of getting through everybody in Deepin that I can. So if you want to learn more about it, pretty much everyone who's speaking here has been on it, except for Molly, but that's going to come. And if you want to learn more about anyone who's speaking, chances are they've been on the podcast, and so you can hear in more detail what they're doing. So hope you can join that. And I think that's enough of an intro. And so now I want to turn it over to Molly McInlay, and I want to give a quick introduction to Molly because she's got a bunch of titles, and so I think it takes a minute. But she's leading the PL Filecoin Impact Fund, and is the CEO of Philoz, and is also a partner at the PL Venture Studio. Those are all terrific titles, but I don't think they really give justice to who she is and what she's done. She joined PL 6 years ago and was a core dev and helped launch Filecoin. And so that is, I think that gives you a sense as to her duration and tenure and experience in this whole ecosystem. And she was in it before Deepin existed, right? And so she helped launch Filecoin, which is a Deepin project before Deepin was a thing. So very excited to have Molly here. Please welcome her to the stage. Welcome, Molly.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for having me today. And thanks for the warm introduction. Filecoin has been doing Deepin for a long time, and we are very excited to see this ecosystem growing and contributing to it, both from a storage perspective. What do all large-scale infrastructure networks need? We need large-scale storage that can also meet the decentralized needs of our infrastructure networks and our communities. But we also need tooling and many building blocks that other Deepin networks can use. And we have trod this ground for a long time in the Filecoin ecosystem and have some fundamental building blocks and tools that we can share with other Deepin networks as they come along on this journey with us. So I'd love to talk with you about Filecoin, the L1 storage layer for Web3 and for Deepin. As a reminder, the mission of Filecoin is to create a decentralized, efficient, and robust foundation for humanity's information. This really does expand beyond just storage into creating a platform for many different builders to write smart contracts that are interacting with storage, run compute jobs over the storage that they've done with great partnerships with folks like Fluence and others who are adding that programmability and capability into our substrate for decentralized storage infrastructure. You can really break down Filecoin's trajectory towards this mission into three main steps: building the world's largest decentralized storage network, which we've done. There are thousands of storage providers around the world that are providing exabytes of storage in the Filecoin ecosystem. We've onboarded and safeguarded humanity's data into this large-scale capacity. There's now, I think, over an exabyte of data actually actively being stored inside the Filecoin network by thousands of clients around the world. And step 3 is bringing compute to the data and powering web-scale applications to run and operate their backends off of Filecoin as a storage network, and bring additional tooling and features that can support many other Deepin networks that are interoperating with Filecoin storage or with the compute networks that are running on top of it to actually meet end-user needs and use cases. Here's a couple of examples of the fantastic clients and data sets that are storing their data with Filecoin today. University of Utah, UC Berkeley, Victor Chang Institute, and CERN, and many, many others who have brought their large-scale research, educational, nonprofit, Web3 data into the Filecoin ecosystem and are using it as a verifiable, trustless store for their most important info. We also, just a year ago, launched the Filecoin virtual machine. This unlocked an EVM-compatible smart contract layer on top of Filecoin, which allows you to start deploying all sorts of programmability tools on top of your data storage. This allows you to do cross-chain bridging, to have loan markets for storage providers, to get access to capital and liquidity. This enables things like data DAOs, which allow you to make all sorts of interesting collections of data that can be then governed by DAOs and smart contracts, can have their own multi-sigs where they accrue more resources. And we've just seen a phenomenal unlocking of new capabilities, perpetual data storage mechanisms where you can program on top of the storage primitives in Filecoin to unlock all sorts of great new ideas generated by a massive community of builders. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Filecoin in 2024 and some of the things that we as a community are focused on and how they intersect with all of the amazing builders in the DePIN space. These are kind of the three main areas that I'll shout about today. One is Filecoin L2s, how many DePIN networks such as Fluence are building on top of some of the infrastructure we've built in Filecoin land, harnessing the massive community of storage providers with all of the hardware they've already brought to these large-scale networks to then power, compute, and DePIN networks built on the same kind of substrate and infrastructure as Filecoin. Number two is Filecoin as the storage layer of Web3, and that means all of DePIN as well, and the new L2s that are building specifically tuned for DePIN, for gaming and social media applications, for Web3 chain storage, things like that. And last but not least, how we all collectively are working to scale the Filecoin economy, actually bringing in paying customers, which for all DePIN networks, you start with a larger scale community of infrastructure providers, but the most important part is actually matching those infra providers with their paying customers, building the credibility of your infrastructure network and the services it can provide, and then growing a larger and larger community of paying customers as well. So Filecoin, 3 years in, is deep in the midst of bringing onboarding large-scale customers and scaling their paid demand as well. All right, so I mentioned L2s. This is a new and very exciting phase for Filecoin. We had storage, we launched the FVM, and now we've unlocked a whole new community of people who are building layer 2 networks on top of Filecoin, utilizing the interplanetary consensus protocol and framework to create highly programmable subnets that can scale Filecoin's capability set, bring native FVM runtime, maybe that's Solana, maybe that's JavaScript, maybe that's a WASM interpreter. FVM is designed as a hypervisor where you can plug in your own runtime as your own actor and customize it in that way. And so the model and vision for our IPC is hyper optimizable and tunable for your own use case. And the aim here is frictionless DX. So if you're excited about potentially using this, feel free to come and talk to us. Filecoin is just one of the service networks that is harnessing IPC. We also see many different services being able to coexist in a shared framework where they can interoperate smoothly between hot storage layers, compute networks, CDNs, databases, indexing engines. This is a swarm of different services that you want to augment and extend each other seamlessly. And it's been awesome to see Fluence as the first L2 that's come to Filecoin. It's IPC powered, and it's bringing all of that compute capability into the, and it's been really awesome to see the Textile team build Basin, which is a new layer 2 protocol on Filecoin specifically tuned for DePIN data, and WeatherXtent's been doing a pilot there to onboard their entire weather history across all of their decentralized weather nodes into the Filecoin ecosystem. And so if you haven't heard of Basin yet, I recommend going and checking it out. It's highly optimized for DePIN networks. It has an S3 compatible object storage API. It's super easy to integrate if you're maybe not yet using a truly decentralized storage layer, as you should be as a DePIN network. You don't want to be having any centralized points of failure for hosting all of your DePIN data, proving its end-to-end resiliency, making sure that you as a team aren't creating any centralized risk factors for your ecosystem. Textile Basin and Filecoin are a great way to have open access, large-scale collective archives of all of that data as well. And I think WeatherXM will talk to you about this a little bit more later today. There's other groups also who are expanding in this space. Aave, I think, will also be having a talk later today. They're focused highly on the decentralized AI and compute area, aiming to offer a storage L2 that's highly focused on being a large-scale data oasis in the digital data desert, which I think is a phenomenal turn of phrase, focused on building data lakes and interoperability so you can easily store the outputs of your compute jobs and then pull those snapshots or archives into the next compute run that you want to do, whether you're training an AI algorithm or just running your backend on top of a large-scale data storage, doing a processing run over top of all of your WeatherXM weather data, things like that. So go check them out. They are just getting started with some of their initial POC partners, and so now's a great time to talk to them. There's also, hot off the presses, is Storacha, which is highly focused on the Web3 gaming, digital media, and social use cases. Their website's fantastic. It's super fun. And so go check out Storacha. This is an evolution of Web3.storage, which is probably, who here has heard of Web3.storage or used it? Yeah? A good chunk of folks. It's one of the most used easy to use entry points for storing Web3 data. It's all IPFS, Filecoin, has all of the best practices, but to date has had centralized stopgaps that have been being run on centralized infrastructure and is now transitioning to a fully decentralized layer 2 network powered by Filecoin and IPC. So it's been really awesome to see this evolution of hot, fast storage networks into storage L2s that are fully decentralized and are bringing highly tuned interfaces and tooling to DePIN, to social and gaming, to compute and AI networks, so that all of them can have bespoke APIs and access to Filecoin's L1 robust storage, harnessing Filecoin's resources, but with very easy to use S3 APIs or access control layers through UCANs that are tuned for that specific use case and onboarding ramp, which is, I think, phenomenal evolution. Last but not least, the Filecoin economy is growing massively. Since the launch of FEM, we've seen a huge increase in DeFi businesses, and there were actually some phenomenal updates just yesterday about a new Filecoin bond market that Secured Finance is bringing to the FEM community, which is pretty cool, with stable coins backed with Phil on the horizon, which I'm really excited about. You should be too. There's also significant improvements overall to the OpEx of the Filecoin network, really reducing the costs for storage providers who are making deals. I just saw a fantastic demo from Ramo yesterday, running a Filecoin storage provider node on, I don't mean to hate on Vuk's laptop, but what looked like a relatively dinky laptop, not super high power, did not have a terabyte storage drive somewhere there. And I think that's a phenomenal evolution towards this lean SP thesis. SPs in Filecoin are our storage providers. That's the backbone of the Filecoin network. And now we're really opening up access to participate in this market, whether or not you have large-scale compute resources, whether or not you have even large-scale hardware resources. You can come and participate in the network just with a laptop. And that's been like the vision of Filecoin since the very early days. And it's awesome to see that modularization and evolution of many different roles you can wear and subsets of the Filecoin network that you can support as an individual infrastructure provider. I mentioned also a key focus for every evolving DePIN network is to connect your infrastructure with the paying users. We're starting to see a growth in the paying user community in Filecoin, which is very exciting. We have over 30 petabytes of enterprise paid data storage that's kind of in the pipeline doing POCs with storage providers right now. And one of the big factors in that is demonstrating at scale that the retrievability of your data on Filecoin also scales for robust enterprise use cases or kind of what you need to host a website out of. And so we've implemented over the past year the Spark retrieval metrics project, which is using a decentralized DePIN network, effectively, called Filecoin Station, that runs around the world. I think there's something like 15,000 station nodes. I run one on my laptop when it's open. And this helps have a distributed network check the retrievability of all data stored in Filecoin. And we've now seen over a 2x increase in overall retrievability network-wide. And the top 10 storage providers have over 90% retrieval success rate as sampled by this global distributed network. So that's pretty awesome as well. And overall, there's just, I think, a huge unlock to come for Filecoin as well as we launch the Fast Finality project, which is going to bring two block time finality to the Filecoin ecosystem, enabling much faster interop with other networks, much faster checkpointing from layer 2s that are building on top of Filecoin, and also more new opportunities in the DeFi and liquidity space as well. You may not have heard, but we launched the first Filecoin Retro PGF project just a couple months ago. We announced it at ETH Denver. We managed to actually execute it in the couple of months since then, which rewarded over 99 open source and public goods projects in the Filecoin ecosystem, distributing, I think, it was actually a bit more than this, like 220,000 fill to all of the amazing builders in the Filecoin community. We're planning to run the next Retro PGF round in just a couple of months. And this is an awesome opportunity to build reusable building blocks, not just for Filecoin, but also for wider DePIN networks. There's a lot of public goods here that we can also give back more broadly to the wider ecosystem. So if you are contributing those building blocks in DePIN, we'd love to talk to you. We'd love to include you in these ongoing Retro PGF rounds. And if you'd like to sponsor and contribute to sponsoring all of those public goods, we also have, I think we had like 5 or 6 sponsors to this past Retro PGF round, and I'm sure we'll have more in the next one. We'd love to include you there as well. So with that, let's make Web3 better together. Thank you so much for your time here.
Great. Thank you, Molly. Next up, we have Mark, co-founder of Aethir. And for those of you who haven't been paying close attention, Aethir just launched. They are I learned this recently, but they are, I think, undoubtedly the largest compute marketplace out there, focused primarily on GPUs. So welcome Mark, who's going to talk about this and his recent launch. Go for it, Mark.
All right. Can you guys hear me? All good? Cool. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about Aethir and the infrastructure we're building, touch on some of the gaming side, touch on some of the AI side, but hopefully you find it interesting. So we'll start with just a little bit about myself. My name's Mark. I'm one of the co-founders here at Aethir. My background's in infrastructure building, started in kind of oil and gas, building large infrastructure projects in pretty remote places, spent a number of years in the middle of the desert, a couple of years in the middle of the ocean, all good fun. Did that for the first 6 years of my career before getting the entrepreneurial itch and founding my first company. It was a biotech company. Actually moved to China to get closer to manufacturing and reduce the iteration cycle on these sensors, and that was a pretty meaningful step. Worked on that for another couple of years, raised some money, and started to feel a pull back into infrastructure, and there was some really cool infrastructure projects happening in China at the time. In particular, some really cool stuff in the cloud, in the GPU cloud, particularly as that relates to kind of mobile cloud gaming, PC cloud gaming, which was pretty cool and pretty relevant to where kind of Aethir started and where we are today. So what does Aethir do today? We address this problem, right? You've probably heard it any number of times, right? There's this global compute scarcity out there. You've heard maybe Elon Musk come out and say things like GPUs are harder to buy than drugs. You've probably seen Zuckerberg out there purchasing around $11 billion worth of H100 GPU infrastructure, GPUs at a time. And this is putting a huge amount of pressure on the market. Effectively, it's becoming increasingly more difficult for startups and small to medium-sized businesses and enterprises to access these critical GPU resources that they need to build in the AI economy, and particularly in the gaming economy as well. So at Aethir, we took a look at this problem and kind of broke it down into four real pieces, right? Not every one of these Aethir can address itself, but there is a piece that we do address. The first, of course, is buy pressure, right? There's essentially an insatiable amount of demand for compute from the biggest tech companies in the world, right? Amazon, Google, OpenAI, they essentially have an unlimited amount of appetite for compute, and that's putting a huge amount of pressure on traditional supply channels like the hyperscalers. Flip side of that coin, of course, is the supply side, right? NVIDIA can only produce so many chips a year, despite being arguably the biggest or second biggest company in the world. There's only a certain amount of chips that come out. And right now, there is just this gap between the number of chips that we need and essentially the compute demand out there. That compute demand is largely being driven by this increase in LLM complexity, right? Later generation models are just turning out to be exponentially more expensive to train from a compute and a data perspective than their predecessors. However, within that same time frame, we're not seeing an exponential increase in either the amount of compute that's onboarding into the market or an improvement in chipset technology that's bridging that gap. So we seem to be seeing this kind of widening gap between the requirements for compute and the amount of compute that's onboarding into the market. But where Aethir kind of focuses is this inefficiency side. So actually, we did quite a bit of research and took a look at the utilization of enterprise-grade GPU infrastructure across the US, for example, and it's actually incredibly poorly managed. Often, we're seeing GPU infrastructure that's sitting underutilized almost 80% of the time. So we realized if we could create this infrastructure layer that allowed us to really easily surface and aggregate that kind of distributed and underutilized compute, that was meaningful supply that we could then redistribute to the compute marketplace. So that's essentially what we built, right? Aethir built a decentralized enterprise-grade GPU infrastructure for AI and gaming companies. Essentially, we aggregate compute, GPU compute, from tech companies, enterprises, data centers, and even crypto mining organizations that have latent kind of GPU compute. And we surface that and make it easier to access from the kind of global compute demand side. This is roughly what it looks like just from a systems diagram perspective. And if you were to go to the Aethir website, this is kind of the platform that you'd see. Anyone that's purchased compute before, this would be very, very familiar. For those of you who haven't, think of it just like a menu at a restaurant, right? You go in, you pick the type of thing you want, right? What GPU, how many, where, and instead of using your credit card at Aethir, you'll use the ATH token to purchase that compute. On the flip side, if you're allocating compute to the network, it's equally simple, right? It takes about 15 minutes and an API call to get the network to recognize your compute, and then all you need to do is stake a couple of ATH tokens to make your compute live within our network, and that's about a 10 to 15-minute process. So pretty simple. So what makes Aethir different? I think we're at Deepin Day. There's a number of Deepins in the compute space. At Aethir, we focus on enterprise compute, right? I think a lot of Deepin projects, particularly in the compute space, have a tendency to aggregate consumer GPUs. This is a great way to build your network quite quickly. It's a great way to onboard a large number of users because people are pretty committed to your token doing well if they know that they're going to receive rewards as a result of that through their contribution of their compute. The challenge here is it becomes really difficult at later stages to sell that compute to enterprise customers, right? It's really hard to convince enterprise buyers that that GPU that's owned by Jimmy the Gamer isn't just going to be kind of switched off at night, right? Or the bandwidth that's delivering that compute to your network in that household isn't going to be throttled because they have like a Netflix session every 9 p.m., right? So it's really hard to package and sell and meet the kind of SLAs, the kind of performance, quality, and uptime requirements of big customers when you've aggregated consumer GPUs. So at Aethir, we focus 100% on enterprise compute, right? So we have around 43,000 GPUs within our network. Every single one of them is enterprise grade, sitting in a data center or contributed through enterprise grade network infrastructure. So essentially, we have an entire compute infrastructure network that is 100% synergist with enterprise compute demand. So we have any number of enterprise compute customers on the gaming and the AI side, and we can serve them because every single one of our GPUs is capable of meeting all of their performance, quality, and uptime requirements. So what are the compute products that we do have? On the top here, you'll see our 2 AI products. We have AI inferencing solutions and AI training solutions. This is built on the back of the biggest kind of H100 or high-performance compute infrastructure stack in Web3. We have around 3,000 H100s today. We essentially have more that would like to come in, but we have to be pretty careful of not onboarding too much supply into our network too early. We like to keep supply ahead of demand, but we like to keep demand kind of in touch with supply. Some of the biggest large language model training contracts on a DePIN are happening within our AI training stack. Some really, really cool AI applications on our inferencing stack as well. On the bottom side here, you'll see our origin story, the gaming compute. On the left there, our gaming industry compute is where we have our mobile cloud gaming, our PC cloud gaming, our cloud publishing solutions. And then the virtualized compute is kind of like a corporate version of that, essentially some really cool VM software and infrastructure that is essentially built on the same compute as the gaming stack. So a bit of gaming flavor here. I have to do this talk again on the gaming stage later today. But I thought I'd talk a little bit about the original problem that Aethir started to solve prior to our kind of evolution into the AI company we are today. If you look at the 3.3 billion gamers that are out there, right? 1 in 2 people out there is essentially a gamer, but 2.8 billion of them are gaming on low-end devices, right? That means that much of, if not the most of the content that you or I kind of would consider mainstream is inaccessible to them as a result of their devices, right? Some of the biggest and coolest and most exciting games, they can't access them. But the flip side of that is that those big gaming studios also can't access those users. That hardware is kind of a two-way barrier that's incredibly persistent, right? And if there was an opportunity to kind of remove that barrier, that would be a massive, massive increase to the gaming market and a massive piece of the pie that I'm sure everyone would love to unlock. We thought about this problem quite deeply, and really there's only kind of 3 ways that I can imagine it being solved, right? The first is you take the regions where people live that have these low-end devices and you raise the GDP. Essentially, you make them more wealthy and all of a sudden they can buy these fancy phones or fancy gaming PCs or consoles. That's probably not very likely in the short term. Maybe with AGI and UBI we'll get there, but in the short term it's not very likely. Second option, of course, is some quantum leap in GPU or CPU technology where all of a sudden we can produce really high-powered chips at very, very low prices, and we can distribute it and essentially democratize access to powerful compute in pretty much any device that a user has. Again, probably unlikely. Human nature, capitalist nature, we'd probably screw that up anyway. So also not probably going to happen. But the third option here, I think, is super achievable, and that is take a technology we already have, right, which is cloud gaming, where we abstract away the hardware requirement for a user. We do the hardware, we do the processing in the cloud, and instead of requiring them to own all that hardware themselves, we have that hardware for them, and then we just figure out how to scale it. We already have the technology. Now we just need to learn how to scale it more effectively, scale it into the regions where these people live, scale it into the places that Google Stadia and GeForce Now have kind of been unable to touch as a result of the high cost of kind of centralized infrastructure in this field. And that's exactly what Aethir does, right? So we have cloud gaming infrastructure that's scaling across Southeast Asia, across Latin America, scaling into Africa and India. Of course, our infrastructure is also through the US and Europe. But what's really cool is that we can take this technology that already exists, that abstracts away that hardware requirement for users, and scale it into the regions where this technology will have the most impact. So super cool stuff. Some recent highlights about Aethir. As was just mentioned, our token went live middle of last month. Just prior to that, we did kind of the biggest node sale in history, raised around 42,000 ETH, sold just under 72,000 nodes. Our community is now well over 1 million strong. We have some of the biggest kind of AI and gaming customers in the world building across our infrastructure with 150 employees distributed all over. Some great partnerships with amazing companies like NVIDIA, and like I mentioned, around 42,000 enterprise-grade GPUs distributed across 24 different countries. Something that I really wanted to quickly touch on, which is kind of a new piece of the overall Aethir infrastructure stack, is this device here. It's called the Aethir Edge. Something interesting about the Edge. Who knows broadly what edge computing is as kind of a term? Okay, cool. Essentially, it's pushing compute as close to the user as you can. right? You want, in some instances, that compute to happen really close to a user because maybe the time or the latency is a sensitivity that you want to try and remove from your ecosystem. I think it's going to be an increasingly important piece, particularly of the AI ecosystem moving forward as kind of smaller models are pushed out to consumer devices and we start to have a far greater interaction with those models as independents and consumers. So this device here is a partnership between Aethir and Qualcomm. It has their latest AI chip inside. You get this device, you plug it in at home, it connects to your Wi-Fi, and it operates as an enterprise-grade compute node within Aethir's ecosystem, right? It's able to conduct really incredible AI inferencing tasks for AI applications and AI agents. We're working with a number of really cool companies to support their agentic infrastructure on this network. It also does kind of real-time rendering tasks for our mobile cloud. So it does a whole bunch of stuff, and it's incredibly cool. Roughly 23% of Aethir's reward infrastructure, or 23% of our total token supply, is allocated to this infrastructure, and it's going to really change the way we address the edge, change the way that we address kind of consumer-grade compute. So we're very excited to kind of deploy this. Right now, we've had about 8,000 of these units sold in very early kind of pre-sales, but we expect hundreds of thousands of these devices to be out within the next kind of 6 months. So definitely stay tuned. But that is, I think, all from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Matt.
It's me again. Now I get to talk about Fluence. So welcome again. We're going to talk about a new staking model. And Fluence, I got to explain first to people who don't know what Fluence is. And we do something sort of similar to what Mark is talking about Aethir, but there are kind of key differences I think you're gonna discover. So first, what is Fluence? It's a cloudless compute platform. And what is cloudless? It's decentralized, it's resilient, low cost, and verifiable. That is important. It's important because it's not just a marketplace. And there are a variety of marketplaces out there, but to actually compete and to scale, you have to do more than just be a place for people to find compute. You have to have that compute be resilient, and you also have to productize it in a way that makes it easier for consumers and enterprises to use. I know that's something that Aethir has certainly focused on, and I think everyone is discovering that. And so why cloudless? What are these? I mentioned these words before, but what do they mean? Decentralized doesn't mean you need to have 50,000 people running compute. You can have 30, 20 top-tier data centers running the compute. As long as no entity controls it, it's decentralized. Resilient, self-healing from failure is very important, so there's not a single point of failure, and the network can keep operating, and your compute can keep operating if there's a failure. Low cost. We think Fluence will be about 80% less than the centralized cloud. That is very important in terms of adoption. Verifiable, you also want proof your compute was performed. And then last, this is a terrific attribute, but there are green data centers that are part of the Fluence network. So you can actually select to have compute be performed by completely renewable energy, which is, again, not an easy option in the centralized cloud. Why does cloudless matter? Well, it matters because between Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, 60 to 70% of the cloud is kind of dominated and controlled. And that number continues to grow. And they grow because they actually provide a valuable service, and they do it well, and people use it. No one is forced to. But that comes at a price. And the proprietary platforms are difficult and costly to leave. And when someone leaves one of the clouds, it takes a long time and a lot of money. And you get lured in early, and then the price just continues to rise over time and becomes very expensive. There was stats some time ago that, years ago, 14 to 15%, 14 to 15 cents of every Lyft ride went to Amazon. I'm not sure what that number is right now, but it's material. They also have the ability to deplatform and censor users. And as they are very big, they make those decisions by themselves. The terms of service agreement at Amazon that you sign is something like 60 or 70 pages. So that can be interpreted any way, whenever they want. And they don't even have to deplatform, but just that threat provides a real chilling effect on a whole number of businesses. As these businesses get bigger, they inevitably become much more closely tied to governments. And that is also something that I think people are seeing as well. And then finally, these ecosystems are each closed. you're on Amazon, you can't easily interoperate with Google Cloud or with Microsoft. And so you're constrained by what you can do, by what data you can share, and that closed ecosystem stifles innovation. So, and the sort of secret is, which we don't like to talk about, but almost all of Web3 relies on centralized clouds, right? And so Infura, which is a critical component here, still uses cloud. And there's a decentralized initiative that they are working on, which we're very excited about, to help remove that centralization. But top Web3 projects still use Amazon because we don't yet have decentralized compute. We have decentralized payments. We heard about decentralized storage from Molly, and decentralized compute, like as Mark talked about, is the next sort of final thing we need to do. And if we don't do that, then the other parts of Web3 matter a lot less because we're still stuck using the cloud. There's still that single point of failure. If you can shut off the compute, you shut it all off. So we need to have decentralization in the compute, and that's the hardest thing to do. But why does cloudless win? Well, if you have an open platform with no protocol fees, it's transparent, and there's transparent and costless switching, or almost costless switching between providers. That is very powerful because it allows low cost and allows you to always be shifting your compute to where you need to do it, or never shifting it, but it's at your option to do it. Also, because you can shift your compute, that means there's no pricing power from the providers. And if there's no pricing power, it's commoditized, and price goes down to basically the marginal cost, which would be electricity, maybe some amortized capital cost, depending. So when you create a architecture that allows resilience and allows very minimal switching costs, by definition, you're going to compete those costs down and eliminate the pricing power of those providers. And that is that is sort of a foundational component here of why we think cloudless and resilient decentralized compute is the future. And then finally, when it's open, it facilitates innovation. You can have new products, new ways of building and sharing data and users. And this is a whole presentation in of itself. But when you have compute that can't be turned off, you can then build with confidence on other applications even, because those applications are running in a decentralized way and they can't be turned off, and running on modules that can't be turned off. As long as you are paying someone to provide that service, it will still be provided, and you can build on top of it in a way that hasn't ever historically been possible. This sort of analogy is the Farmville Facebook, where Farmville built a terrific ecosystem and game on top of Facebook that eventually just cut it off, right? Imagine if Facebook hadn't been able to cut it off and was just operating, and you could build anything on top of Facebook. That would be, would be a pretty compelling ecosystem of things that are hard to imagine right now. But that's what this decentralized compute type of world can be, and that's what I think is important to start to have in your head to imagine. But that's the clearest analogy. And that's why we think cloudless is the next generation. You know, this whole evolution has started in the 1980s with mainframes and desktops. And then over time, everyone has been moving to the cloud, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. It's been a long transition, but it is now the default choice to be in the cloud. And the cloudless world, we think, is the next and probably final generation of computing, where you have decentralized compute that's open, it's resilient, you can transfer from provider to provider easily. That is where this all goes. It is just a question of timing, and it's just a question of which product and which protocol is able to accomplish it first and best, and there will be many that do it. But this is where computing ultimately goes for all the reasons mentioned. So with that, we're going to do a demo, and this is a surprise piece that we're just adding in. So where is Alexi? There you are. So Alexi's going to plug in and talk about composing data, data and compute services. And so what we're basically doing here is bringing data to compute in real time. And the reason you want to do this is you want to solve issues. You want to solve low latency and reduce egress costs. And this is really important to do. And the Fluence decentralized compute stack is really terrific for this. And so here, Alexi, do you want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing here?
Yeah, we easily can bring compute to data with Fluence. We can deploy our pipelines, process it, and then store our data in Filecoin. So now I'm deploying all the stuff at Fluence, and we can see that we have 3 of our peers working on that. And we can run a script to seal our data. And it can be done with a small number of reusable Fluence modules and workflow in Aqua. And it works pretty fast and on decentralized networks, so we finally have with compute on decentralized cloud with data and sealing in Filecoin.
Terrific, thank you. So we can go back to the slide. So what this basically shows is that this stack that Fluence has, it's easy to deploy and enables this general purpose compute. And so developers can then build really effective solutions. And so why does this matter? It matters because you want to be able to have data owners operate in a security and in a secure environment, and that's not a default situation in Web3, right? Web3, it has a lot of benefits. Security has not historically been one. This allows that to happen, and that's thanks to the Fluence protocol and Aqua, which is terrific. And it also helps the monetization of storage and compute in a way that hasn't historically been possible. So it's another monetization engine. And so what we just showed was how easily you can deploy a compute job to write onto Filecoin. That happened very quickly. If you blinked, you missed it. But that's exactly the point, is how fast that can be. And so I just wanted to show that this is actually operating and there's real uses for it right now, which I think is important to show, and you don't see too many demos at these events. So I'm thrilled you guys were able to witness that. And this is partners with Ramo, our co-sponsor at this event. And I hope you will see another demo that they will do and maybe go into even more detail on how it works, because it works in conjunction with the infrastructure that they built. So I hope you'll see Vuk talk about that in his talk, which is coming up. So now I'm gonna shift gears and talk about, we've got this great model, but how do you secure it? And so we had to think about that a lot at Fluence. And so you have to stake our token, FLT, to provide trust. And if providers don't perform, it's slashed. And the objective here is to attract long-term providers. And so there's always 6-month vesting. You get paid for proving compute, and that payment happens over 6 months. But the design challenges are tough. If your token price goes too low, then people can't cover their costs. Not good. Token price goes too high, providers may be just interested in getting the token and not actually serving useful jobs. So you have to architect a model that actually provides some level of certainty in terms of reward for operating, but also doesn't if it goes well, disincentivize the actual performance of real compute jobs, which takes work. It takes customer service, it takes effort. So you have to kind of solve for both problems, not just the problem of the token going down. So what we've done at Fluence is we calibrate rewards in fiat, but everything is used FLT. So a high token price, you get, the token's at $2, your reward could be 300 FLT. But if the token price drops to 50 cents, your reward would be 1,200 FLT. So you're getting a same dollar value, but in FLT. And I think that is really important to providers, because they can then rely with much more certainty on what value they're going to achieve, and that gives them more confidence to invest in the network and to build this capacity and to serve this capacity. And so the way it works is it's for our staking is it's $12,000 worth of stake for one CPU. That's 24,000 FLT at 50 cents. We're below 50 cents now, but sort of just make the math easy. And that would then yield about $1,400 per year per staker, which is about 12%. So that is assuming a 20% delegation rate. That is how we've set it, and the rewards recalibrate every day with a max of 10% based on the FLT movements. Here's another kind of example. The investors stake that 12,000, it goes to a compute provider, they perform this proof of capacity, the reward goes to the compute provider, and then it goes back, some portion of that goes back to the staker. And that is something around this 20, we assume it's going to be around 20%, it may be higher, maybe lower, but those are the staking reward mechanisms that we think both attract capital to secure the network, because without securing the network, this doesn't work, and also provides attractive rewards for people who are providing that stake. And so that's what we have there. This is another example for the staker. You know, if the Fluence token doubles, you make your 112% return while doing this. If it goes down by 50%, you actually don't lose 50%, you use like 38% because your rewards kept increasing in terms of FLT over that period of time. So you actually get more rewards, and you actually are capital is more protected in a downside, which I think is interesting on an FLT, especially given some of the vol we've seen. And if you're going to stake, what do you care about? You care about the duration of the contract and the delegation rate. Contracts range from 1 month to 1 year, and they're not cancelable, so be sure you know whether you're signing up for a 1 month or 2 month or a year. And then also be aware of the delegation rate. You know, 20% is great, 40% is better, and you don't know what providers will be actually offering, and so there should be a range of delegation rates. And so that is very important. In terms of the stake, it's still $12,000. That will fluctuate based on the amount of where the coin price is. So, you know, $2, that 6,000 FLT is required. At 50 cents, 24,000 FLT, right? So that we think also provides a stabilizing effect as well. The price falls, more stake is required, and if the price rises, you then have extra FLT you can use to stake another compute, another node, another CPU if you so choose, which is I think also attractive. And scale, where do we want to be in terms of scale? We'd like 1,000 CPUs online in 2024. That's about $12 million worth of required stake. And next year, a target I have is 50,000 CPUs. That's the size of one Amazon data center, and there are obviously a lot of those, and there's a lot of Google data centers and a lot of Microsoft data centers. That would require $600 million of FLT stake, right? That is a lot of stake required to bring that online. So those are our targets. And I think we're on track. We're going to launch public staking shortly, so that 1,000 CPU is going to be in sight, and the 50,000 we'll get more detail on next year. So with that, I'm going to announce the FLT stake race. So this is what we're doing to actually launch FLT staking. And so we've come up with a program to drive, to basically attract and to reward early community users. So we have 2 laps. Lap 1 is the ignition. It's a 4-week competition. You can complete tasks to get an NFT that allows you to be one of the first to stake in the FLT ecosystem. On top of that, there's 1 million of FLT in prizes over the 2 different laps. So you have the opportunity to both, if you participate, to earn an FLT, so you can stake. You may also find someone else that wants to stake instead of you, so there may be a market to transfer that NFT to stake as well, which is another benefit. And what are the prizes? So lap 1, 500,000 in FLT for total prizes. And of those, the top 2 to 5 receive 25,000 FLT each. Each of these columns is each. So, the top, basically, if you're in the top 100, you get 1,500 FLT, and every one above that basically gets more. And on top of that, there are weekly prizes for the top 20. So there are sort of mini races within each lap. So this is designed to reward community members, people that actually are participating and are doing a number of kind of the real work of growing the network and understanding what we're doing. So how do you secure your spot? Head over to fluence.network, and there's a whole number of quests you can compete in, and obviously keep checking as we're going to be updating that over time. This launches next week. Everyone who registered who's here will receive an early access QR code. So make sure you've registered so you get that early access QR code so you can participate and be one of the first people and get there right at the start gate. So excited about being able to launch this and getting our stake launched. And the important part about staking is it allows these compute providers to join the network. And so we're partnered with top-tier data centers around the world. Sort of, as others have said, we think enterprises want to have the reliability. And so we're excited to onboard the retail and consumer community, and we will, but we are starting with top-tier data centers. And these are our launch partners. And each one of these are kind of what they call class 4 data centers that are operated and used by Web 2 top-tier companies. And so the Fluence compute is happening in the most secure data centers around the world. As I mentioned, some of them are green, but they need stake in order to add their compute to the network, right? And some of them will buy stake, but many of them are not in the business of buying and staking coins. They're in the business of operating hardware. And so they're happy to give some portion of that return they get for doing that to people that are providing that capital and that stake, which are, presumably from our investor community. So that stake allows this network to function. It's a security model. It wouldn't work without it. So by participating in this, you're actually ensuring trust in this network and allowing it to operate. So big picture, Fluence, cloudless, think of this as an open platform. Think of Ethereum as effectively an open platform for banking. I mean, that's kind of what it is and what it allows. The DeFi, you've seen DeFi grow tremendously. You've seen real world assets start to pick up, and you can see where Ethereum is going. We think of Fluence as analogous to that, but in the cloud. And the cloud market is absolutely enormous. I think these numbers here even understate it significantly. But we think of opening up this as opening up a cloud, an open cloud platform, and there is tremendous value for the provider or multiple providers that are able to accomplish that. So hope you can join us on this. And these are people who have backed us so far and gotten us here. So thank you to them for helping enable all the progress we've gotten to so far. So appreciate that. And then what we think about this also is we think about empowering the next wave of internet innovation. And this is a quote from Tim Berners-Lee, where, we build this so that others can create things that we ourselves cannot imagine. And Tim Berners-Lee created the HTTP protocol. He did not think of Uber. He did not think of Google Maps. He did not think of Snapchat, right? He did not think of any of these applications that are used. But he knew if he created the rails, things would evolve. That's what how we think about Fluence, is enabling this open compute world where innovation can take off. So help us do that, and thank you for your time. Opportunities in Deepin and AI, guys, please join. We've got Lucas moderating from Ramo. Hello, Lucas. And there's Harry. Hello, Harry. And David and Anil. Welcome.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. Glad to be here, and glad to see many of you kind of interested in this topic. I'm super excited about this panel, and I'm super excited about the panelists. We have Harry, Anil, and David. The way I want to structure this is really kind of go through three key questions, right, in the context of AI. Why do we need to decentralize AI? What's the point, right? Like, what are the economic reasons? What are the societal reasons? What are good reasons to decentralize AI? Then I'd love to cover how we get there, and I'd love to hear what primitives the projects that you're working on are providing to make that transition to decentralized AI possible, how that kind of like how you're clicking together these components, and then really when. Right, so let's add a component of how close we are to making this happen, and really tie it to 2024, the time that we live in right now, and talk about how realistic it is that we will see some of this really materialize in the upcoming months, years, right, and build that competition. With that, I'd love to talk about, like, the first question is like, why do we want to decentralize AI? What are the unique things that decentralization provides? And maybe let's do the introductions kind of after. Let's do a quick round of like why, and then we can talk about like how your projects like make that happen. But David, maybe starting with you, why do we need to, why must we decentralize AI?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation and the excellent prompt. I'm David from Lit Protocol. I'll get into some of those details later. But in terms of the why, I think we can look back at what happened with Web 2 and social media. I think a lot of people in this room probably have a pretty clear picture that the Web 2 social media walled gardens, not because they necessarily had malicious intent, but based on the incentives that structured those systems, is there's been a real fracture in society in terms of like epistemology or truth seeking based on the fact that all of these platforms are motivated to keep people's eyeballs on the page. And when we kind of are nearing AGI over the next couple of years and then beyond that, if we don't look at this from the perspective of data, and we'll get more into that, but that's generally the lens that we're looking through, is the data, the inputs, the outputs as it relates to the AI and how this can be managed in a private way. For me, there's like a real existential fear that what seems troublesome now in terms of societal division and lack of agreement on truth just will spiral even further out of control without the infrastructure that is kind of being collectively worked on here.
Cool. Anil, maybe over to you, and so that's kind of like the doomsday societal impact will be a dark alley that we've kind of walked into with Web 2. Let's back out of that and walk towards a brighter future. What are some of the other reasons, maybe taking another lens, like an economic lens, or whatever lens you prefer, on why we should or must decentralize AI?
Yeah, I'm going to try to take a more positive spin on this. So if you look back in history and you think about sort of the biggest technological innovations that have propelled humanity forward, what are like the top 2 or 3 that you can think of? The very first one is probably the PC revolution. The second one is probably the internet revolution. And then the third is mobile phones. These are things that pretty much all of us use on a day-to-day basis, right? And then if you were to think about probably the one that has impacted people the most out of those 3 is probably the internet, because it connects mobile phones and PCs together, right? And people together, more importantly. And so if you think from the internet era till now, there's probably not been another technology besides AI that's potentially going to promise or deliver a significant amount of improvement to humanity like the internet has done. And so if you agree that AI is sort of on the same level in terms of its impact as the internet, and then you think about what the internet would look like if it was closed and if it was controlled by just a handful of players, that would be a very different scenario in terms of innovation, in terms of people being able to create economic value relative to what it is now, which is with an open internet and an open way to communicate. So I think from that perspective, even though we might have a few closed systems for AI, I think there's definitely going to be sort of a vast majority of AI is going to be open, and that's going to lead to a significant amount of innovation, which ultimately is going to improve humanity for the better.
Cool. And then over to you, Harry. Like maybe talk a little bit about why we need to decentralize AI in the context of like what's uniquely possible with decentralizing AI.
Sure. So glad to be here. Harry Grieve, co-founder of Jensen. There's really 3 reasons, in my opinion. So the first is price. By disintermediating cloud providers, you're able to achieve a much kind of smaller unit economic cost for accessing, say, an A100 or time on an A100. Point 2 is scale. You're physically bound by the properties of a data center, for example, when you want to train a model in a centralized context. Models are going to break out of the data centers eventually. We see early signs of that with Google DeepMind's work with research like DeLoco or DePaco, where we train between multiple GCP sites. Of course, doing that in a decentralized network allows you to leverage all the compute. And thirdly, it's progress. In the kind of medium term, lots of opportunity exists for machine intelligence to exist on-chain, to have its own cryptographic property rights, to train itself and create value, not just for humans, but for other machines too. An entire parallel economy could exist, but only if that economy is kind of given a substrate that it can grow on, which isn't centralized. So in summary, price, scale, and progress.
Awesome. I love that because it's very specific and we can actually click through each of those. And I hear you too also on kind of like the societal need for it to happen. But I think I am kind of with you in that like if we actually want to catalyze the transition, we need to be able to compete with the cloud, and you compete by having a cheaper product, a better product, and a product that is an innovation engine that can like iterate faster and get to better results in a quicker time frame. Let's click into each of those, right? So like, how is decentralization helping us? And maybe comment on that, and maybe weave in some of the work that you're doing with Jensen, with Akash, and with Lit, right? Like, how are you driving down cost?
Sure. So Jensen is a machine learning compute protocol. It enables a machine learning engineer or researcher to submit a computational graph. So basically a PyTorch training run, for example. And for that graph to be split across multiple devices around the world, executed on those devices, the work's verified that it's been done correctly, and then the work's recombined into something that the user receives as a return. And then they pay for it. Ultimately, we hope in fiat as a kind of gateway to the service, but the chain's all dealt with a native token. When we think about the user, my co-founder and I, we come from the machine learning world, so we're not kind of crypto people by background, so we have pretty deep empathy with not just the kind of issues they have, but the kind of crypto skepticism that a lot of machine learning people feel when they think about crypto. They think about kind of, monkey pictures and, FTX and everything, and it's, they need basically an incentive to move over. And we think of it as a kind of four-way optimization problem. They want a low price, they want high scale, they want at least the same performance that they can get in terms of time or model kind of, model strength. And then finally, they want something which is usable. It doesn't change their user experience. They want to be able to train models that they could otherwise train on AWS. A lot of the work we do sits around two areas. Working out how that UX doesn't change. So for us, that means that you should be able to train an arbitrary machine learning model. It shouldn't just be tightly locked to one type of model, because in that case, you dramatically reduce the kind of the surface area of customers that you can access. And secondly, the scale piece. It's quite easy to make blockchains work at low scale, but when you go high scale, you encounter verification problems. So we focus very, very deeply on how do we verify that the work's done, and we do that through a novel compiler stack, and also through our work to kind of game theoretically secure through partial replication work done on untrusted hardware. So in summary, Jensen allows machine learning engineers to train large neural networks across heterogeneous, untrusted devices in a way which is high scale and low cost.
Cool. I like this idea, maybe let me paraphrase it, of sweeping crypto under the rug, right? Like you're still using the same, it feels the same, it feels familiar, you're just replacing the infrastructure on the back end. There is, and you talked about verification, making that possible, there is something that I want to call almost like a decentralization tax. Right, like there is a lot of savings that you're driving by providing infrastructure across a network of people who compete to provide their resources at the lowest price point. But there's also the flip side, right? Like you're also seeing, and I'm kind of wondering where that nets out. But can you talk a little bit about what's the decentralization tax? Like what are additional costs, the verification and these kinds of things?
So in the kind of marginal unit economics of it, there's kind of on the I guess the positive side in terms of what lowers the price, you're bringing in more devices into the fold, which typically has a deflationary effect on price. You're also disintermediating kind of central parties like GCP who charge up to 70% gross margin. So the price is going down due to the scale, and you're removing the margin piece. On the other side, however, you have two taxes. One of them is the decentralization tax, as you say, which is essentially how do you verify that the work's been done. We work very hard to minimize that verification overhead. A very kind of crude approach to doing verification would just be get like 100 people to repeat the job and then compare the results, but then everything's 100 times more expensive. So how can you minimize that cost is one of the big bits of research we do. I'm happy to talk about that later. And the second piece is there a cost to actually training a model in a parallelized way? And this is one of the biggest kind of debate areas, I think, right now in the space. Basically, if you take a model outside a centralized cluster and you train it, is it more or less expensive? Conventional wisdom would say it's more expensive because you don't have the interlinks that, say, you get with NVLink, et cetera. It tends to be less optimized. However, it opens up this opportunity to train new types of models, which actually lean into the fact that it's high latency and it's kind of low bandwidth in exchange for getting much more compute. And we do a lot of research in that area to build new novel model architectures which actually take advantage of a decentralization and turn it from a bug into a feature.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would add there is like you're also enabling composability and stitching together different things. So you're allowing people to, like you're describing on the verification side, really drive down efficiency. And then you're allowing folks like Lit, and maybe you can comment on that, to build things on top of that that make data access controls and things easier. So you actually have a whole ecosystem of people that are solving different parts of the problem, very different parts, right? Like fundamentally, like the infrastructure cost decrease, and then maybe interacting with that infrastructure in a way that limits access control. Let's talk a little bit about that. So I think we did a great deep dive on kind of the cost and what the opportunities and challenges are there. Thank you for that. Let's talk about this component of using Web3 as an innovation engine, right? Like, and not only to drive down costs, but then also really leveraging the strengths of composability. So maybe over to you and kind of talking about like what are the things that you unlock that you could stitch together with a very low cost-based infrastructure network of services.
Yeah, excellent prompt. I think just for a little bit of context, Lit Protocol is a distributed key management and blind execution network. It uses something called multi-party computation threshold secret schemes to manage keys in a distributed way, and something called AMD SEV SMP, which is a type of trusted execution environment that we have written a specific operating system for, because these secure processors are initially built for Web 2 cloud providers, which make the fundamental assumption that app owners should have all of the data. There's a different assumption in Web 3 about who should own the data, which is why we've gone through this work of sealing the TEE environment and making that available as a service. In terms of new types of products that are possible, one of the main ways that people use Lit Protocol today is encrypting data and storing it on the open web, systems like Arweave, IPFS, on blockchains, etc. And some of the early but kind of like bleeding edge experimentation that we've seen are things like community-owned AIs, where you could have a specific interest group. You could imagine a subreddit, for example, that has their data that's on the open web but private. It can't be freely crawled. And then that information can be decrypted in a secure hardware environment. It can be used for RAG or real-time training, or potentially as an input for inference there. And you can imagine this idea of taking an interest group like a subreddit and kind of collapsing it into an avatar, such that somebody can then have a conversation with that agent that represents 10,000, 100,000 people underneath. And then in the ideal world, we get to a level where the people that provided those inputs are also getting paid as a result of the economic benefit that the agent that is representative of that community in this like notion of decentralized collective AI would emerge. And certainly the same type of interoperability as it relates to user-owned data also applies to individuals as they interact with multiple platforms. We're obviously, of course, in the Web 2 construct in a world where the Web 2 platforms manage 100% of the data and don't give any of it back to the user. That's slowly but surely starting to change. And there's certainly a lot of enthusiasm in the user-owned data world that AI is the killer app for user-owned data. People have been playing and dancing with user-owned data for multiple decades. It really hasn't had its breakout moment that is starting to look more possible.
Cool, thank you for that. I would love to, Anil, maybe kick it over to you with the prompt changing a little bit, because now we're kind of hearing the first use cases described, and maybe the AI, obviously all the rage, right? Like that's what everyone's focused on, and there's a panel and people are excited about it. I'm curious, Anil, like what do you think are the first use cases that we will actually like see manifest, right? And feel free to also weave in what you're doing to make that happen, or what use cases you're excited about.
Sure.
And then maybe also talk a little bit about how you prioritize, how you think about what use cases should exist first.
Sure. Yeah, so a little bit about Akash for people that aren't familiar with us. We are the world's first super cloud, decentralized or centralized. We wrote our white paper way back in 2018, before Deepin was even a thing, and launched our mainnet in 2020. And we've been pretty much a full service cloud since then for people that want all sorts of workloads deployed, right? We have sort of focused on GPUs for more than a year now. Obviously, there's a lot of demand from there. And so specifically, we have compute, regular compute, accelerated compute in terms of GPUs today, in the future something else, and also storage, both ephemeral as well as persistent on the network. we've had a ton of applications deployed on Akash. A few years ago, it used to be everything from static websites to blockchain nodes and all of that. And then in the last 1 year, we have had a ton of interest from AI startups specifically looking to build inference applications, right? So the most common path that we see happening is AI startups, and many of these startups are actually non-crypto, non-Web3 startups. They typically want to validate some sort of idea that they have, and they want to be sort of first to market. So the typical pathway that we see is that they go and they start using OpenAI's APIs. So they are typically like GPT-3 APIs or GPT-4o APIs, and they validate that they can use them for inference and that there is an actual need for whatever the services that they're building. Once they do that, they quickly find out a couple of things. They find out that number one, the cost of continuing to scale on OpenAI's API is significantly high, right? Because OpenAI just charges significant amount of money for that. And then the second thing they find out is that there isn't a significant moat for them to continue building on top of OpenAI. And it's for two reasons. One is because OpenAI is a general purpose model. It's not a specific model that's fine-tuned on any sort of data. And then second is because, as you've seen with OpenAI, they periodically go and build functionality within OpenAI's platform itself, which puts a whole bunch of startups out of business, right? So what they find out is that they have a need to go and actually host an open source model, fine-tune it with their own data, and run it on their own sort of cloud, if you will, right? And that's where Akash comes in, and that's where they find out Akash really attractive, because now they can actually run these models. We're a completely open source cloud. All of our code is open source, and we're probably one of the best places to run open source models, right? And so they come to us, they run their models on Akash, and the other great benefit that they get is that if you go to Akash today, if you just go to akash.network and click on GPU pages over there, what you'll see is that you can rent like an H100 GPU, which is pretty much the highest end GPU that's available from NVIDIA today. You can rent it for $1.50 an hour from Akash on demand. If you compare and contrast that to something like AWS or GCP, you'd have to go there and probably get a contract for a year or 3 years, and then you'd probably be paying $3 or up for that same H100. So it's a significantly high cost barrier for these startups to get started. And so just to give you some examples of companies that have built on us, specifically talking about use cases, because you brought that up, Lucas. The first example I'll give you is a company called brev.dev, brev as in brevity, brev.dev. They're a non-crypto company, and before they found out about Akash, they had launched essentially a platform that they call the pro tier for Google Colab. So Google Colab, if you're not familiar with it, is this service that lets you spin up a Jupyter notebook in the cloud. And Google basically was offering it as for free, but they would give you really low-end GPUs. So they would give you like a Tesla P40 or a T4 or 1080 Ti. And so researchers that were trying to use Google Colab liked the service, but they really needed more power. And so brev.dev built a service where they wanted to offer higher-end GPUs and build a much slicker service than what Google Colab is. So they got a lot of demand from users, but then the demand kind of plateaued because they were looking for higher-end GPUs. So they went to AWS and GCP and they said, hey, would you give us some H100s or A180s? And the thing they came back with was, what's the size that you can commit to? And obviously, this is a startup, and they can't commit to like millions of dollars of GPUs. And that's where they kind of got stalled. And then Akash was kind of the solution to that, where they're integrated with Akash now. So if you go to brev.dev, sign up, you'll see actually Akash, you'll see GCP, you'll see AWS, you'll see like Lambda, a whole bunch of these. And Akash is significantly lower in price compared to the other ones. So that's one good example. Another good example now on the crypto and Web3 side is Venice.ai. This is a startup that was started by Eric Voorhees, who's one of the OGs in crypto. And they are actively using Akash right now. And so if you go to Venice.ai, they have basically an open, decentralized equivalent of ChatGPT, and that runs on Akash. And then the third example, which is sort of similar on the same vein as what Harry was talking about, is a company called Prime Intellect. And what they're building is basically a way to be able to do what's called heterogeneous training. So just to give you an idea of AI training in general, most AI training today happens in what are called homogeneous clusters. So if you look at, for example, ChatGPT's first version, which is GPT-3, it was trained on a homogeneous cluster of NVIDIA V100 GPUs, and then the later versions are trained on H100s, right? What's really going to accelerate or make people or make models more, open source models accelerate much faster than closed source models, is if you can find a way to do training across GPUs of different types. So being able to train across a cluster of H100s, Z100s, 3090s, so on and so forth. And so there's been a paper written, and you can look it up. It's called DieLoco, and this is a paper that talks about how you can potentially do this. And so Prime Intellect, this team, is involved in building an open source version of that DieLoco paper, and that's something that they're going to be running on Akash as well.
Cool. Thank you. When I hear things like, oh, we're like the cheapest provider compared to GCP or something, I'm always like, how? Because I hear Harry's point on like, it does have scale benefits, but I also know that like, the centralized cloud also has substantial scale benefits, and they do charge a 70% margin, but they're still operating pretty efficiently. So I'd love to, maybe if we have time at the end, to talk about how you're using block rewards to bootstrap a network like this and make these kinds of price points possible. Before we get there, I want to get to something that Tom mentioned, where he said something like, the demand is looking for enterprise-grade supply because there's just an expectation around reliability and things. And especially around inference, and Harry, you alluded to it earlier, you need a way to verify that whoever takes the workload and does the inference for you does their job properly. Could you briefly shed some light on how you're thinking about verifying all sorts of compute workloads? There's a deterministic way, a probabilistic way, and just kind of like discuss the challenges a little bit. I think it's worth putting in this form.
Yeah. So there's 3 schools of thought when it comes to verification. And firstly, we only do training. We don't do inference. But for inference, there's the idea that actually you don't need to do verification, and it's kind of what you see is what you get. And for a lot of generic inference use cases, like language modeling, where you ask GPT, what's the population of Taiwan or something, and it gives you an answer, and if it looks about right, most people don't question it. So, there's that idea there where like what you see is what you get. For inference specifically, it's very hard to reason about the kind of, same problem for training, because you're looking at, a 7 billion dimension space, floating points, where you're like, okay, well, I can't really reason if that's right or wrong. So that's point 1. Point 2 is this idea of kind of having hard, deterministic sort of verification where, everything is, and the strongest example of that would be like zero knowledge cases where you put a model into a circuit and you train it. And then you get kind of proofs out which demonstrate that it's the model which has been, you were asked to have been trained. That's highly expensive and prohibitive right now for most training stuff you can do.
Because you have to run the job twice at least.
You also just have to run it in the circuit itself, which just slows things down. You have to cast it into different data types. A lot of the time you can't even run it on a GPU. Like there's just lots of things which slow it down. And then the third type is the more probabilistic type, which maybe even includes some of the deterministic stuff, but only for like subsets of the process. And we kind of we're kind of in between the two, where our machine learning runtime enables deterministic execution across heterogeneous devices, like Neil mentioned, but we only check kind of portions of the work, and then so it is kind of optimistic or probabilistic in that you're only kind of checking a little bit, but it's game theoretically secured higher up. Kind of verification for training is super important. As I said before, you can't reason about just the parameter space being correct or not. It's also very difficult to kind of know, in many cases, like what the actual outcome of the training run you're doing should be. So if you're doing machine learning research, it doesn't follow that the result should actually be good. And I think this is lost on some people who only look at it in the kind of production, kind of machine learning engineering case. But if you're doing research, sometimes a bad result's actually instructive. So when you have these kind of alternative kind of approaches to verification, where instead of people executing a predefined job, a kind of fourth category would be you get given a kind of problem, like I have this diagnostic medical model, I want you to train it, and I want it to have the highest accuracy possible. Actually maybe for some people that isn't useful, because they want to train it their way and they want the outcome to be whatever the outcome was going to be, and sometimes that outcome isn't good. So yeah, I think in summary, for inference, there's a kind of question about whether or not you do need verification. We're like as a kind of protocol relatively unopinionated about that because we only focus on training. When it comes to training, the harder deterministic stuff tends to get quite cryptographic. The probabilistic stuff is the most kind of sensible when you go back to that kind of tetralemma of the 4 things which matter for users. But you kind of have to use a bit of both to make it optimal.
Yeah. It's almost unfortunate that AI is kind of the hottest compute workload that's out there, but it also seems semi-badly equipped to leverage all the strengths of crypto that come with verifiability. And right, like I wish the workload that was hot right now was really catering to the strengths of crypto, but here we are. I'm curious maybe, and let's close with that. What are some dead ends? Like when you're looking around the ecosystem and AI and DePIN and Web3, where do you think like a significant amount of resources are being invested, but you're kind of like, that feels like betting on the wrong horse, if anything? Anyone has a take on this?
Just across the board, any sort of applications
like
at all?
where you're seeing, because we've been on a few cycles before where there's hype, right? And AI is hype, and so I'm kind of like, are we falling into a similar trap? And what are the things that we should be, dodging?
Got it. Yeah, I think I can take a stab at this. So, yeah, I agree that AI is definitely the hype today, and I think a lot of at least the hype for DePIN networks right now is being driven by pure scarcity of the compute for AI. Let's face it, it's not going to last forever, that's for sure. There's going to be, obviously, every time there is a huge amount of demand for something, there's going to be competition, and that's great. And so I think what's going to end up happening eventually is that there are going to be, like AMD, for example, is going to either by itself or through people like George Hortz, who's this famous hacker who does all sorts of hacking on at the hardware level. He's working on basically much better drivers than ROX CM is today for AMD, and that's going to potentially enable people to be able to use AMD to a comparable level as what NVIDIA is, and so that's going to alleviate some of these problems. And eventually it will plateau a little bit, right? So I think, but the cool thing about it, I think, is that as a result of all the focus on AI and the value of DePIN in enabling smaller companies and startups to innovate in AI, that's going to attract a lot of interest from non-crypto people into crypto, even if it's for the next 1 or 2 years or 3 years. And as a result of that, companies like Akash, it's going to force us to really accelerate, our roadmap and focus on things that enable non-crypto people to be able to work with Akash, right? So where if there wasn't the AI hype, maybe we would have focused on something that is very, very crypto specific. Maybe we would have focused on features that enable blockchains and others to run nodes on Akash, maybe doing things to make their life easier. Now, because we have to focus on non-crypto users, we're focused on things like providing an experience where people don't have to connect with a wallet, right? For example, that's a good use case where if you're a non-crypto user coming to Akash in a few months from now, you wouldn't have to know what a wallet is. You wouldn't have to know that there is AKT underneath that's going to be used. You'll just get an experience similar to what you get from literally any SaaS service today. Like if you go to Google or AWS, you can sign up for a free trial, you get some credits, you can try out the service, and if you like it, then you can put in your credit card information and use it, and that's basically the experience we're going to build. And so to your point, like if the AI hype dies down in 2 years, that service will still be very valuable for people that are doing generalized web services. So whether you're running an e-commerce application or you're running, a static website, all of the infrastructure that we build for AI companies today is going to be useful there. And then I think the other sort of thing I can point to is, on the negative side is some of the things that I personally feel like are kind of distractions is, I hear a lot of people talk to us about, are you looking at things like restaking and stuff like that? I don't know a ton about that whole space and the things going on there, but for us, we're staying away from all that because we just want to focus on users and making sure we acquire users in both crypto as well as non-crypto that are building on AI, because that's ultimately going to force us to build solid services that are going to be used by people that are doing generalized applications later.
Yeah, cool. So I almost hear like not being too opinionated about what the infrastructure and things will
Exactly.
be used for, but you know, using it, doing AI stuff, and then but also being open to other types of workloads and things that pick
Precisely.
up. I think we're at time, so we'll just wrap up here. Thank you all three for being here, for joining me, and we'll all be around. So if folks have questions, just come grab us, because I think we have a coffee break now.
Yep, coffee break right now for 10 minutes. So thank you guys. Let's give a round of
Thanks,
applause to
everyone.
the panel.
Hey, thanks so much. Cheers.
Great. Welcome back from the break. Thrilled to have Vuk, the founder of Ramo, our co-sponsor. Vuk is going to be talking about liquid staking, and I think is going to show a demo, which I'm really excited about. So please give a round of applause for Vuk. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we'll go like this. Hey, everyone. I'm going to talk about unlocking value by increasing like the liquidity inside of the DePIN protocols. We do that with restaking. Now, restaking and staking, like ultimately, there are many differences between Ethereum that I'm not going to go super deep on, but I'm just going to cover what those enable and how the entire like network works. So what Ramo does, on one side, it basically attracts capital providers. These are in the context of the DePIN networks. So you can imagine token holders of Fluence, Filecoin, Gensin, and other tokens that are around. And you have providers which are providing storage or compute and generally want to execute particular workloads. And on the right side, you have the networks, which are basically defining the jobs that need to be executed, and they're defining the incentives on which whoever executes these jobs is going to be rewarded. Now, if you look to a deeper degree, what's actually happening here is someone on the top left is taking tokens in the context of Filecoin that would be putting tokens into a protocol that is using that liquidity as collateral. In the context of Fluence, that would be committing to run particular cores for a particular time frame, or other networks like LivePeer, it would kind of get like a job that can be executed. While on the bottom left, what you see are providers that are able to execute these jobs. And usually these personas are very different, but the networks, because of how they are designed, they need to couple these two personas into one. So you would have a provider that needs to lock some liquidity, for example, in the context of Filecoin, lock that as collateral in order to do the job. Now, connecting these two personas is very inefficient because we are basically talking about two very different kind of people, someone that wants to long on a particular ecosystem and someone that just wants to mine. Usually miners are not super long on networks, and that doesn't work out super well. And we know this because we were at Protocol Labs and we spent probably 2 years trying to like make this process easier. We do everything from centralized lending, working with the Anchorage. We work with many exchanges just to allow miners to borrow and basically use that liquidity to provide the service. Ultimately, the realization was it just doesn't work because these providers care just about extracting some short-term rewards and just getting out of the network, and even borrowing and all of these things are kind of not compatible with that. Now, for the networks, what actually is important is that their jobs are run on a wide network of providers. So you would have a storage job, for example, that needs to be executed somewhere, and they just want to have as many providers as possible. Now, how this specifically works is, in the context of Ramo, is that we divide all these jobs in such a way that the only thing you do is focus on what you can actually do. And what I mean by that is, for example, I have a computer here that would not be able to execute snarks, which are required for you to be part of the Filecoin protocol, but is able to execute a storage job. And when I say storage job, I mean like I can store 30 gigs on this computer, but I can't do any computation because, of course, this is a laptop. Now, instead of talking about that, I'm just going to show you the Ramo computer. So what I'm going to do here first, I'll make sure I don't have some trash from my past. So I've cleared off everything that I had on my computer related to Ramo. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to initiate the node. By the way, this is all live today, and I'll let you know how you can download this in a bit. I'll basically create my credentials. What this is going to do is basically going to create some keys, and let's see whether that actually happened. You see that I have created these keys, and that happened basically a moment ago. Now I have credentials, and I need to basically start running the node. So I'll run the node. This might be running because I was playing with logs before. So let's do another thing here. So assuming this is running, because I disabled a bunch of logging. Oops, let's close all of this. Live demos. Okay. Let's run a commitment. And what I mean by a commitment, I mean, now I need to somehow describe what can I actually provide. Is that going to be a compute job? Is this going to be a storage job? And how much of this am I actually committing? The commitments are something that we pioneered at Protocol Labs, and we are seeing that as something that most of the ecosystems are kind of covering today. So should be size. The reason why this is Gib is, of course, this was also a great idea that Protocol Labs had. No one knows what Gibs are, but yeah, that's the unit that we use. Now, assuming that this all works, I should be able to commit 32 gigabytes on this machine. Although I'm going to do something before that, so logs are nice and, oops, export. And then I'm going to do this. What should happen is I should be able to start downloading a sector. By the way, if any of you try to do Filecoin, like you'll see like a big requirement for machines with petabytes of storage and machines with terabytes of memory. All of this is abstracted away because we focused on distilling the jobs into compute jobs and storage jobs. While this is happening, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cover a bit more what's really happening under the hood. So Filecoin is probably the biggest compute network around today. Filecoin does 90% of the compute and 10% of the storage. Unfortunately, the compute to actually do verifiable storage is super hard. You need like a lot of GPUs, but you also need to do something called proof of replication, which is super intensive on the CPUs, memory, and so on. It's probably the most complex snark that you can do. And Filecoin, even though like it's not super well known, is the biggest snark deployment on the planet. Ignore all the L1s, all the L2s based on snarks. Filecoin does a snark for each sector every 24 hours. You have 10 exabytes of capacity. Divide 10 exabytes with 32 gigs. Let's do that. You have this many sectors online, and you have this many sectors every 24 hours. Of course, there is some aggregation, but ultimately, this is the level of computation that is happening. Now, what we do is, since we focus so much on efficiency and we really want to have like as many providers as possible, we allow the providers that can provide only the storage just do the storage. And what would happen here is that the provider would just do the storage, which I'm basically doing on a laptop on a public Wi-Fi. When this happens, what's going to happen is I'm going to start getting challenged 4K random piece IDs, and I'm going to be able to send these as a job on the compute market generated by the Ramo protocol. What that is going to do is it's going to allow someone to generate these narcs that are then going to be sent to Filecoin. Now, what's interesting is that we did this for Filecoin, but imagine doing this for all the DePIN networks. Imagine having like a job on Fluence, be able to talk to Filecoin and be able to talk to Jensen. For example, you would want to read a bunch of data on Filecoin since it has 10 exabytes of capacity. You would want to inject that into Fluence, and Fluence should be able to do some ETL on top and then ultimately inject that into machine learning training network like Jensen, or even centralized training, because doing ETL in a distributed context is efficient even though you want to do training like on a GPU cluster that you have locally, because most of your data is not going to be local. It's going to be coming from many places, and you might as well like clean the data before it actually arrives into your data center. Now, why is this relevant? Because as we all know, like ultimately the objective is to commodize the entire activity. And as we get there, and as we get better at commodizing storage and compute, we want to increase the value that we provide for the end users. And we do this by combining multiple workloads into like more useful services. So if you're just doing storage, you're basically competing in a very commodized market. But if you're doing storage and compute and you're able to do things that were not possible before, that's a very different product that we're selling. Now, imagine what can happen in Deepin, similar to what happened in Ethereum with flash loans. Flash loans were not something that we copied from the traditional finance space, but it was a new invention that was only possible because we had like a very unique way of doing consensus. We'll see a bunch of these happen also in Deepin, but it's very important to focus on the interop and allow like multiple networks to talk, which is ultimately our vision. I think with this slide, I'm gonna be done. Now, the best part of all of this is the fact that this same exact daemon not only runs on my computer, but it runs in a data center. The only difference is going to be that instead of committing 32 gigabits of sector, I'm going to commit 1 petabyte, or I'm going to commit a pool of GPUs, or I'm going to commit a pool of NVMe flash, or I'm going to commit a pool of cores on a 64-core CPU, which we are doing with Fluence. I'll leave it with this, and yeah, thanks for coming, and thanks Fluence for organizing this and for letting us be part of this.
Great, thank you. What? Questions? No. Great. We next have Alex Rawitz, co-founder of Demo, up. Excited to have Demo talk. We're actually shifting away from compute for a second into something a bit more tangible, which I think is also going to be exciting. So excited to have Alex up. I've had him on the podcast and know it's going to be an interesting talk. So welcome to Alex.
Hi, everyone. I am going to be talking about connected car happiness. I've been around the conference now for a few days, and of course we go to a lot of other crypto conferences, and the reaction that we get when we tell people we're building a connected car platform on blockchain is typically one of like disbelief, like how does that work? What do you mean connected cars? Like I thought we were just building a casino. So I'm really excited to tell you a little bit about a whole new $1 trillion industry that we can actually bring crypto principles to and begin to expand beyond the small community that crypto is today and take what we've been building into the real economy after the last 15 years. I think that this is the most important frontier in crypto, is going into economies that have not had crypto principles and crypto technology into it. So I'm really excited to be sharing what we're building. And yeah, we're going to talk about connected cars. So let's start with something simple. What is Demo? And we'll revisit this throughout my presentation here. But Demo enables developers to use vehicle connectivity and data to create magical app experiences around vehicles. Some of you may have had the experience of having an app for your car, and if you have, you might have noticed some problems around that app. Generally, Tesla users, Tesla drivers will like their car app, but most other people, if you've tried a Toyota app like I have, or a BMW app or something like those, you're probably not exactly like raving about that app to most people. And one thing that I think is important is that cars are incredibly connected. They actually produce about 25 gigabytes per hour in data. If you look at cars as an IoT category, they are actually 5 times bigger as a category than all other connected devices combined. So if you want to talk about IoT and you're not talking about connected cars, then you're missing the largest category of connected devices in the world. Some of the ways that those cars are connected today, I already mentioned. Automakers make their own applications. We actually have seen a lot of automakers do digital marketing campaigns, even around NFTs. There's tons of social activity around cars. There's lots of other auto apps, third-party apps that you can use. And we'll just kind of take a quick little sampling of what these look like. Online car communities are enormous. There's hundreds of thousands of people that are in their Tesla community or in the Subaru WRX community, or go and talk on Reddit and Facebook about Cadillacs. Similarly, there's only about 500 people talking about the Ford Pass app. So these are huge communities of really engaged people that are already online talking about their cars. They're even going further. They're creating virtual identities for their vehicles. So if you go on Instagram, you can see tens of thousands of people who have created IDs for their cars. They share pictures about their cars. They're already giving their car an online life. It's just disconnected from the rest of the connected car experience today. We do see people starting to actually integrate their cars into their digital lives. Home Assistant, which is an open source smart home platform, has 21 different auto-related integrations already, all community supported. I've mentioned some of these like new digital experiences that automakers are creating around NFTs and things like that. But these are one-off experiments that the automakers so far have not shown an appetite to pursue. You can actually talk to AI about cars too. Lots of vehicle service manuals and things like that have been ingested into tools that we all use every day, like ChatGPT. You can get ChatGPT to draw you nice pictures of cars. But AI is an important frontier in the auto space. And of course, there's dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds of other applications around car performance, road tripping, car meetups, collectors apps. The auto industry is enormous and people want digital tools around it. The problem is that none of these tools are connected. There is no shared layer, there's no shared identity, there's no shared understanding of who the drivers are, what cars they have, what's going on inside those cars, and there's no ability for all of these trillion-dollar industries to coordinate. Classic crypto problem. The last thing I'll say on the problems, and then we'll start getting into a little bit more about demo. The one other big problem, in addition to all of this coordination and user experience issues, is that the auto industry ranks really poorly on privacy. In fact, Mozilla said this is the worst product category we've ever reviewed for privacy. So if you care about privacy and you care about interoperability, then auto is like the juiciest opportunity you could imagine. And what does this all add up to? Like, we've all been getting these car apps, and every automaker is making these apps, but it's actually the worst part of the user experience. And we hear this from OEM executives that we talk to, car maker executives. We see this in reviews. We see this in studies. People want to use their cars online. They're online communities. They're using all these apps. There's all this opportunity, but there's an obvious disconnect. So we believe that if you add 4 building blocks, you create a better community around these vehicles, you create interoperability, you bring in new developers, and you bring in privacy, then you can actually create a connected car experience that is somewhat reflective of the delightful device experiences we have on our phones. So what would that look like if we were to build this auto industry the way we want it, where there's interoperability and there is privacy and there's all these magical experiences? What would that look like, and how do you go about doing that? What we've done at Demo is we started with creating a digital twin for the vehicle that anyone can own. So we deployed our first smart contracts around this, I guess 3 years ago almost at this point. We have a vehicle identity contract. Anyone can actually take your car, depending on the kind of car you have, either use software or hardware to connect it. You create a vehicle identity for your car, and then data about that car from its ECUs or even external data is appended to that vehicle over time, building up this NFT, this dynamic NFT that has the story of your car attached to it. We're adding credentials, we're adding other ways for people to attach that data, and it's becoming this, if you're from the US and you're familiar with Carfax, you have this Carfax on steroids that has truly the whole history of the car from the computers inside of it. That vehicle ID is crucially what confers interoperability and privacy to this industry. So what we've also built into the Demo protocol is the ability for drivers themselves to be in control of the data sharing. So as a driver today, and I can do this from the Demo mobile app, I can actually share my data with another person. I can share it with my fiance. I can share it with my co-founder, and he shares his car with me, so we can see when we're at the office. But I can also share that data with a used car marketplace. Carvana, Vroom, WeCars, every country has them. These marketplaces are buying cars sight unseen. It would be very, very easy for you to share your car data with a marketplace in order to get a better price on your car with the Demo protocol. You can do that across insurance, across AI. We're working with hundreds of developers today that are actually building applications to accept first-party vehicle data shared from users. Here's a quick example. I recorded a little video. That was my car. I'm going into the Demo marketplace. Private Auto is a marketplace to sell your car. I'm going to pick which car I want to share data on. And in the tap of a button, Private Auto is actually ingesting the data. They can see what kind of car I have and actually give me a price based on the data from my vehicle. This is actually a pretty surface level integration. We're working with most of our providers to most of our partners to do deeper integrations, but it becomes very trivial for a user to actually share their data. And and have data sharing really go across this trillion-dollar industry. So all of a sudden, this industry that is today very disconnected can become very interconnected. And we know that when those sorts of barriers are removed, we can see the economic activity increase dramatically. So if you're wondering, these are very high-level talking about, wondering, how do you get started on Demo? How do you start this journey? You create your digital twin, your private ID of your car. You can do that in the Demo mobile app today. You connect it into this open marketplace. And then if you're a developer, it's all about delivering happiness and monetizing. And whether that's charging users or sharing data with users, there's all kinds of ways that developers today are building their business models on top of the Demo protocol. But as a user, as a driver, you get to access hundreds of applications that make your connected car life more interesting. And of course, there's a very straightforward flywheel to the way we think about this. The more drivers that we have about 100,000 cars and 30,000 drivers connected to Demo today. That's more connections, it's more data, there's more app features that are coming, and we can increase the utility. But actually, we can really exponentially drive this flywheel. Of course, we're bringing open developer tools in. The Demo token has been live for several years. We can create more virtual auto marketplaces with this infrastructure that allows us to grow the connected car world even more quickly. So how do you build on Demo? Covered if you're a driver, you can download the Demo mobile app, buy a device, you can get your car connected and start exploring the marketplace. If you're a developer and you're interested in building at the intersection of connected cars and crypto, if you're interested in building in the DePIN world, we would invite you to check out our platform. We've recently released our developer license and our Demo credits, which is a credit model in order to access the Demo developer platform. We have a developer console, which we'll be releasing in the next week or two to be self-service so that anyone can get started really easily. We already have a bunch of APIs ready and available, including our identity and our telemetry API. It's all GraphQL, so it's really easy to get started and start working with Demo. We're continuing to build out a bunch of other REST APIs that will be available to developers in order to do things like, see events from the car, charging data, and things like that. But a lot of that's already available in our telemetry APIs. We even have our first SDK out. We're building some more coming soon. Actually, a community member is contributing the Python SDK. So we're really excited to make it ever easier to develop. And our vision is that we can create really privacy-first virtual marketplace infrastructure for the industry. What that means is whether you're using the Demo mobile app or whether you're using a local app, or we'll see hundreds of Demo applications built in the next couple of years, and all of those will use the same underlying infrastructure that makes it really easy to share data and access throughout this very convoluted industry. If you're interested in learning more about the developer platform, you can scan this QR code. If you want to get in contact with me, you can scan the one below that. And I hope you enjoyed learning a little bit more about Demo today. If you have any questions, I'll take a few questions now.
Any questions? No one question. Oh, we got a question. All right.
Where's all the data being stored? The data today is in S3. The challenge we have with decentralized storage today is that there's too much vehicle data to be constantly accessing it quickly. None of the storage providers and we've worked closely and are in constant touch with all the major players. Like, we really need to be able to access the data. In some cases, like if you're going to Carvana to share 2 years of history of car data, that's a lot of data that you need to be able to call up really quickly, and decentralized storage hasn't quite optimized for that problem yet. If you know a way that we can solve that, then let's chat.
How frequently is car data pushed to S3?
As fast as we get. In some cases, it's every second that we're getting data from the car. Yeah.
How do you verify the data? How do you resolve the Oracle issue? It's like when people are adding the data to the Demo ID.
Yeah.
How do you verify it?
That's a great question. So there's always a cryptographic signature that goes on the data. So all cars, there's really two ways that we connect to cars today. One is either through the hardware itself, like talking to the car's data port, which is standardized across all vehicles. So we're reading data directly from the CAN bus. We're signing that data as we read it from the bus itself. And then, of course, there's also the API integrations with cars where we're talking directly to the OEM servers, or in Tesla's case, actually authenticating with the car itself. So we have that server data. And then there's a couple of other layers of other authentication. So in the case of hardware, there's a SIM card in our device that allows us to, if the car tells us it has a certain GPS, but the SIM card doesn't verify that, we can, draw a conclusion about the validity of that data. There's, other kind of mechanisms that we're looking for in terms of like verifying that the data itself is real. But generally speaking, whether you're looking at the CAN bus of a car or the data from a car like API, there's a number of like indicators that you can use that data is truthful.
Great. Thank you. Round of applause for Alex here. Great. Now, welcome our next panel, please. Let's democratizing infrastructure with DePIN. So there's a variety of DePIN infrastructure providers coming up, moderated by Megan. Megan is coming. Uh-oh, let's make way for Megan. All right, so we have other panelists here as well. Hop on up. Great. You may want to use these steps, Megan, over here. Might be easier.
And actually, is there any way I can grab a hand? Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you. Great. I am so excited to be here today. I think that most of us in this room all know Filecoin, which we can think of as one of the OG DePIN projects. And I'm really excited to see all of the ways that DePIN has started to become a real buzzword, a real part of our infrastructure. And so I would love to start off with each one of our amazing panelists today introducing themselves and introducing their project.
Hi, I'm Clemens. I'm with DIN, and DIN is the Decentralized Infrastructure Network. It's an open marketplace for APIs and connecting between different RPC providers. And we're looking to connect between providers so that in kind of the decentralized space, that the centralized providers don't get too overburdened. And we want to actually make more decentralized providers to have a sustainable business so they can use their spare bare metal code to actually get access to more networks.
I am Simone Romano, leading developer relations at IoTeX. And at IoTeX, we have been working since 2018 into connecting the blockchain with the physical world. And we are on this journey to facilitate the life to DePIN projects to actually decentralize their infrastructure. And we're providing multiple layers of infrastructure to allow DePIN projects to actually achieve full decentralization.
Hi, Megan. Thank you. I'm Paxi. I'm the chief strategist at Stacks. It's a Berlin-based company. We are allowing Web2 companies accessing Web3 tools. So we build public-private consortiums, and I can share a little bit more later about how we do this in realizing real-world assets, DePIN, actually monetizing, utilities, predominantly utility providers. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Ranveer. I'm the co-founder of WitnessChain. WitnessChain builds a consensus layer on physical state. What this means is we bring trust into decentralized infrastructure. This trust is powered by our Watchtower network, which sits on top of EigenLayer, providing cryptoeconomic security to all DePINs and builders that partner with us.
Amazing. So my first question for all of you guys is I'm curious, what do you think are the most pressing issues with our global data infrastructure today? And why do you think that we have this pressing need for democratization or to move into decentralized physical infrastructure networks?
Who is starting? I'm going to start? Okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
Go for it. Well, I guess the answer is pretty obvious, right? We have seen the blockchain technology to achieve, great success in the last years, and the natural result of all of this must be the using this blockchain technology in the real world, right? Otherwise, why do we build technology? And so I guess it's the most natural implementation of blockchain in the real life is as the incentive layer for decentralizing physical infrastructures, because physical infrastructure are those types of use cases where you need reliability, where you need democracy, right? You need, there should be available for everyone and should be resilient and should be censorship resistant. So I guess we are going to go through some the typical use cases that will make this even more obvious, right? So I guess it's just the obvious mass adoption case for blockchain, right?
Yeah, and I would add to that that we want to make Web3 costs go down, right? If you look at AI costs, those are coming down as well. And so for the developers, for the engineers that are looking after all the different network protocols, those are expensive people that need to be compensated, but also we have to work with them closely to make sure that that expertise is shared by most of the providers that want access to all these different networks that are being created.
Paxi, Renveer?
Yeah, so it's no secret, right? The world is stuck. I mean, we're all stuck. Corporations are stuck, individuals are stuck, and somehow this whole data layer that you mentioned, we don't have access to data, not even our own data, right? We don't use and share and build upon each other's data. I work in Europe now, and it is no big secret that one company on the 6th floor needs to have a USB stick, put the data on it, takes the elevator, and gives it to the floor manager, right? That still happens. And so as long as we're doing this, they're not going to go trust and share and cooperate with other entities outside of the company even. So Web3 is absolutely necessary, right? But how can we make it in a way that we build this ecosystem that doesn't just consist of the developers and some guys with money that throw some money at the developers, right? It has to be a rich ecosystem. And for the companies that want to come along and want to play and share, right, there needs to be a space. So this is our mission. We have to learn to partner up, make data accessible, and everybody's talking about AI in every meeting, but you have no even your own data. How are you going to run AI? So that, to me, is that a big mystery.
Yeah. Renveer?
So our take is more on the economic side. If you look at, first of all, am I audible? No?
Maybe just shout a whole lot. Yeah.
It works now? Yeah. Oh, perfect. So if you look at physical infrastructure networks, by their nature, they are decentralized, right? They have to exist throughout the globe or throughout a country. Now, because of this decentralization, how currently it's being developed is through centralized economics. And it's decentralized, and it's using centralized economics. So it's very expensive to deploy. And that's why you see major players being, either governments or monopolies, I would like to call dinosaurs, right? Now, DePINs provide a way to completely change the economics in which infrastructure networks develop by pushing capital to the edge. And that enables not only cost reduction, it enables new type of infrastructure that was previously not economically viable to be set up. And that's, I think, is the fundamental allure of DePINs, and that's what we like to expand on.
I'm curious if there are specific industries that each of you think are especially ready for DePIN or like the right place to kind of roll out this technology. Maybe start with you, Renveer.
Yeah, so because of our, I would like to say that any infrastructure which has heavy deployment in the edge, so think of something like your cellular networks, connectivity, edge compute, CDNs, energy, and so on. All of these verticals are significant cost improvement on top of existing centralized infrastructure networks. As Witness Chain, what we are building is a shared trust layer amongst all such DePINs. So we focus on all of the verticals that we mentioned and even more. I would say data collection is one of them because data is on the edge as well.
Yeah.
So Megan, we work with utilities that have critical infrastructures. They need the help the most. Think of one of our customers, for example, is a public company. They own 84,000 telco towers across Europe. Cost is going up, right? The real estate that they own doesn't make money. So they need ways to not just cost reduction, but delayering their assets and actually start monetizing some of their real world digital and physical assets. So that's an example of a company that we work with.
So yeah, typical use cases for Deepin are, as I said, pretty obvious, but for those who are maybe not very familiar, I would summarize that those infrastructures that that have like a high barrier for entry in terms of investment, and those infrastructures that benefit, that are like in their nature widespread, that they benefit of network incentives to grow, right? Even at the in terms of geofence, right, at the world scale. These types of infrastructures are the perfect fit for Deepin, for blockchain incentives. Obvious use cases are, of course, telecommunications, right, or energy infrastructures, but also data collection infrastructures. Like all these types of use cases are already emerging now. There are some very popular examples like Helium in the 5G connectivity, or even Demo we have just heard into like driving behavior data collection. And I've heard of PowerPod that's working with IoTeX on the energy infrastructure. So I think these are the obvious suspects, right? But I'm sure, I mean, once these obvious use cases will bootstrap, there will be many more actually new types of infrastructures that can be built with Deepin. Thinking of autonomous vehicles, drones, you know, I'm sure there will be some amazing use cases.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of consumer use cases, but we're also looking very closely at the business models for existing providers because we don't want the hundreds of providers not having the ability to offset some of those bare metal costs, especially if they're building some other use cases. And so I think it's really diving deep into what the economics look like for each of our providers and figuring out how, if we're, you know, Consensus builds MetaMask, builds Infura. Infura further decentralizing provides more access to more networks to all of the users of MetaMask.
Well, I'm curious also, so we're just talking about what are the best use cases for Deepin. What about areas, like what parts of the world do you think are most, you know, ready to have like a Deepin revolution, to have people move to decentralized infrastructure? Let's start with Clemens.
This is kind of an interesting one. I'm not trying to shill WorldCoin or anything, but I like the idea of the original idea of banking the unbanked and being able to provide people with access to rewards. So the idea of having identification, but then also using those rewards that may make a bigger difference in kind of the places that are less accessible. If you have a phone, you would be able to have a wallet, and that wallet provides the identity.
Yeah, from my experience, we are in infrastructure like builders, so we deal with all different types of Deepin projects that reach out to us and trying to understand how to deploy and what to build. And in my experience, I think developer countries have a great possibility here with Deepin. We're seeing a lot of interest into energy projects and into the sharing economy. For example, we have a lot of contacts from Indian companies or even governments who are interested into how to build these infrastructures that are blockchain powered. So developing countries, I think, have a huge potential here. But, well, that's a potential for any country in general.
You know, it's really funny, developing countries, right? In this case, they're not developing.
Yeah.
They're ahead of us. Africa,
Yeah.
agriculture,
Yeah.
right? Off-chain, measuring temperature for crops, etc., for insurance. We see a lot in Asia, obviously. So Australia. So there's many, many examples with drone, as mentioned before, in a lot of continents outside of Europe. But we're getting there.
As far as geographical distribution is concerned, DePINs make sense where for emerging technologies. Now, emerging technologies is different for different countries. As you said, some things are adopted in some countries and some are not, right? So, like, for a developed country, emerging technologies can be maybe something like millimeter 5G, or in some sense, I would also call pure renewable reliance as also an emerging technology because it's not fully adopted yet. Whereas if we look at developing countries, those emerging technologies would look slightly different. It can be even raw energy or even basic home connectivity that would be missing. So wherever it's emerging in whichever geographical area, that vertical makes sense in that country.
I would love actually to circle back, Paxi, on what you were saying. And you've spent your whole career working in emerging technologies and emerging, emerging places. And I would love to hear how you feel like DePIN works into this longer narrative that you have in your career.
So interesting. So I've been in tech a long time. We were on the forefront. I was with a company that pioneered the wireless application protocol. So this guy's before iPhone, right? How to surf the internet. And so I see a lot of the mobile internet coming back here again with Web3 technology. So I truly believe this is absolutely necessary that you include corporations in the mix and also rules like, regulations. I know nobody want to broker this topic. Governments actually will benefit the most from DePIN, from Web3 tech and technology. So in Berlin, where we are based, we actually have been working with the state, Berlin state, and local organizations, governmental organizations. It's not easy, but it needs to happen. If you want a vibrant ecosystem, and this needs to be mass adopted, you need to think beyond just retail, like individuals. So I urge everybody to, talk to your local, whatever it is, government.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Ranveer, do you mind talking a little bit about interoperability and all the many ways that Witness Chain and your previous career have made you especially keyed up to make a world of interoperability and why democratization of information is so important?
Definitely. So,
yeah.
Since I entered into blockchains, the biggest allure of blockchains is coordination. Somebody can develop an app and you can build something else on top of it without any interaction between those two teams, right? And this is fascinating because it allows for a very organic growth and a huge reduction in friction while developing any application. Now, I did my PhD in consensus, like solving the blockchain trilemma, right? And working so much in the problem of consensus on a digital state, what I realized is if you want to enable coordination or interoperability in the physical world, you need to solve the problem of consensus, but on physical state. Physical state being where is your infrastructure asset located? What's its resource capacity? Resource can be bandwidth, compute, storage, and so on. Now, achieving consensus on that creates kind of a trust broker that allows multiple DePINs to coordinate with one another. Say you want to build an AI pipeline where that involves coordination across, compute, storage, data collection, which is your sensors, connectivity, all of these kind of sets of infrastructure that can interoperate if there is a trust system between that. And that's how we built Witness Chain. In Witness Chain, what we do is we run these protocols that do something like proof of location that enable a global validator set to agree on the location attribute of that asset. Similarly, there are many other proofs that we incorporate within our coordination layer, and that's how multiple DePINs can interoperate with one another. One thing I would also like to highlight is this also enables application builders to build application on top of DePINs. You can think of DePINs as kind of like commodity generators for different types of commodities, be it energy, compute, bandwidth, and so on. And you can build applications on top of that commodity.
Amazing. Okay, next I'm going to call on you, Simone. Call everybody out individually. I would love to hear your thoughts about building and contributing to DePIN networks, and especially what you have been able to achieve with incentivizing developers to come into this world.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. The DePIN space, I work in developer relations, so I feel really lucky of working at IoTeX, because being an infrastructure, we have the ability to see all the possible use cases and talk to these developers. They have really amazing ideas, and it's very easy for me and for our team to like inspire and think of these use cases. And we even had like a live stream how to build an end-to-end bike sharing application as a DePIN type of utility. I mean, honestly, it's one of the most inspiring spaces to work in as a developer. It's one layer more interesting than Web3 itself because it's like real utility for blockchain, right? Maybe if I want to spend one word in general on this thing, and I want to be the bad guy here, and I want to see something provocative here and say, in reality, how many of these DePIN projects are really decentralized, right? Because the D in DePIN, right, stands for decentralized, but they are decentralized in the physical world, right? As also you mentioned before. They are decentralized in the physical world because anyone owns a piece of this infrastructure. And they have like this token economy that's decentralized. So the token economy incentives are like unstoppable. Once the incentive has been sent, right, you're going to get it. It's censorship resistant. It's blockchain based. But what about the DePIN? The actual DePIN, right? We've been talking about, proving, coordinating the proof of physical work or the data, where this data is, right?
Right.
Let's not mention privacy, let's not mention other things, but the computation, how are these rewards, incentives being computed? Who knows, right? The thing is,
who knows, whatever.
Yeah, who knows? That's the truth. I mean, I don't want
the compute's happening somewhere.
Yeah, I don't want to do bad mouth, to any DePIN project here. Actually, instead, it's a call to action here for you guys to take the lead and start really decentralizing these projects. And if you want to decentralize a DePIN project, you need a whole infrastructure that's not only blockchain. It's all about, if you have heard demo, right, issues about how you design your hardware to make it identifiable and trusted, how you design the data to make it tamper-proof, how you design the processing of this data to make it verifiable for not only on-chain, but by everyone. And how do you make this data available to everyone? How you preserve privacy, right? All these things today are just implemented honestly centralized. But that's okay. That's okay. That's the early projects, right? So I think we should not forget that this DePIN project should really be decentralized. So that's a call to action to look into DePIN infrastructure a little bit more. It's not only a token, right?
Do you have any advice about how these projects who are, I would say also maybe decentralize your base data and use Filecoin as a...
Filecoin is a great example for the long-term data availability, right?
Absolutely.
Then there are, all these projects we have seen today. By the way, thank you, Fluence, for hosting this great event.
Yeah.
And
thank you, Fluence.
Yeah, all these architectures, Fluence itself for cloudless computation, Filecoin for storage, and sequencers or data availability, right? All these are components that are needed by a DePIN application. But you need a consistent architecture to connect and compose everything together, right? It's hard. It's still hard. Even with all this great technology outside, it's still very hard to build a DePIN project. You need hardware skills, right? And you need IoT skills. And then you have to understand the data availability, you have to understand the sequencing, the ZK, the computation, and then the Web3 side. Right? That's maybe the easiest part. And so it's not enough. It's great that all these components are available. You still have to make them work together. Not mentioning identity problems, right? So yeah, I mean, that's what we are doing, and really, I wish to see more Deepin projects to take the lead here and start thinking how they want to get decentralized.
I think that's a great place to start. Okay.
Related to that, so
Great.
I believe in, I'm more of a degen, but I believe in kind of the self-sovereign access and kind of control of data. And I think, and maybe this is too far off into the AI world, but large language models into smaller language models that are on your trusted compute device. So Apple Intelligence talked about having kind of mobile-based or small language models that changes the way that you would interact with your applications, right? So having your AI agent being localized, learning your own data. And
For what it's worth, I don't think that we can have a panel in, whatever,
not bring up
summer
AI.
of 2024 and not bring up AI. So,
yeah, but on the self-sovereign front, I think just understanding the data you create and being able to organize it and be able to consider what's sent to a SaaS platform versus stored locally versus stored on the car itself, right? There's a lot of those use cases that I keep on considering, like if I'm doing my taxes for crypto, then I should probably use some open source, verifiable, locally installed on Linux, like that type of platform. So there's also some self-responsibility in how you want to be, how your data can be ingested and how your data can be used.
and how do you feel about that right now? Like, do you feel like that's something that's readily available to you, or do you feel like that's something that's still, we're in the rough and dirty section of being able to try to prepare our taxes in a way that has a decentralized component?
I think the hardest part is the digital legacy part, because our generation will get older and think about how to pass on different parts of your digital identity online, your different bank accounts, and how to create a trust around that. And so the thoughts around decentralizing that access, but also transferring it elegantly, has not been fully built. I mean, I think we eventually want to live, kind of like in the Silicon Valley world. What does it look like when we all retire? Is it going to be a gaming convention of some sort? But I think a lot about that. And I think the tools are getting there, but are we responsible enough? And can I trust other people to be responsible enough? And that's more of a user experience. So how do we build something that's easy and you're not by accident giving away your private keys or secret key phrases, all those things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if anybody else on the panel has thoughts about, specifically this era that we're living in 2024, and everyone looking at AI and what the DePIN implications are for this next era of AI.
I am very excited, and I believe you need to have, it's not an or, it's an and. Like you have private networks now, we need to make it work for corporations, individuals that want to jump on board now. I know people don't want to hear this, but I do like the term Web 2.5. Because realistically, I can't get corporations to jump in Web 3 without having this phase that allows us to, build upon what we have today. So I think decentralization, that's just really a hard nut to crack. I agree with you, but I believe baby steps.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So no, I'm very bullish on AI agents. I can't wait until we have robots and AI agents. But how do we do this in a trusted, reliable, secure way?
I'm curious what gives you guys confidence that open source and democratized infrastructure will actually survive big tech? Like, what gives you guys confidence this is actually going to work?
Yeah, I can
oh
start.
God, too much silence. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have primed you for this.
I can start this one.
We're all very confident for what it's worth, everybody.
Yeah, well, my hope, I would say, is that, yeah, you mentioned open source, right? So I think it's a great example. Open source initially, 30 years ago, I think, was seen like something really weird and suspect. And is it going to work? Is it going to kill big companies? Eventually, it ended up that they had to use it, right? I think that's the hope, right? The hope is that eventually these big companies will not fight decentralization, rather they will become actors, right? They will join them. And eventually we realize that if they want to survive, they have to join the decentralization. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying just be better, and therefore they'll have to
But that's why it won't
private.
happen unless we have a robust ecosystem now.
Totally, yeah.
Right?
But
they have to be forced there. I don't
Yeah.
see the big three or the big five doing this now willingly.
no,
and-
that will never start it.
Right?
That will never
So
start
this,
it.
this is
We
why
ha-
if
we-
we're
yeah.
robust enough, then
Yeah.
they have no choice.
Yeah, we have to start the the alternative
Exactly.
competition for them to have to make the choice if they don't want to die. Right?
Yeah, again, believing in self-sovereign creation of data, I think after read, write, own, there will be a training phase, right? This is where you understand that the data that's created and you train your AI agent to communicate with other AI agents hosted by enterprises. And so that interaction to me changes economies quite a bit. Less about DePIN, more like putting a tinfoil hat on, just thinking about how SaaS companies changed because you would just linguistically ask for certain things and be able to connect multiple APIs together from the back-end side.
But I do feel this is related, though. Without DePIN, AI is not going to be flourishing.
Right.
Compute, and then also like cost and data security, privacy.
Yeah. And I also think the excitement over AI gives the opportunity to sort of switch to more decentralized structures, because anytime you have that kind of like market, market impact, right? Like anytime you have like a bottleneck, it sort of gives you the opportunity to move on to the thing that is like maybe morally better.
Would you think that would be completely driven by like moral and the philosophy of decentralization, or do you think because that doesn't scale as we have seen, right? I mean, there are a lot more people who are not into crypto than who are into crypto, right? So I think you have to provide fundamental structural advantage to compared to centralized companies, and maybe edge data incentivizes edge compute, and maybe for that we actually have a system where decentralization is better, decentralized infrastructure is a better replacement than AWS or centralized versions.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I totally agree with that. Like, you have to make a product that's better and incentives that are better. You can't rely on the underpinning moral values, though maybe I'm belaying my own reasons for being in the industry. Great. Well, this was really lovely. Thank you guys all so much for being here. I really appreciated getting to talk to all of you. And any final statements you want to say before we get off the stage?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Fluence. Thanks, Megan.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you all. I mean,
Thanks, Fluence.
let's do it together. So if we could continue this, then it would be great.
Thank you, guys. And we now have lunch. So we have a longer break now. So if you haven't eaten, now's your shot. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone enjoyed lunch. We are continuing on with basically the post-lunch DePIN Day program. And excited to have our first presenter, keynote, by David Vork, who is the the founder of Glow. David is a unique in the DePIN space, or almost completely unique in the DePIN space, is that he is a second-time crypto founder, having founded SIA, decentralized storage platform, years ago, and has been in the space since 2011. So he's been in way before DePIN was even existed. And so let's give a round of applause to David for his talk on Glow and expanding solar energy via crypto incentives. So thank you, David.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. So I'm going to be talking about Glow incentives. And before we get into it, I'm going to give you a brief introduction on myself and on the Glow protocol so we can have a lot of context as we go into things. So I'm David Vork, as Tom said. I've been in the crypto space since 2011. I mined my first Bitcoin at $1.50. I've been through like 5 or 6 bears, and nothing really phases me anymore. I'm also the founder of Filecoin. It's a decentralized storage project that launched in 2014. We took it up to a $3 billion market cap. And today I'm working on Glow, which is a climate project that has the goal of replacing all dirty energy all over the world with solar or some other form of renewable energy. So it's a climate project that rewards solar farms with tokens when they produce carbon credits. And today I'm going to talk about the incentive model and how we make that as efficient as possible. So at a previous DePIN Day, I gave a talk on foundational DePIN. I think it's useful context, so I'm just going to review that super quick. Foundational DePIN is a strategy pioneered by actually Bitcoin. Obviously, it didn't have the name DePIN until much later, but where you create a big dumb pile of money. In Bitcoin's case, it's Bitcoin rewards, it's just Bitcoin tokens. And then you give that money out to infrastructure builders proportional to the amount of infrastructure that they build. And so in Bitcoin's case, it's the amount of hash rate that you produce determines how much money you get from the Bitcoin rewards pool. And so foundational DePIN is super successful at creating borderline absurd or like even outright absurd amounts of infrastructure. In Bitcoin's case, it created enough, it uses enough electricity, more electricity than some developed prospering nations. And you've seen this repeated with Filecoin, with Helium, with HiveMapper, and several dozen times throughout crypto history. This strategy has been effective. And so Glow's thought was, if you can create borderline absurd or outright absurd amounts of infrastructure, why not throw it at solar panels? You get an output that climate-wise, lots of people are looking forward to. So Bitcoin is what I would call a single phase or a single stage foundational DePIN. It has a very simple model because Bitcoin hash rate is not useful for anything besides mining Bitcoin. It can't do AI, it can't render video game graphics, and so if you don't have Bitcoin, your miners are completely valueless, and so the Bitcoin incentive system doesn't have to figure out what to do with the value that the hash rate produces because there is no value. And so you end up with a single stage protocol that has a big dumb pile of money, it rewards a bunch of hash rate, and that's the end of the story. In Glow, we work with solar farms, and the story is a little bit different and a little bit more complicated because solar farms, where Bitcoin miners have 0 sources of value or 0 outputs of value, solar farms have 2 outputs of value. One is electricity, and the other is carbon credits or climate impact. And so when you're designing an incentive system for a foundational DePIN that deals with both of these sources of value, you have to be, I guess you just have to create a different architecture for how the incentives move around. And so our goal today is to talk through an optimal protocol that will make use of both the sources of value and kind of route it all back into the ecosystem and create, hopefully, a successful protocol. So that's kind of the prep. we're going to go straight into the incentive design. And so we're really working with like 3 things in total. We have token inflation. So every year, 12 million Glow tokens get created and get distributed to solar farms based on some stack of incentives. And so we have to figure out what to do with these tokens. That's similar to Bitcoin. Then we have electricity value. We have to figure out what to do with that. We have climate impact. We have to figure out what to do with that. So Glow is a climate project. And as an OG in the space, I've seen a lot of projects blow up. I've seen a lot of projects have internal conflicts and internal politics and get into fights. And I've learned that it's very important that when you're a decentralized ecosystem, as opposed to a corporation, you don't have like a leader who can go and quash these like troublesome factions. And like internal politics are just a fact of decentralization. So if you want to avoid that and you want to have your whole ecosystem aligned, it's really important that there's like one single objective and that every incentive in the ecosystem is orchestrated around that objective. And in Glow's case, the goal is to solve for climate. It's to replace all dirty energy with clean energy. And that means that if we want to have an ecosystem that's like not at war with itself, we need to make sure that the exclusive value of the token is derived from the climate outputs of the solar farm. And so just based on that, that gives us an idea of where to draw the climate arrow. We want to, to maximize the total climate impact of Glow, we want to make sure that everyone in the ecosystem, every Glow token holder, every solar farm, et cetera, their final objective and their ultimate objective is related to the amount of climate impact and the value of the carbon credits produced by the solar farms. And that has a contrapositive to it. It means that the electricity value can't go into the token. Oh, and to explain how this works on like an implementation level, as Glow produces carbon credits, the protocol retains them, it sells them, and it uses the proceeds to buy and burn Glow tokens. And so as solar farms produce carbon credits in the Glow ecosystem, this buy and burn mechanism ends up taking that carbon credit value and routing it into the token rewards. And again, we do that to make sure that everyone in the ecosystem is aligned with the core goal of the protocol, which is to produce as much climate impact as possible. And so if we want to make sure that everyone is aligned around the end goal of climate impact that actually also solves for the electricity revenue, we already know that we can't have the electricity revenue route into the value of the token, because that's going to create factional problems where you have some factions that care about optimizing electricity value, you have other factions that care about optimizing climate value. They're going to go to war with each other, and as I've seen many times happen in crypto, you're going to get an ecosystem that blows itself up. And so we also, just working from these first principles, have a very easy way to draw the arrow for where the electricity value goes. And so based on the graph, you can probably guess where the final arrow goes. But it's important to talk through and understand why it goes there and where it comes from. And so let's talk about what happens if you take the token rewards and you give them to climate impact. And you reward solar farms with tokens based on how much climate impact you produce. What happens is you end up with a bunch of solar farm builders who don't care about the value of the electricity of the solar farms. And so solar farms, two solar farms are not the same. There's the amount of sunlight, there's how expensive electricity is on the local grid, there's how expensive it is to build. And so you want your builders optimizing across all of these things. And so it's important to make sure that the people who are building solar farms are incentivized to make valuable solar farms that have valuable electricity. And so if you are sending token rewards to the climate side and ignoring the electricity side, you end up with this problem where people don't care how much value how much electricity value their solar farms are producing, and you end up spending a lot of token rewards or money funding ultimately very wasteful and unsustainable projects, and when you would much rather be focused on solar farms that produce tons of value. So that allows us to draw the final arrow. And so you end up with a 3-stage foundational DePIN where you have a giant pool of tokens. All of the tokens go to solar farms proportional to the amount of electricity value that they produce. That electricity value essentially becomes a second big dumb pile of money. And so Glow, I think, is one of the only foundational DePINs in existence with 2 big piles of money. One goes to solar farms based on how much electricity they produce, And then all of that electricity becomes a second pile of money that goes to solar farms based on how much climate impact they produce. And so when solar farms join the Glow ecosystem, they're doing this like equation. They're looking for the Pareto optimal point where they can produce the most electricity value to get the most tokens possible, and also produce the most climate impact to get the most cash possible. And then you end up with this nice curve, and solar farms try to be on the curve or to push the curve further. And that kind of ties everything together. And so that leads into one more question, which is a question of viability. So we have this, this feedback loop where token rewards create electricity value creates carbon credits, and carbon credits go and reinforce the token rewards. And we want to know, especially if you're like me or some of the other people in this room and your whole entire career is around the Glow protocol, you want to know whether this feedback loop is a positive feedback loop and Glow is going to grow, or it's a negative feedback loop and Glow is going to shrink and eventually die. And it basically comes down to whether or not Glow can produce carbon credits for cheaper than it can sell them for. And so on the market, carbon credits have some value. Carbon credits cost money to produce. You have to build solar farms. You have actual hard costs. And the question is, how many carbon credits can Glow produce per dollar, and what can it sell them for? And so we can look at the protocol today and see Glow is live. It has 29 solar farms that are actively producing power. It has a free market for the carbon credits. They're actively trading. And currently, the carbon credits are trading for about $810. And the solar farm data isn't public, and so it's not something that solar farms are required to disclose. So this is an estimate, but I estimate that it costs between $15 and $35 to produce a carbon credit on the protocol today. So at its current stage, Glow is a positive sum feedback loop. Every time we go around that circle, Glow is getting more valuable and it's growing. Give me 1 second. I'm running out of air. Okay, so we have 2 more questions. One question is, what happens when Glow gets to a bigger scale? It has gigawatts of solar, billions of dollars of solar. And the second question is, what happens when Glow gets to Earth scale? So at giga scale, we expect a couple things to happen. First of all, based on the carbon credit markets and how much value people put in carbon credits, we expect the carbon credit price to come down. I believe, although it's tough to be certain, that the $800 price is largely a novelty price, and that as you scale up, the novelty will fade off a bit, and your price will come down closer to 200 bucks. But at the same time, as you scale up, you benefit from economies of scale, and especially when you're talking about billions or tens of billions of dollars of solar, you're not really hitting any barriers. You're kind of running up, you're on the steepest part of the S-curve at that point. And so your carbon credit cost is going to be somewhere probably between $5 and $12. And so again, when Glow has gone from its novelty stage to its early growth stage, at least by my own estimations, it looks like it's going to maintain a positive feedback loop. And then finally, when you're at the size of the planet and you've kind of exhausted all the easy stuff, and now you have to go after the countries on dirty power that don't have much sun, and you need batteries, and you need all of this extra difficulty, you're still benefiting from economies of scale more than ever. And so on the lower end, the price may come down. On the other hand, technology, it may be difficult to source materials. When you get on the upper end of things like batteries, especially I think today, we don't know how to produce that many batteries. And so on the upper end, I'm estimating it's 25 bucks, but really anybody's guess. And then at the same time, when you look at billions of carbon credits per year, half of the emissions of the world, governments tend to pay about $100 per carbon credits. And today, the carbon credit market at the government level is about $1 trillion market. So it's well established, it's very deep, and the average price is, I think it's 90 bucks. And so we can kind of forecast that when Glow grows all the way to the size of the entire world, that carbon credits are going to be somewhere around 100 bucks each, and the cost to produce them anywhere from $3 to $25 with high error margins. It's difficult to forecast that far out. But ultimately, it looks like, to me, at a theoretical level, and granted, you never know what happens when you hit the real world, but at a theoretical level, it seems to me like Glow's incentive system is a positive feedback loop all the way through its entire mission, and that Glow, running the cycle that it's already started and continuing the path that it's already on, should be able to scale to solve its mission, which is the end of all dirty electricity on the grid. And hopefully you found this talk insightful. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Okay, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Questions? This is complicated. I've asked David an hour worth of questions. Someone has to have questions. Here we go.
Hi, David. Awesome project. I wanted to ask you about the credit, the carbon credits. Are you using a traditional market Web 2 to sell the credit there, or are you also using a Web 3 special thing? And is there some speculation involved there?
Yeah, so after like a really deep dive on the carbon credit market and looking for the optimal place to get in, I concluded that carbon credit markets are like really a Web 1 phenomenon, and they never really upgraded to Web 2, and so they don't have databases, they have like screenshots of PowerPoints. Like it's 2024 and the situation is that bad. So Glow made the decision to build its own carbon marketplace. It's all on ETH mainnet, it's totally Web 3. Businesses can interface through, there's a nonprofit that handles all the token side. So if you're a business in the Web 2 world or the Web 1 world and you want to buy carbon credits, you can send an invoice, or you can get an invoice from a nonprofit. You can get tax deductions. You don't have to worry about crypto. They'll handle all of it for you. But ultimately, Glow is its completely owned system, and there are a lot of reasons for that. And mostly it's because I just, and other people in the Glow ecosystem just did not have confidence in the legacy carbon credit markets. And I think nobody does really. Even the people running it and spending money on it will agree that it's not in a good shape.
Question.
Thank you. This is very interesting. Yeah, we're doing the same thing in the Netherlands, in fact. So my question is, what kind of standards are you adopting when you generate the carbon credits?
Sure. So the question is, what kind of standards?
Or you're creating standard yourself, for instance?
Yeah. So Glow creates all of its own standards. One of the key architects of the standards is in the room. Over here is Fatima, and so she and other minds in the Glow ecosystem basically built from first principles. Asked, when people buy carbon credits, what do they want? What are ways to defraud that process? And how can we build a system that is both like cost efficient, like what's the cheapest we can verify a carbon credit and verify a solar farm, while also making sure that it's very difficult, expensive, and unlikely for someone to cheat, and also make sure that if someone does successfully cheat, that at some point retroactively they can be caught. And so it's a bespoke system, and I think that actually talks to a bigger point in the carbon credit space, which is that carbon credit verification is super expensive and super difficult because most of the carbon credit industry has tried to make it very general. And when you have like 600 ways to make carbon credits and you're trying to make one overarching standard that covers, and all of these standards are like dealing with physics, right? It's not math, it's like real people in the physical world. I think it's just a super difficult challenge to solve. And so Glow said, we're not gonna try and solve that challenge. We're not gonna try and make a general solution. We're going to do specifically just photovoltaic solar. We'll make a standard, and we can build a first principles standard that can reliably produce carbon credits exactly one way. And for Glow, that's good enough. And as I talked through, I personally believe that can scale to solve roughly 40% of global emissions on just on a single standard.
Just quickly, how many solar farm do you already engage?
29.
Wow.
So 29
Wow.
solar farms have been built from scratch for the Glow protocol.
Okay, cool.
And
Okay,
more
thank
on the way, more every week.
Great. Any other questions? Last question.
Hello, I'd like to understand what is this $810 for what, because as far as I know, REC or AIC in Europe costs around 6-7 euros per megawatt hour, and I'm not able to catch from what this $800 is.
Yeah. So, and I could spend 20 minutes talking about this, but I'll try and condense it down to Glow doesn't measure energy production. And when you focus just on measuring energy production, you end up with these like weird incentives where solar farms that produce electricity value, if you're not carefully routing that electricity value, which REC programs don't, they tell solar farm builders, you get to keep all the electricity revenue for yourself. You end up in this like system where you don't know whether a solar farm was built because the REC was incentivizing it, or whether the solar farm was built because the electricity value made it interesting to a businessman who's looking for profits. And so because of that, people who are buying RECs don't have certainty that the RECs have any quality or any value because they don't know if that solar farm was going to exist anyway. On the GLOW protocol, all of the electricity revenue produced by the solar farm has to go back into the incentive pool. And so you know that the only reason that solar farm exists, at least from a profit perspective, is because they're receiving the carbon credit money. And that actually ends up being like a recursive subsidy where money spent on solar on GLOW turns into a solar farm that produces revenue that turns into a solar farm that produces revenue. And so your dollars in the GLOW ecosystem end up going significantly further than they do if you're buying RECs, and that gives them a much higher value. And so the GLOW ecosystem has been very intentional to look at all of the problems associated with legacy solar climate incentives and solve them and make sure that every dollar spent on the GLOW ecosystem is being pushed as far as possible to do climate change. And I think it's easy to argue that GLOW is much, much better at that than any other solar-based incentive system. And that's why GLOW credits have significantly more value.
Great. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
One more round of applause. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you too.
Welcome again, everybody. Tom Trowbridge, and I'm here with Kyle Samani. Very thrilled to have Kyle. For those of you who may want a little bit of an introduction to Kyle, he is the founder and managing partner of Multicoin Capital. And if you don't know Multicoin Capital, as I've said before, you're probably in the wrong room. Multicoin is a multi-billion-dollar venture firm that has been is focused exclusively on kind of the crypto and blockchain space and has been doing this for many years, both on the venture side and also on the liquid side. So I've known Kyle for many years and was thrilled that he and Multicoin led the Series A for Fluence, and is thrilled to have him here to talk about DePIN because he's been investing in DePIN before it was DePIN. So with that, Kyle, can you maybe start off with talking about some of the early investments you made in companies that kind of weren't DePIN at the time, but have later since become DePIN, and how you think about that?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Oh, yeah, it's working. Hi, my name is Kyle. I'm a co-founder at Multicoin Capital. We were very fortunate to kind of help, I think, create the DePIN space, at least in some extent. And kind of, I think, our first and most notable investment on that front was probably Helium. Aethir, who's the founder of Helium, founded it in 2013. And his vision from day one was to build a global IoT network, smart thermostats, smart mouse traps, smart water sensors if like water's leaking, agriculture, smart parking sensors so if you park, your car can automatically pay, whatever. He wanted a smart IoT world. And he wanted to have IoT radio waves everywhere so that all of these smart devices could work. So that was the vision in 2013. And at the time, the radio technologies just were getting to the point that they thought they could build the base stations or the hotspots at low enough price point and enough scale to eventually do that. So they raised a few rounds of funding from Google Ventures, Kozla Ventures, FirstMark, a few others, and started scaling up enterprise deployments. They had a few thousand deployments in like factories and schools and universities and all kinds of stuff. And their customers by 2016, early 2017, were coming to them saying, hey, this is great. Can you cover the whole city of New Orleans? And they were like, we don't know how to cover the whole city of New Orleans. And Aethir in mid 2017 was ICO, middle of the ICO bubble, and he was like, ICOs are wild, and crypto is cool. He'd always had an early Bitcoiner guy, and he's like, dude, what if we could get random people to set up hotspots and earn some tokens? And so they really had the genesis of the idea. Aethir started reading some of our early blog posts and when Multicoin was very young, and we got kind of connected with him over the course of 2017 and 18. He reached out to us in 2019, and we ultimately led the Series C in Helium and basically as part of that pivoted them from not crypto into crypto, which most of the companies that are non-crypto and then pivot to crypto, 99% like not good. But we understood like the core premise and like the challenge and the opportunity, and it ended up working out. But some of the core insights and opportunities we got from Helium were the importance of risk in these systems. If you're building a wireless network, like a wireless network with 10 nodes is not worth 1/1,000,000th of a wireless network with 10 million nodes. A wireless network with 10 nodes is worth 0 because it's so small that you don't have enough threshold scale that any customer will care. And so this is the fundamental chicken and egg problem for all kinds of physical infrastructure networks, is most people, like if you're Hive Mapper and you have 10 miles of roads mapped, like no one cares. Like come back with 10 million miles and like, now we'll get interested, right? And so the really key thing about Helium is if you're the guy number one who's buying the first hotspot, you are taking on an incredible amount of risk that not enough other people will buy hotspots and deploy hotspots such that eventually it will be a useful network. And so because of that, you should be compensated more in terms of getting more tokens or more equity exposure to the long-term success of the system if you were the first one. And that's really the beauty of these DePIN systems, is every one of them is unique and you can design the algorithm for handing out tokens in different ways, but you want to make sure that you're giving rewards to the people who show up first. And those people, like by definition, if you're the first 100 people buying a Helium hotspot, you care. Like you're there because you believe in the vision. And you want those people to earn a lot of tokens, and you want them to believe, and you want them to go tell all their friends, and they go talk about it on the internet. And this notion of risk and reward really has like been the most important kind of thing we've come to appreciate about these DePIN networks.
That actually reminds me, you may have mentioned this in another comment, but that I think it was you, that having 1,000 people support review is much less valuable, or having 10,000 support is much less valuable than having 100 core, evangelists. And so what you're talking about a little bit is having core evangelists early stage that believe and then are also rewarded. So they're doubly kind of involved in the protocol.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like a common thing, I see as a VC is, pitch decks. Oh, we have 10,000 people in our Discord or in our community or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but like people who buy a hotspot and put it down, like, okay, there's a cash outlay. They spend some time to set up the hotspot. Like that's substantial more commitment. Even for a virtual infrastructure network like Fluence, they're ever required to like go to the GitHub, read some of the documentation, download it, deploy a Linux server, and like run it. Like that's a higher commitment than I'm in the Discord. And so looking for those core community members who care enough to do some amount of work and ideally lay out some cash. It doesn't need to be a huge amount, but like lay out some cash. Those are the people you can depend on.
And so, maybe back up for a second, that you mentioned that community as being a critical part of DePIN, and the definition of DePIN has kind of expanded as everyone is trying to be a DePIN project now. So when you think of DePIN, do you have a particular definition of it, or is it that kind of capital investment that is the kind of core component of it for you?
There's definitely different DePIN models. I described with Helium, the really key thing is about this using tokens to bootstrap a network to achieve threshold scale. And Hive Mapper, like very much is kind of the same thing. Most of the DVINs or the virtual infrastructure networks don't have the same problem to the same degree. If you're scaling like Fluence or IONET or LivePeer, yeah, you need like whatever, 500 GPUs, whatever, some number to get started, but you don't need 5 million to get started. And you can start like getting the service going. So those systems, you want to tune supply and demand to be more close to one another. And Helium, you need to get the supply to 1 million before anyone will care. And so the dynamics because of that are how you think about the token and the early community members. Like those things definitely differ. I think the other kind of interesting vector we've started to think about with DePIN is like, can you use something that feels like DePIN to actually drive behavioral change? And I think the market here that's most relevant would be energy. So like people have been talking about smart grid, like buy and sell from the grid, kind of a thing. There's been like demand response programs for like a while. People have tried to be like, hey, if you opt into our program, and you save $10 a month, we'll give you $5 back, or there's been these kinds of systems. Well, I think a very interesting theory that has not really been explored yet is, can you give people those rewards back, not in cash, but in tokens, and then have those people like say, I'm going to commit to keep on doing this behavioral change so that I can accrue more like long-term equity in the system. So like that's kind of the newest idea that's like, it's built on the core DePIN theory that I think is pretty interesting. So there's different configurations of it for sure.
When you sort of mentioned tokens, and maybe spend a moment on, or longer than a moment, on token economics. And I think that, from discussions I've had with Deepin founders, there's a wide range in terms of the token centrality in the network and how it actually, the growth of the network benefits the token or not. I'm kind of curious how you see that, any architectures that you particularly like or models you particularly like or don't.
Yeah, I mean, I generally like revenue to flow back to token holders. There's different ways to do that. You can do burn and mint. You can do work tokens like staking and stuff. I don't want to give a universal answer because I think there's a lot of things that are use case dependent. But the most important thing is you need to have some of the revenue flowing back to token holders. That way, people can get the upside for their capital outlay or their time outlay up front.
Yeah, that really makes sense. And also, what that also does is it gives you a sense as to success would be correlated with scarcity or with token price theoretically as well, which is not a direct link with a lot of projects.
Yeah, that's right.
You sort of talked about this, you sort of implied this a little bit with the network size, but there are certain industries that are dominated by tech giants for whom I think as a venture capitalist, you'd be very reluctant to fund a competitor. And you think of, not going to necessarily fund a competitor, direct competitor to an Amazon or Google in any of their particular verticals, but DePIN, where you actually get the crowdsource world, sets up a system of incentives that makes you actually potentially a network that could compete. And it's kind of curious if you mentioned the Hive Mapper example as one. Are there other examples where you're never going to fund a direct competitor to Google Maps, but maybe the Hive Mapper model, because it involves a community, is actually a way to do that? And then does that correlate to other projects that you can think of?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of touching on another key part of this, which is risk. And I spoke about risk at the beginning in terms of upside of like, hey, you're guy number 1, you want more upside than guy number 500. But there's also the element of risk in terms of diversification of risk, which is if you wanted to fund a Google Maps competitor and like you wanted to get a bunch of drivers and cars and equipment and whatever, like that's one person is now having to risk all of that, or like, I was saying one person, but like could be multiple VCs, but it's like a handful of small parties who have a lot of cash. Or in the DePIN model, you get a million people to put up a $300 hotspot. It's just like, that's a completely different funding model. And so that's the other great benefit of DePINs is they just naturally diversify risk. And they typically do so in a way that aligns supply with demand in some sense. And that's a really important part of these systems. Is it just makes it easier to go after these markets that were otherwise unfundable. I mean, no one has funded the build out of a new telecom network, like ever. Like all 4 of the major telecoms in the U.S. today are downstream forks off of the original Bell Labs AT&T, which is like Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the fucking telephone. And there's like one course of history that gets you to still the 4, I guess 3 now, because T-Mobile and Sprint merged. And so telecom networks are so capital intensive, it's just impossible to make it work. And this is the first time anyone's even tried, and it's kind of sort of working, and that's awesome to see.
It's very interesting. And those are examples of projects that I think certainly have some traction. And I guess I know you certainly backed Helium. What are examples, or why are reasons you haven't backed projects? Given the growth of the space, you must have turned down dozens and dozens of projects. Anything that you sort of stands out among those that you haven't liked?
Yeah, I mean, I think an area that we've generally stayed away from has been ones that require active engagement from the user. And what I mean by that is, in Helium or Hive Mapper or Fluence, there's a one-time setup, which is like buy the hotspot and plug it in, download the app, takes 5 minutes, whatever. But then you just the hotspot sits there and you don't have to do anything. Say Hive Mapper, you put the thing in your window, set it up, you're done. Fluence, like set up the server runs, you're done. And I'll contrast that against, like, for example, there's a whole bunch of people doing like data labeling stuff for AI now. There's people who've been doing stuff like flying drone, like drone-based kind of like markets or whatever. And my concern with all of those is every time you want to use the network, a human needs to go do something. And maybe in the DePIN model, you can have your cost be lower than in a centralized model, and that like maybe the guy like lives closer to the park where someone wants to fly the drone or whatever, as opposed to you having your employee who's driving like from 45 minutes across town. So like there's some cost savings there, potentially. But like the guy who's going and flying the drone still is taking the time to go fly the drone. And that guy has a cost of his or her time. And maybe they value themselves at $5 an hour, maybe they value themselves at $50 an hour, maybe they value themselves at $500 an hour. I don't know. But like you have an ongoing marginal cost of human labor. And so like you don't gain that structural benefit in quite the same way. So we generally haven't been doing DePINs that require what we call like active engagement. We like the ones that are passive, where it's a one-time setup and then you just chill.
Interesting. That's that certainly grasp that. And that also gets to supply versus demand in customers. And so you mentioned earlier that Helium had to grow. You have to get the supply to a certain level effectively in order for demand to happen at all. Other areas like you can think of Filecoin and others who have grown supply dramatically, and now the demand is the focus. And I know in our conversations you're very focused on customers. So how do you think about supply demand in the DePIN space and adoption of it in different areas?
Yeah, I mean the good token incentives is it's very easy to build up supply. I would say easy, like I don't have to call it super easy, but like easier than building demand, because like you can. There's now a whole cohort of people all over the world in every country who like they know what crypto is, they know what DePIN is, they know what DVIN is, and like they're eager to participate because they're capitalists and they want to make money. And so it's awesome now that like the market has been primed, that those people exist and are looking for new opportunities. And if you structure things correctly and make it easy, you get a token in there, like you can get that out there. Demand is harder, and it's hard to generalize demand just because of how heterogeneous it is, but like Helium is selling a mobile cell phone service to consumers, and that's very different go-to-market than Hive Mapper. Hive Mapper is going to car companies and FedEx and UPS and and like selling enterprise mapping systems, whatever, to those guys. So the go-to-market motions are pretty different. I think a big part of our underwriting process is understanding the team's background as it pertains to that market. And us developing confidence that team can go and tackle that go-to-market. I'll just use Hive Mapper as the example here. Ariel, who's the founder there, Ariel has been working on maps his entire professional career. He was working on Yahoo Maps, MapQuest, like OG, and his whole life is maps. And like I really haven't spent much time thinking about maps in my life, but like this dude, and he knows all the people at Apple and at Google and at Mapbox and like whatever, Niantic, and all of these mapping companies like that we don't think of. And like they all know, all these people know each other, and like he knows all of them. And so we were like, okay, we think this guy is going to be able to make the phone calls and like make those deals happen. And I think on chain, Hive Mapper is doing like $3 or $4 or $5 million in revenue, something like that. All the data is on chain. They haven't announced who the customers are, but like the revenue is transparent. So I feel pretty good that like in those markets you can go get after it. The other thing I can somewhat generalize is, domain-specific knowledge matters in these markets, and the founders we're going to probably put the most behind are going to be the ones where we're like, okay, we know you have that domain-specific knowledge.
You mentioned Ariel and spending his career on maps, and when I spoke to him, it sort of felt like he was primed, like this was the obvious only thing that he could ultimately do, but it required the crypto markets to get to a certain level, like decentralized technology to get to a certain level, hardware like video get to a certain level. So what do you think about the confluence of a variety of these technologies all becoming usable in the last 6 to 24 months that actually enabled this whole sector, which wasn't possible even maybe when you started Multicoin?
Yeah, I mean, Helium, for those that remember, launched its own blockchain in 2019 because they looked at Ethereum and they're like, Ethereum is not going to work for what we want to do. They built their own blockchain, and that came with an extraordinary number of problems, and was a real hindrance for them. They ended up eventually migrating to Solana, I think a year and a half ago. But yeah, the tech just wasn't ready, to your point. Now I think we really do have the requisite pieces in terms of we have blockchain into L2s and Solana and Aptos and Sui and Say and stuff. And we have the capital markets. And we have like the fact that DePIN is now a term and like it's been incepted into like the consciousness of the crypto market. When we were first investing in Helium, we were terrified that no one was going to buy a hotspot because we were like, who's the idiot? The hotspots were $500 at first. They came down in price later. But we were like, who are the idiots who are going to spend $500 to buy like, and like we figured there would be 1,000 people. We weren't really worried about the first 1,000. But like, we were like, who's guy number 14,300 who's going to do this? And like, it ended up working, but like, there was a real risk it wasn't going to work. And that was our single biggest fear. But now that it has worked, it just gives the builders more confidence to go and build, and it gives all the random people in the world more confidence to like go give it a shot too. And so it's like now that we can all see it, like AI, right? Like pre-ChatGPT, everyone's like, oh yeah, whatever. There's a smart bot that can like answer any question. I didn't believe that, and like now we all believe it, right? And so incepting that belief in the people's minds is probably the most important unlock.
And if they had started that hotspot 4 years earlier, it would have cost $1,000 to build.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, in fact, when we were doing our DD on all the hotspots, Amir was their prior generation of hotspots were like $3,000 or $4,000, and there was some breakthrough with some ARM chip that like they could acquire at a price point, and some software-defined radio thing came off some patent that was like from 18 years prior, and he's like, I can ship this thing for the first time now, and I couldn't ship this 1 year ago. And so yeah, just incredible confluence of events.
Super interesting, and I think that's true across multiple Deepin projects. From even WeatherXM is now building its, technology that would probably be difficult to have built 5 years ago. So totally grasp that. What do you think? Taking that to another level in terms of infrastructure, which you mentioned, we now have infrastructure in terms of compute and storage, but a lot of node operators and a lot of crypto projects still use Amazon. Do you think that shifts to be fully, or use, let's say, the cloud? Do you think that shifts off the cloud at some point where it becomes default to be decentralized across the full stack? Does it happen soon? Does it happen, how do you sort of see that kind of L1 to other protocols using decentralized kind of options instead of the cloud?
The transition there will be a general transition away from cloud services towards decentralized ones that will take a long time, 5 to 10 more years. The hardest thing to decentralize is the state of these systems. And like we have asset ledgers now, like Ethereum and Solana and stuff, but like those just handle payments or they handle money movements. But like if you're doing WeatherXM or you're doing HiveMapper, like HiveMapper today, all of the images go to Amazon. And that's where they do all of the post-processing and all that shit. And like they would like to use some decentralized alternatives, but like they're not ready for what they want. And I think the HiveMapper team will decentralize the stack as they can, but the tools just haven't been ready. There's obviously a whole bunch of people in this room and around the world who are doing compute stuff and AI stuff and GPUs and storage, and we've got Ceramic and Tableland and Filecoin and all the, so like all of these pieces continue to evolve, to get to that point. But each of those is going to be like its own independent function to get there. The hardest, I think, will be like persistent state at scale, but we'll see. I'm generally more optimistic in unbundling bandwidth and compute use cases than I am state.
Fair enough. Related, another kind of hot area is real-world assets. So how do you think about, is there a confluence or a relationship between DePIN and RWAs?
Depends on how you define RWAs, but actually, yeah, there's one example I can think of. We announced an investment a few months ago in a company called Baxis. They're a whiskey marketplace. It's like StockX or GOAT for whiskey. Turns out there wasn't a marketplace for whiskey collecting prior. They're like the first ones who were really going at it. And we asked them, we're like, hey Todd, like, why do you want a token? And he had a bunch of ideas, but the one that is relevant to DePIN that is unintuitive is, for their marketplace to work, they want pricing data on bottles being sold. And obviously with whiskey, there's whiskey bottles everywhere. There's some in stores, there's in H-E-B and Walmart, there's some in a custom liquor store. There's Sotheby's and what's the other auction house? Christie's, and like smaller auction houses, right? Whatever. So like whiskey is transacting in all kinds of places all over the world. And they want transaction data of which bottle is clearing at what price, when and where. And so they have I don't know if it's live yet, but they're planning a mechanism where if you report a price of a whiskey transaction somewhere, they'll give you some tokens because they want to aggregate all of that pricing data. And I was like, it's DePIN-esque, right, in terms of how it works. And I was like, I love that because like then that guy who's reporting the price is now going to almost certainly come look at Baxis next time they're either buying or selling. And so it's a great way to like engender loyalty from those people. You're making the service better. And so that's probably been the coolest intersection of DePIN and RWA I've seen.
Definitely not something I was thinking about.
Not something we thought about either, but it's pretty cool.
And what about we had a panel earlier talking about AI and DePIN, or AI and compute. How do you think about AI entering this space, or how you kind of seeing it overlap with any of the investments either in DePIN or others you're making?
Yeah, I mean probably the single most crowded DePIN category today would be GPU marketplaces for focused on AI. And we're investors in a couple of those, Render and IO. So it's obvious, AI's hot, makes sense to go after it. A lot of questions around it, but I think the one that I'd say I'm most optimistic about is I think that the models will evolve over time. Well, sorry. I think that demand for compute is like far in excess of supply, and I think this will be true because like what AI is doing is we're moving from the traditionally deterministic computing to non-deterministic computing, and non-deterministic computing is just like way more compute power required. And if we're going to apply non-deterministic reasoning to effectively every facet of computation, then that would imply that the entire silicon fab chain was built around deterministic computing and not non-deterministic computing. And so, and the lag time on building fabs is like 5 years and billions of dollars. So my theory is that we'll have a structural shortage of silicon for like at least 5-6 years as all of these use cases ramp up. And if that continues to be the case, then I think the models, instead of everyone saying, okay, can the hardware support the models, the model developers will turn around and say, we know what the hardware constraints are, we're going to tweak the models to fit the hardware. And I mean, generally people are playing with smaller models, and like, there's the 7 billion models that run on phones and stuff now. But I think there's going to be a whole class of models that are optimized for like consumer grade GPUs, 3080s and 4080s and stuff. And I think that will become a pretty large part of what will power inference workloads for all kinds of applications in a few years.
So does that then give an advantage to the groups, the parties that already have access to these GPUs now? They then have the advantage because they have a larger piece of what is effectively, for some period of time, a semi-fixed pie?
Potentially. I mean, I think the core weaves of the world are in a more tenuous position. I don't know what the distribution is of, just look at NVIDIA production between how many server-side chips they make versus consumer. My guess is the consumer numbers are much larger in terms of quantity of chips. And so I'm generally optimistic that like if we can tap into that, there's a big market there. I think you'll be able to within a few years use your Xbox or your iPhone to also like make money from these systems. I think it's just inevitable that we're going to move in that direction. You
mentioned the crowded space in terms of GPUs. How do you think about, I mean, I think we've talked about this, but talk for a moment about also the growth of non-GPU, serverless as a segment, and the traditional sort of boring CPU market, but that is still pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, the fundamental thing of crypto is like we have this open public infrastructure. We think mostly about blockchains in that context, but like we have Filecoin now, and we've got teams like Fluence focused on compute. And the hope is that with something like Fluence, you can just throw a function call in the air and just give it some data input, and you don't care who's going to run the workload. You may want to specify some parameters in terms of trust or something else, but like You just throw a call in the air, and someone will catch it and run with it. And that's always kind of struck me as like, should exist. Mark Andreessen, kind of like with this startup called Ning, which he did after Netscape, like that's what they were trying to do. And it was kind of like a predecessor to AWS. And so like this idea has been floating around for like 30 years of just like having the magical thing in the sky, and you don't know who it is or where it is, and you just throw up a function call and it executes. And like crypto, I think is able to fulfill that vision, both in terms of payment workflows and in terms of all of the right kind of auth and cryptographic infrastructure and everything. So hopefully teams like Fluence can kind of like unlock that market.
And the security component too, which is super important. A couple questions left here, but one is, if you think back to Web 2, you had early projects like MySpace and Yahoo, which have gone by the wayside, obviously, and been outcompeted. And you have projects that were also day one projects like, almost like an Amazon or an eBay that are with us today and have gathered those economies of scale. If you look at DePIN in particular, or even crypto overall, how do you think about that Gen 1 versus Gen 2 model? Do you do the same analogy where you've got some Gen 1s that survive and some Gen 2s that outcompete in certain areas? How do you think about those kind of mistakes that kind of can be made, and new technology, new advances, new crypto economics can outcompete the Gen 1s?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think if you look at the Web 1 guys who fell by the wayside, Yahoo and AOL, I mean, I think fundamentally their problems were like they just picked the wrong strategies. Yahoo was a media company that like tried to be a tech company, and they just never were able to assemble the right strategy. And I don't even appreciate all the errors AOL made, but it was just like, I mean, sometimes you could say they tried to do too many things and they didn't focus. So my general word of advice to DePIN teams would be focus.
Fair enough. And then for, I guess, people, what would you say for people trying to understand the DePIN space? So for a lot of people here, I think, understand it well. Some are early in it. Are there resources you'd point to? I know there's things you guys have written about it. What would you steer people to kind of give overviews of the sector to kind of get people more familiar with it?
Yeah, we have probably 5 or 6 pieces on our blog that talk about DePIN. We have some videos from the Multicoin summits in the past as well. They're all online and free. Other funds as well have written good DePIN overviews, so you should check those out. And then probably as like a more neutral resource, I think the Masari guys have probably done the most DePIN coverage. So Masari, just go on Masari and type in DePIN, and there's going to be a ton of stuff there.
Terrific. And then last question. This is sort of the audience pleaser, but how big do you see DePIN getting as a sector? I mean, there's debates with now whether the market caps are 10, 20 billion. I'm not really sure, but given the projects you're invested in, what you see out there, how do you see this sector scaling?
Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest DePIN market in absolute spend is telecom. There are actually very few markets in the world larger than telecom. You just assume on average that $20 per person per month times 8 billion people. That's like just an extraordinarily large number. So that's probably the largest one to go after in terms of sheer dollars. I guess the next one would be like energy, consumer energy. Obviously, these markets are very fragmented and tons of local differences between countries, but those are probably the 2 largest in terms of sheer dollar scale, and those obviously are like super, super big.
And so those as subsectors of DePIN, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And there is an energy DePIN panel coming up also for you guys to know in 2 panels from now.
All right, well, let's tune in.
But I think we've reached time, unfortunately. So I want to give a big round of applause to Kyle. Thank you for joining.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks for having us. We're going to, just to give you guys the lay of the land, we're going to start off with brief introductions from the panel, just kind of name, rank, and serial number kind of thing. I've got some questions that I'm going to walk the panel through, but I am going to try and save some time for you guys to get your questions answered. So I think we got about 30 minutes, so maybe it's 20 minutes of my questions, and then I'll reserve 10 for you. So bear that in mind. Really excited about this panel. Really excited to have all you guys up here, some of whom I've only met virtually, and it's good to see them in the flesh. And I think one thing I'd start with is, this is such a broad space, and Tom was sort of talking about that in the prior session. There are so many projects that get described as Deepin, but I realize I'm also skipping over the intro, so let me back up a little bit. So real quick, I'm Rob from Blockchain Ventures. I'm a general partner there. We've done about a dozen, I think, I haven't counted recently, but about a dozen Deepin investments, and that ranges from everything from Fluence to Filecoin to Silencio, so kind of a broad swath across the Deepin space. Right, Anna?
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna. I'm from DCG. I'm looking into early stage investment, pre-seed, seed, and we definitely share a couple of portfolio companies, I think, with everyone here, and looking forward to this panel today.
Hey guys, my name is Jasper de Mare. I'm the head of research at Outlier Ventures. For those who don't know us, we're a Web3 accelerator. We've been very active in the Deepin space currently, also collaboration with Borderless Capital. Yeah, very excited about what's currently happening.
Yeah, hi everyone. Nice to see a lot of people from the Deepin community here. So I'm with Borderless Capital. We've been investing in the, what was considered, maybe not considered Deepin back then, since about 2019. So we're investors in Peak, Render, when it was called Otoy, Helium, and we launched the first Deepin fund, anchored by Telefonica, Jump, OKX, and others in 2021. Made over about 35 or so investments in the space, and yeah, excited to be here on the panel. Great.
Hey guys, it's great to meet everybody. I am not at Witness Chain. I'm the founder of an early stage Deepin firm called Escape Velocity. And we do early stage investing, pre-seed, seed, also have a liquid token fund now. And we also build a lot of public infrastructure in the space to try to help founders kind of get to the network community fit and then product market fit level.
Awesome. So we've got some good overlap, but not too much overlap. So I think we'll get some different perspectives. So the first question, and Jasper, I'm going to have you go last because I'm going to change it a little bit when I ask you the first question. But Manish, maybe we'll start with you. And then I'm going to walk it across the panel, which is, there is such diversity to Deepin, right? So they're all unified by this general term of decentralized physical infrastructure. But are there particular attributes within that appeal to you when you're looking to make investments? Are there certain aspects of Deepin that are more appealing than not, or attributes of teams, or whatever?
Absolutely. There's so many, and I'm sure they'll all get hit. I'm going to focus on a couple for now, one that Kyle sort of talked about a little bit, which is this idea of extremely motivated communities that are willing to go the extra mile to actually do something. It's one thing to have 10,000 people in a Discord, but if someone is actually doing the work to deploy the infrastructure and making it work in a way that is useful and managing it over a couple of months, that's an amazing indication that whatever product the Deepin network is trying to build is something that's going to get a lot of engagement. So something that we really look for when we're investing in early stage Deepin projects is a relationship between the deployer and what it is that he's deploying that we think will stand the test of time and lead to him talking about it, leading to these kinds of things going viral, because a big part of how these Deepin networks end up getting built at the end of the day is viral supply-side growth and word of mouth that comes from the deployers themselves becoming core marketers of the project.
Great, so kind of evangelism. Alpin, how about for you and Borderless?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that Deepin doesn't really explain a whole lot about these networks, and it's kind of like you had to settle on some word. So, I mean, the way we think about it is a couple of different things. So one of the things that we started to kind of circulate is this differentiation between bespoke and commodity Deepin. What I mean by that is there are companies that are customizing hardware like WeatherXM or Helium, GeodeNet, and others that are trying to basically gather precise information about the world, let's say, and they're having people deploy those things, right? They have to purchase those devices, they have to find the supply chains for those, etc. They can potentially be high value add businesses because the data that they're producing is important, it's valued, and there's markets for those. The other side on the commodity side is that what we're also realizing is because of that friction of having to deploy devices, acquire them, manage the supply chain, there's the potential to use ubiquitous hardware like phones, laptops, servers, and others to also, either whether it's collect data or it's to do other things, to have other kinds of activity. So we're seeing more networks that are leveraging, commodity devices. A couple examples are Silencio that collects, sound data, Ambient, which is collecting location data and also environmental data, Grass, Natix, which is kind of like collecting information about what's happening on the streets, but they're using a phone instead of customized hardware, et cetera. So I mean, that's one way in which we differentiate the ways people are utilizing devices at scale. And then I think the other piece is like, there are things that we're trying to collect about the world, right? Whether it's like location information, like Wingbits is now growing tremendously. It's one of the companies that we're really excited about collecting flight data. And then there's data about yourself, right? And we're really excited about a company called Kudus with it's basically a decentralized Aura ring. And it's basically information about your health or your activity. You want to keep it private. You also want to be rewarded for any of the data that's being monetized. And I think so there's different types of data. There's different markets for that data. And that's how we started to look at differentiation in the space.
Okay, awesome. So Manish talked about the power of the community to evangelize a market. Alpin talked about both the different models where you can be using extent infrastructure that already exists in the space, like a cell phone that people may already have in the case of Natix, or in the case of WeatherXM, who's right here in the second row, a really interesting model of distributing actually unique devices to gather the data. It's always tough when you've already had a couple people answer.
I have one in mind.
Okay, awesome. So take it away.
Especially that we are looking into pre-seed seed, the founding team. I think it's, especially in Deepin, it's very important that on the one hand, you have founders that understand and have deep domain knowledge in that market. But on the other hand, what we see in with a lot of teams, that they don't have people who understand crypto, right? You have to understand community building. You have to understand DeFi as well, right? For DEX liquidity, market makers, and that's something which is, like, we haven't seen too many teams that have both, that they are so complementary. So I think that's a very important point to mention here.
I love that notion of you can't just have a team that just knows the Web3, but they actually have to understand the domain that they're looking to do their market in, which certainly is the case of WeatherXM, and I think Silencio just walked into the room, and anyway, there are other here. All right, Jasper, I said I was going to go to you last, and this might be an unfair question, but Outlier, I think you just finished, like within a month or so, of selecting a Deepin-focused Basecamp. That's right, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys must have been swamped with projects. How did you filter that? Like, how did you guys figure out the ones that got to join?
Exactly. It's been a super interesting process because once opening the funnel, we have loads of different applications, and it's a very good mapping exercise of what is actually happening in the space. A core observation we saw is if you look at Deepin 5 years ago and you look at Deepin today, initially it was very much about digital infrastructure, your Heliums, your decentralized compute, decentralized storage. That was the initial wave, and now increasingly we're seeing the movement in towards what we call like these data networks, right? So we're moving into a paradigm where people are recognizing that real-time, geographically important data is becoming very valuable, especially like when you can push them into AI models, which obviously everyone is all over about. So the movement there of that trend was a very interesting observation, and then we need to take a stance on this as well. Is like, is this mature enough in case you are able to harvest all of this data? Does it have economic value? What is the total addressable market? Who would you potentially push this to? How close is the business model to monetizing that data? How is it? How important is it? So these are all, I would say, like intrinsic things we would look at. Obviously, also the founders are very important. What's their background? Because I think personally, I also believe that Web3 itself is not necessarily an industry. It is a technology layer which is diffusing across society rapidly and is having an impact on different pockets. In this case, physical infrastructure. Yeah. So that's the internal thing. And then externally, like obviously, we need to make an assessment as well as how much impact as an accelerator can we have on these teams. Because that's ultimately what we want to do. We want, during the 12-week program, we want to be able to move the needle around the tech stack, go-to-market, potential token launches, which is very important with Deepin, obviously being underpinned by Web3. So these are all assessments we do. So one is very much what is the business model, and the second is how much can we actually move the needle.
Super interesting, because it sounds like you want teams that have done a really good job identifying where they want to go and what they want to be, but you don't want them to be too good, because you still want to be able to help them with things like go-to-market and all that. So I love that. So you mentioned token, and I think it wouldn't be anything touching Web3, and particularly with a bunch of VC, if we didn't talk about tokens. I think what's kind of interesting and what struck me about Deepin is that whereas a lot of Web3 is often the supply side almost over-indexes, right? So you can have a lot of supply and not yet have the demand, and the token can kind of help you kind of bridge that. Deepin, that's not always the case. Like, we're seeing markets in balance in some cases, and I think, at the risk of sounding heretical, you might almost not need a token. It doesn't need to be token incentivized, because there are actually people willing to pay for the supply. But I recognize that's not always the case. At the risk of opening a massive can of worms, are there things that you guys think are particularly key in the tokenomics or the token plan or the token deployment around Deepin projects? And I'm okay if you say, we don't have an hour, so I'm not going to even answer. But if there are things you guys observed, and maybe just Jasper, I'll pick on you since you brought it up first. How do you guys, when you mentioned, like, we want to find something where the token works, what does that entail from Outlier's perspective?
Yeah, I think Deepin is a very interesting one. If you look at all different pockets, like you have your RWA, you have AI, Deepin sits in that as well. I would argue that it's a business model which is almost defined by its utility token. It's such a pivotal thing within the entire ecosystem from a game tier perspective, an incentivization perspective. So I would say, like, tokenomics are quite different than last cycle, I'd say. We see like high FDV, low floats type of launches now with like around 10% of free float. A big mechanic we're seeing as well as these token sales, which I think, Oracle sales, node sales, which I think is hugely helpful at raising the initial capital to truly like kickstart the network effect, which is very much needed potentially for production of your hardware, getting the cost curves down there. So it's changing quite a bit. We have an in-house token engineering team as well. We run a lot of models on these, but it's still like, I think ultimately we'll go to a very elegant solution, I think, with a high degree of tailorability in terms of tokenomics. And I feel like that's the transition that's currently being made.
Okay. And Manish, you talked about the importance of the community to help drive it. Is a token almost a necessity, or are people willing to evangelize even when there isn't a token behind it?
It's an interesting question. I think at the end of the day, one of the amazing things about Deepin is it's community-powered infrastructure that anybody can improve. Like, it's really an inclusive technology at the end of the day that opens sort of opportunities for tons of people. One of the really interesting aspects of the token, I think, that doesn't get considered enough is how it represents ownership. Which is, at the end of the day, one of the superpowers of this space is you can build these businesses with random people you never met before and have them do the right things in order to give you what you need to build your protocol. Ownership is such an important aspect in creating a collaborative paradigm that will scale over time. Because, you could obviously, for some of these telecom networks, pay people dollars, stable coins. But at the end of the day, to the point that I was making earlier about community, it's not just the deployment of the device that's kind of what drives the value proposition of communities towards Deepin. It's how they engage with the ideas in the aftermath, how do they evangelize, how they bring other people into the ecosystem. So a really underrated aspect of the token, in my opinion, is the fact that it represents a primitive of ownership.
I love that.
And in the traditional world, the fact is we've had 100 years of corporations that employ hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people for wage labor. This is a paradigm whereby today you can do a bunch of different things independently, accrue ownership, feel like you're valued by the community, but also have the benefit of liquidity on the other side if you need it. So the ownership primitive of working together with other people and all being paid in a certain way that will accrue more and more value if you keep doing the right things is something that I think is really underrated about the way these businesses are built.
I love that, because I think to some degree that was such a founding principle of blockchain, and for a lot of different reasons, meme coins, what have you, we may have kind of lost sight of that. So I'm really glad you brought that up. Alpin, I know you wanted to get in on the token front. So.
Yeah, appreciate it. So I think it gets also to the category itself, which is that when we think about what is it that's disruptive about this technology, I think one of the highly rated, high priority kind of innovations is stable coins, right, in the blockchain space. It's the ability to take payments and put them on chain, make them operational 365, 24 hours a day. We have not seen stable coins necessarily break out and disrupt, the payments industry. I think a lot of us who are in the VC space expect it to at some point, but there are a lot of regulatory aspects to it that need to be defined still. When I think about other innovation that is at that level, I think about DePIN, right? Which is that you're trying to take a different model to disrupt something that or industries that we're already aware of, whether it's in the telecoms industry, in the mapping industry, in data collection for environmental data, et cetera. And I think that that's why I think it's so compelling to think about this category as much larger than just one category amongst other within Web3 crypto, because the disruptive potential is so massive that it requires a lot more attention, a lot more capital. As far as the importance of tokens, I think one of them is that there is this bootstrapping problem, right? The cold start problem, which tokens can help incentivize, which is that they get people to have or feeling and some potential represent or at the beginning stages. I think the other part of it, which is really crucial, is embedding financial operations in these networks, right? And not having it as a secondary layer that's tagged on.
Unbundle that a little more. What do you mean by embedding the financial operations in it?
Yeah, so basically transactions that are happening in a communication network like Helium, right? To the extent that they operate via tokens and there's things that are being automated, there isn't like some third party, there isn't some other externality that you have to deal with in order to ensure that people are getting paid in the right way, or that you can automate transactions, for instance, between machines that are transacting data, and not having that as being an external consideration, but having that as embedded in the way that the networks operate is, I think, the biggest differentiator of, let's say, a Helium network or a WeatherXM network or another type of network versus the traditional methods where all the communication happens and then payments and everything else is treated as this secondary layer.
So it's not just, and this is something you brought up earlier, it's not just that the CapEx structure in a Deepin network is superior, but there's also OpEx advantages because you're not having to have as much. Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily, and I think I would be really cautious about saying the Deepin network or the Deepin model is superior, right? I think that this is where I think
you're on the wrong panel if you want to say that.
I think that one of the things you said, at the beginning of this set of questions was, does it need a token? Aren't there models or aren't there problems that don't need to be solved with a token, et cetera? I think that is crucial, right? So as a VC, that is like one of the first gateway questions is that do we really want to invest in a company that is basically taking something that could be solved without a token and basically trying to wrap it as a crypto project, right? And I think there are lots of challenges with launching a Deepin project. A lot of things have to line up, and whether it comes to the founding team's expertise and their understanding of Web3 and the domain that they're working in, there's a long haul. I mean, anyone who's been in the sector since 2019 or so has seen great speculative growth and then a lot of difficulty and challenges. So I think the point is there are things about these networks that I think at the end of the day we expect to power the next decades of innovation and infrastructure more broadly. So when I look at Deepin, I think about infrastructure.
Can I put words in your mouth? And then I'm going to transition to Anna. Are you sort of saying the business has to work whether there's a token or not? And the token can be an accelerant. It can be a key to kind of some of the points Manish was making. It can be a key way to get over, say, the cold start problem. But at the end of the day, there has to be a real business there, and the token supports it versus, I think, again, not to keep picking on meme coins, but it's almost the inverse there, where you're trying to come up with a story as to why there might be value. Am I getting it right?
So I think that we need to have a mature understanding of how these both interoperate. The token part of it is extremely important because it's how it's an underlying kind of primitive of these networks, whether it has to do with ownership or how value is moving across it. At the same time, this isn't a typical crypto, quote-unquote, crypto project.
Totally. Okay, I get it. So and I love this point, because I think what we have seen sometimes, and VC are often the perpetuators of this, is that we'll get distracted by the token and the tokenomics and lose sight of the business. And if you're actually trying to build a proper DePIN with supply and demand, there's a problem there. All right.
I just wanted to add one point here, which might be obvious by this time, but unfortunately it's not, that many of these funding teams we talk with, especially pre-seed C stage, the incentive alignments are still too short-termist. So they are not like, they are sending us like the vesting schedule, how they think about it. And we would love to see like founders, like you were talking about, it will take decades, right? So we want to see like that they are planned not just for the next 4 to 6 years, but way longer. And we have seen many projects failing. They did liquidity events before finding product market fit. So we really encourage founders, like to think long-term, longer vesting schedules, and don't launch token too early. So I think that's one of the points that I would definitely watch out when it comes to tokenomics. And besides that, there are like a lot of aspects that we are looking into. I'm not like a tokenomics expert, but I think what we are seeing now also when it comes to emission schedules, for instance, that there shouldn't be like a hardcore formula, but founders should like keep iterating at every month, look at the demand, look at the price, and then keep adjusting that. So that's also another aspect that I would add here. And overall, again, like we are building for the decades, even like those projects that are now like LivePeer, Akash, and all these guys, they have been building it for 7 years, right? And they are just still now like getting tractions and taking off. So we need to think long term, and that's something that we are mostly looking for besides the founding team, and we are looking at DePIN projects.
Really, really great point. Okay, I promised I'd save some time for you guys. I'm going to ask a speed round for the 4 of you, which is, sort of helium gets mentioned every time there's a conversation about DePIN, right? And deservedly so. They're sort of one of the granddaddies in the space. But what's a project that you like or have found interesting that maybe is less well known, and share it with the audience? And you don't have to just pick. I'll start with you this time.
Should I share a portfolio company?
You can. It doesn't have to be, but it can be anything.
I can share one, because I think almost everyone on this panel shares that portfolio company. It's Natix. I think you mentioned earlier, and we are really excited about them because on the one hand, they don't require hardware, right? So there is like a low barrier to entry. They're collecting real-time data compared to static data. So it's going to be huge for autonomous driving. And there, again, like we talk a lot about, data labeling, like the whole data AI piece. And there we see a lot of potential. So I think this is like one of the projects that currently we are most excited about.
As a fellow portfolio company,
you're welcome.
I love it. How about from your perspective?
Yeah, there's loads to pick from. I think one that I'm very excited about, they're actually outside, is Exabytes. Decentralized compute. What attracts me is, and we worked with the founders last year during our Filecoin program, is their deep expertise within the pocket they're trying to disrupt, right? So deep expertise within data centers, very good connection, they're US-based. I think, again, they can pick up the phone to a lot of people, get stuff moving, and I think that's very important, right? Because infrastructure has historically been extremely centralized, so it's a very tight-knit community. Having ins into that space to disrupt it, I think is very valuable. So,
that's great. Yeah. Alpin?
Sure, yeah, I think I'll bring back the one that I was talking about at the beginning, which is Kudus Ring. I think there's a lot of ways that this type of model could be extremely scalable, where you have the small device that a lot of people now have on them. It's a wearable device. And there's a lot of aspects around innovation in crypto, around privacy preservation, around value transfer, data transfer, that make a lot of sense in a model like this. And I can see this whole category expanding into other types of devices. But I think health, as I mentioned before, there are different data types. And when we talk about data about yourself, with health data in particular, I think that's an area where I think DePIN could be extremely, extremely valuable. And I think that it's something that we're very interested in right now.
Great. Manish?
Maybe not a core DePIN idea. One of the things I'm very excited about is sort of the Web 2 to Web 3 transition of companies like Uber and such that relied on supplier networks but maybe extract value from them, not necessarily paying those suppliers the right way. We're really excited about a lot of those companies coming to Web3. But the protocol that's interesting in pushing a lot of this forward is called Opacity. It's a zk-TLS platform that makes it very easy for any Web3 application launching to be able to allow Web2 power users to privately verify that they are power users. Very simple platform at the end of the day. It makes it easy for, if you're an Uber user, to bring your Uber rating and history on chain. And then when you have companies like Teleport that launch and such that are driving decentralized Uber type models, you can then target those users in a way that you never could before. You know, one of the things about DePIN that always makes me worried is, you know, you're paying out tokens, you're incentivizing huge amounts of supply. There's not always a ton of thought into how that supply is incentivized. And I think protocols like Opacity that make it more and more easy for users to signal that they are high value themselves will then make it a lot easier for the Web 2 to Web 3 transitions to go after the highest value users in the early days and build really sustainable models.
Awesome. And just because Kyle picked on them indirectly in the last panel, Spexy, which is a drone data company, once you see the data and how much better it is than satellite, and the fact that it's a fraction of the cost, you can get it much more frequently, which matters if you want time series of data. And there are, yes, he's right, there is a human that needs to do something, which is actually have a drone take off. But they have had no problem. There's an absurd number of drones out there that people have nothing to do with. So they're actually really excited to have an excuse. OK, questions from the audience. And Tom's got a mic, but he also has a brace on. So if he doesn't get to you, I'll just repeat the question. But fire away. We got one right. Oh, yeah, go ahead. And then Tom, there's one over here. Right.
As we get more and more DePIN kind of competing for the same pool of resources often, for example, in the context of Min, you have like a bunch of protocols all looking for the same pool of GPUs. How are you thinking about the entire space being competitive with AWS and the other folks that are actually competing for the global pool of resources rather than a few enthusiasts in the context of DePIN?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly people who've declared that DePIN just means GPUs, and I don't think any of us mentioned that at all. And so I don't know if any. Go ahead, Alpin.
Yeah, I mean, a project that we're really excited about is basically it's called Mawari, and they use edge computing, edge computation to improve XR, so augmented reality, virtual reality experiences and applications. And I think that's where we see the ability to leverage the conceptual thinking of DePIN with computation when it comes to rendering things, etc. When it comes to like hardcore compute, right? I think there's many limitations of decentralizing the architecture, because it's not just about the compute resource, it's about the communication that happens between compute resources that needs to be, that's not only does it require a lot of concentration, of spatial concentration for having all those devices in the same place because you need to communicate really quickly. But there's a lot of problems inherent in those systems that need to be constantly maintained. Those wires are constantly breaking. So being able to do that at scale globally is actually quite challenging. So, I mean, obviously in short, like we see a lot of limitations, but we do see opportunities on how to do this in a way that makes sense.
So a focused solution that can handle, because it's focused, the orchestration problem isn't, yeah, no, that's a great answer. Mawari is a perfect example.
So I was also at the Web3 like AI event yesterday, and I know like there are some like startups now, they are trying to like, for example, like tackle censorship or like bias model problems in the Web2 world. So they're trying to solve that like in a like blockchain plus like AI kind of strategies. So I'm kind of like curious. So like DePIN's like so for example, like do you have like a future also like into the AI area, or like how do you want to compete like with other like Web3 AI startups? Like they want to like they.
Jasper, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, we look a lot at AI, obviously, and the intersection with blockchain. We've been doing so for the past 5 years. And I think there's definitely going to be a very strong overlap between what we're seeing in AI and in DePIN. The very obvious one is on the infrastructure side. Obviously, like the decentralized GPU storage, all the facilities there, and then the connectivity. That's, I think, the very obvious one. If you look on the front end, something I believe is increasingly coming up is the ability to imagine if all the services we have today in Deepin are open used by everyone and not only the power users. The complexity you need to deal with in terms of a decision making is extremely difficult as an average user. Imagine you have 10 different Deepin protocols which you use on a monthly basis. You have price volatility. You need to make sure your wallet is loaded up with different type of tokens. So some of the initiatives we're seeing there is agentic systems automating very simple decision-making processes. So a lot of it there is really leveraging on the front end your agentic systems which are coming online now on layers like ICP, which are helping people in an area where we're actually hyper-financializing a lot of things, right? We're hyper-financializing a lot of decision-making, where previously you were just paying a monthly flat fee. All of a sudden, there's increased complexity. So the abstraction of that complexity, I think, will be done a lot by AI. I think that's where it's coming into play.
All right, we probably have time for, I think, one more, and this is our row, our magic row here.
Hi, I'm Mate. I'm thinking like about the Deepin like outside of the Earth and the stuff in the hardware. Like in the future, I think we'll have like hardware like not on the ground, and there will be like much more hardware like which actually could be like launched and never touched again. And what do you think like could be like hard coordination problems like for this hardware when you actually launched from some space vehicle, and you cannot like change it, restart it, or something like that?
Right, because the solar panels can power it, and the cooling thing's what's the problem when you're surrounded by zero temperature space. Is that part of it? And so the question is, do we agree with that thesis, or?
No, I'm curious. Like, what do you think like could be the coordination problems in the space?
Oh, is that might be too specific? You know, we're just venture capitalists. You know, we just hand out checks, but.
I just share a project that doesn't require hardware, so.
maybe too.
It goes back a little bit to, I think, Alpen's point around like the maintenance of the hardware as well, which is just thinking about it for a quick second, it's very difficult, right? And again, like I think your hardware becomes even more distributed from a geographical space, so latency issues, all that stuff, I think, just becomes quite painful, I think. But it's an interesting mental exercise.
All right, so let's give a round of applause for the panel.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. Great. We are not doing a coffee break. We're going straight to the next panel for those paying attention to the schedule. And we're straight to the next keynote, actually, sorry, by Manos, who's going to be talking about the Global Weather Network. This is WeatherXM. And WeatherXM allows basically crowdsourcing of weather data to be more specific and more accurate. So a round of applause for Manos, who is taking the stage now. All right, let's go. Sorry. I think the investors are pulling people out. That's the issue, it's not the coffee, it's the investors.
Everyone, this is a couple of tweets from yesterday. There was a sudden storm, and people were complaining about the weather. This is Vitalik flying to a conference, and it's always the case, I think, weather forecasts are always inaccurate. I mean, companies are trying to do their best, and we are one of them, but that's a normal thing. Yet, there's a lot of people that are surprised by this. And we got it right yesterday. Maybe it was luck, but we happen to have a few weather stations here in Brussels, and we had this weird forecast yesterday in the morning when I took the screenshots. So sunshine, 30 degrees, super hot at 2 o'clock, and then rain 2 hours later. And this is exactly what happened. So the middle screenshot is the forecast. The one to the right is what happened in reality, because we have the weather stations and we can see this, and that's how we improve the forecast. And basically that's what our project is about. We utilize a dense network of community-powered weather stations to provide more accurate weather services for the customer's exact location, because that's where we put the weather stations, or the customers put them themselves. And so in this shape and form, we exist 2 years, but the project goes way, way back in time. We've been in this space for more than 10 years. So as a Deepin project, in the last 2 years, we managed to deploy more than 5,500 weather stations all around the world, 80 countries and more. You can see live data, live weather station data, and all the data around them on our Explorer. And essentially, we've built a new economic model for rolling out weather infrastructure. So it starts very simple. Weather station owners, operators are rewarded in our WXM token for their data contribution. And then customers that need the data, need the services that are built on top of this data, they have to pay brokers in the middle or go straight to the association, to the network, and get the raw data, and they have to pay in some shape or form money that converts into our native token, and that's how our economy works. To support this economy, we had to build our own hardware. I have one over there. I forgot to bring it here, but you can check it out afterwards. And so we have a few different types of weather stations that they are energy and communication autonomous to the extent possible. So they don't require any cables, solar powered. They use Wi-Fi or cellular or helium, which is mentioned quite a few times in the, today, which is a LoRaWAN wireless network, the Helium IoT, not the Helium Mobile, the original Helium. So the reason why we had to do the hardware ourselves is to add some secure elements in the hardware so we can make sure that nobody can cheat the system, because obviously as soon as you put rewards into a project like this, everybody will try to find ways to take the rewards without doing the work. And these are some photos from our community. There are hundreds, thousands of photos in our Discord server. And these are some rural deployments, very good ones. And these are some house deployments. These guys have put a lot of effort to deploy the stations like this. And these are some crappy ones. I mean, you cannot avoid those, obviously. But having a crypto incentive reward mechanism is really powerful. And so these are some screenshots from our mobile app, and this is one weather station that is out of battery and is losing rewards because it's not sending data all the time, because during the night some of the energy that it's collected from the solar panel is not enough to make this particular station work. The batteries are empty, so basically it's losing rewards. So this is how we manage to improve the quality of data, the quality of the network, and we're in a position that we are super proud that more than 80% of the devices in our network are in perfect condition. And we can detect all the problems by looking at the data, by analyzing the data, and that's how we create the penalties basically on the reward system so people don't get those rewards. And I mean, this is great, and in many ways, the networks that the governments are deploying out there, they are in a worse shape than what we are. This map is from the World Meteorological Organization, and it shows two things. One, that there's a lot of stations that don't have a high quality of data, so they don't transmit data so often. So in the government networks, quality of data usually means uptime. In our case, it has to do with the deployment. We take into account a number of other things because individuals can obviously mess up the deployments more than the specialized people, the meteorologists that deploy this hardware for the sake of the government do. But there is another interesting point here in this graph, the fact that there's countries that don't have weather stations whatsoever. They substantially lack infrastructure. And the reason for that is that their economies are poor and people cannot afford, or the governments cannot afford the expensive weather infrastructure that the Western countries have. So that means in those places, weather forecasts are really, really worse than what we are used of here. And this is from our explorer, and you can see the same pattern here, that Latin America and Africa are empty, basically, and Russia and China for other reasons. Yeah, I think this is a huge disadvantage for the societies there, but also for the world in general, because you need more data to do a better weather forecasting on a global scale. And there's an interesting fact that most of the food production comes from smallholder farmers from those countries that don't have weather infrastructure. And they are lacking a ton of things, and one of them is weather insurance. So their lives depend on agriculture, but there is no financial or any type of infrastructure that could support them when it comes to weather risk. And we hope in our project we can help solve some of these problems by bringing weather data on chain and enabling parametric weather insurance to go on chain. But in order to do that, we need to deploy hardware there. So we thought that those two problems, they connect very nicely together. From one hand, you have all this missing infrastructure in developing countries. And at the same time, I didn't mention this before, but we have a lot of crypto enthusiasts that love the project and they buy weather stations, but they are too lazy to deploy them because they have to do this, that good deployment to get rewards, and if they do the bad ones, they know they're not going to get any rewards. So that means the hardware just stays in their house forever. So we have roughly, I think, 30% of the devices that we have sold and shipped that remain in people's hands. And that's a normal number. I mean, we've seen it in other projects. Helium has a similar statistic, or even worse. But it shouldn't be that way, and we're trying to fix this. And so we came up with this idea, the Bitcoin cloud mining idea, which is obviously not new. We're just replacing Bitcoin with our token and our use case, which is the weather. And we've been trying to do this for 2 years, actually, now. We've tried many angles. And the one that was the most successful one is 2 weeks ago when we launched this campaign in Swissborg. Swissborg is a hybrid centralized, decentralized exchange that is powered by the DEXs in the Solana ecosystem in many ways. But at the same time, it looks, from a user perspective, it looks like a typical exchange. So it has a mobile app, and you can just trade tokens. So we created this deal inside Swissborg. By the way, this is the CEO and founder. With me, we're having an interview and explaining the project. So we created this deal where people basically could buy a weather station without receiving the hardware. So they were participating in this economy of our project, but they were offloading the work that they didn't want to do to someone else. And the way that it worked from a user perspective is in the mobile app, they could see this option to participate in these deals, in these pools. And every pool had some limits. And to take a full ownership or a full leash of a weather station, you had to pay $500 or 750, I think, WXM. I'm not sure on the number, but you could choose either. And basically, you clicked on a button, you made the payment, and that's it. You were an owner, a proud owner of a virtual weather station or an NFT that entitles you to the rewards of a weather station that we will deploy for these users somewhere else. And the result was 1,749 people participated in this, and we raised in a few days $600,000 in USDC and WXM token, which converts to 2,270 weather stations that we are planning to deploy in 11 countries, Global South, that we have created a network of partners there that can help us implement this, and they get a portion of the rewards for doing that. So I think this is a good example of a nicely designed and executed, well, so far at least executed, DePIN service or marketplace, or there's many ways to describe this, where all the stakeholders are going to win something. So the farmers benefit from an improved weather forecast on their location with hardware deployed on their location that they receive for free. And they also get some crypto rewards so they can engage with this new economy that in some of those places is actually quite strong, but in other places is still emerging. So we think we are helping indirectly in many other ways. And the operators or the people in the middle, the logistic companies, the co-ops, because they come in different shapes and forms, the partners that we have established basically, they have more opportunities as well to, they get rewarded in the WXM token, but they also have opportunities to access these technologies and build new use cases around those and act as ecosystem partners basically that could sell weather services or utilize the services that we're building. So they are winning as well. And the Swisswork users that did the initial investment essentially, they get rewards from those stations for 3 years without having to do anything else than pressing a button, and they can feel good that they had a positive impact to the world instead of investing in meme coins, which it was. I'm just continuing the previous discussion on meme coins because I think it is an interesting contrast. And I don't see this shape, this diagram quite often, and we usually in DePIN we talk about supply and demand. And obviously, demand is more difficult. But in WeatherXM, we find ourselves most of the time spending resources in power and brain power in the services, because I think the services are what they enable the supply and demand to connect together. And essentially, what I described before, this whole campaign, raising capital and converting it into hardware, the cloud mining idea, I think is a service that it's a great opportunity for another company to create a generic service and offer it to all the DePIN projects that could utilize this in one way or another. And obviously, we cannot wait for this to happen, but if anyone is working in this space, we would love to interact with them and help or work together, hopefully, for the good of all the DePIN projects. So thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Great. Any questions for Manos?
Hey. Are there any specific services outside of the example that you gave that you think would add value to the DePIN projects? So, like, what services are in high demand? Is it finding demand sources? What does that look like?
So one of the things that is slowing us down in a way because we haven't managed to implement in the way that we want has to do with the billing system and the rewards as well. So another interesting space that is very close to what I was talking about would be some kind of reward split mechanism that takes into account some other metadata that are not maybe to the core of the project, they're maybe outside of the scope of the project, that has to do with the relationships of the partners. Because what we found in this project is that they have cascading relationships. So we have a core partner that knows other people in specific countries, and those people know other people, and so it takes quite a few layers until you reach the farmers or the co-ops, which is the end user. So it would be great if there were tools or marketplaces or even SDKs that could help with that management. I've looked into Drips, which is a great project that can split things, but Drips is designed for software, and we would have to use it as an SDK. SuperToken, Superfluid is another example. I mean, there are a few projects that can do those kind of things, but I think we need something DePIN specific. And once you have that, it will be interesting to connect the billing system as well from the demand side, because right now we're selling hardware with our own token, and we had to do a quick and dirty implementation in WooCommerce inside WordPress to support that, because obviously there's not a lot of ways that you can sell hardware in a custom ERC20 token on an eShop. So it would be cool if that marketplace, the DePIN marketplace existed, that brings supply and demand, then it can manage other stakeholders as well. It can manage some of the logistics, some of the billing, and support the native token.
Manos, question for anyone that wants to deploy. What's the best way? Do they buy one directly, or are you going to do another fund or another kind of offering where people can do a virtual one?
So it will take some time until we repeat this, because we need to roll out the hardware that we already promised, basically. So we will do those in batches. And so right now, the only way to deploy is to buy the hardware directly and do it yourself. But I hope we will, iron out all these details and figure out ways to optimize those mechanisms so we can repeat this more often. I mean, we're planning to repeat this in a month or so, but ideally this should be constantly open and on a continuous stream.
First of all, thank you so much. I'm a big fan of WeatherXM as well. I was wondering more on the data side, on the weather side, what is the coverage that you might need in a city for optimal and accurate
So we've done a lot of work to answer this question. There's no easy answer to this. So to answer this question, we had to produce software and to model the entire world based on landscape, on land height, and land use, and a number of other facts, elements. We call this cell modeling. You will find it in our GitHub. And basically, we have created a global model of Earth, and we have identified where should every weather station be put if we wanted to saturate and have like the perfect picture of weather data on Earth. And you can use this software in a reverse way. You can say like, okay, give me the best locations to deploy 1 million of stations, for example, like by setting a limit. And this is what we are going to use in future versions of the reward mechanism. We are not actually utilizing it yet. But if you go there, you can find your city and you can get an idea what's the answer, basically, because there's no easy answer that applies to everything.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Manos. Let's give a round of applause. Thanks very much. All right. Next up, we have Jonathan with Exhibit. Here we go. Welcome, Jonathan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan with Exhibits, and we are disrupting the scene of decentralized compute, leveraging our history of building over 100 data centers. So if you look at the current space of AI, the adoption rate is breaking records right now, right? So with ChatGPT, over 100 million users was acquired within the first 2 months of existence. And behind that, it's powering all these AI companies on the rise is compute. And the biggest partner of ChatGPT is Microsoft, and Microsoft Azure's power of GPUs. So compute is the linchpin of AI. As I said earlier, ChatGPT and OpenAI spending billions of dollars on compute, millions maybe on a daily basis at this point. And we've seen that sort of indirectly through the rise of other stocks, AI companies and especially the hardware companies, NVIDIA, which is almost close to surpassing Amazon, if not already passing Amazon's market cap. So the things that we are addressing right now is the demand for compute of AI companies. So the supply of compute is so constrained, demand outstrips it by a factor of 10. So this was research done by X16Z in addressing the sort of shortage of compute in the marketplace right now. So what we are doing is we are really battling against the large incumbents, AWS, Microsoft, Google, Lambda, CoreWeave. And it seems that the space right now is super saturated with all these big companies coming up in the decentralized compute space, but we are all doing something very different when you look it down at a granular level. So what I see is the bigger picture, the macro picture is really the fight against centralized distributors of GPUs versus decentralized, which is what we hope to foster and grow in the space. So Exhibits, we are building the secret sauce that hopes to empower and enable more GPU marketplaces to scale, more API companies to leverage our GPUs using our API, and a whole bunch of other companies just to have access to cheap compute. So like I said earlier, we've built over 100 data centers. We've also built technology that enables these GPUs to run AI models, because not every GPU has that ability to run AI models. You need a lot of things that go behind it. And what the VCs said earlier, what really matters is that it's data center grade GPUs and also GPUs that are really clustered together in the same location. So what we are doing there is we've created fault tolerance technologies that ensures the uptime of these GPUs. It's inevitable that the GPUs, when running high compute loads, will break down. The sort of efficiency that we offer is how fast can we rebuild and put it back online. Another thing is acceleration. So the problem with GPUs right now is that not every GPU is AI ready. What we do is we've built some like bubble technologies that move some CPU power to the GPU side and makes it more sort of efficient for AI models. And lastly, we're disrupting the business model. So currently, the way to access GPUs is by paying high fees at AWS, reserving GPUs for a year at CoreWeave or Lambda Labs, or even having to purchase your own GPUs and build up your own servers. We're taking a step backwards by going that route. But in an ideal world, when we create this ecosystem, Exhibits will have the most GPUs for AI. We will be enterprise grade. We're already serving a lot of customers, and we'll be most efficient for companies to leverage our value proposition and services. So to date, this is sort of a case study on one of our customers. They were previously paying $150,000 at AWS on a monthly basis for compute. They moved over to Exhibits. We saved them about 72%. So now they're happily paying $43,000 a month with us. And the double-edged sword is that we've also increased the training speeds using our technologies. So what that means is with that 30% increase, it means even more capital savings for these companies to switch over to Exhibits and a bunch of our partners. So we're taking a sort of approach where we are not necessarily competing against all these other decentralized compute companies. We are rather treating them as local distributors. So to date, all these customers and partners, they are using some form of Exhibits infrastructure. Akash has our GPUs for about a year. Aethir, the business models that we split revenue every time they use our supply. Edge Matrix, same thing as Aethir. IONet, they're compensating us with tokens. Hyperbolic, Curis, Nebula Block, and Ritual, they're all servicing AI companies in their platform using the Exhibit supply. As far as real customers beyond our distributors, we have over a dozen customers right now, and this is our revenue model to date. It's hovering around 500,000 MRR as of June of last month. So the way that we want to increase and sort of expand this decentralized distribution is not necessarily inviting people with my computer or your computer to contribute to the space. Rather, it's the other way around. So what we want to do is we have an abundance of supply of GPUs that are AI ready, and we want to spread that. So we've already, I explained earlier, we've already distributed to Akash and IONET and those guys, and we are already servicing customers. But there's more room to grow. So what we are doing and what we're trying to innovate is for anyone to create their own microclouds using the Exhibits infrastructure. So person number one can sort of stake Exhibits tokens. So that's where our token component comes in. They'll stake Exhibits tokens and they'll say, okay, I need an allocation of one server of H100s. And then my strategy as a customer of Exhibits, leveraging the Exhibit supply, is that I can make the greatest yield and greatest return by serving customers directly through my platform. I can mine other tokens, or I can also contribute to other protocols like Akash or IONET. Same thing with the other two customers, right? Like you can really create a bespoke product. So like a bespoke AWS, a bespoke microcloud. And that's how Exhibits wants to contribute in the distribution of decentralized AI. Yep, so surrounding this and tying this all together is our token model. So on the top right, you'll have node investors. The way that we are introducing that is essentially the currency of compute. What that means is people can come in with a different strategy that's not necessarily directed directly at servicing AI companies. Rather, it's a more laid back approach, sort of like buying a bond at a discount, right? So you'll purchase a node at 80 cents on the dollar, and then once the network is live, you can redeem it for $1, or you can redeem it for tokens, whichever you see is most profitable and most ideal for that situation. And then on the right side, you see IONET and all those other companies. We treat them as partners. So we are innovating the way that they access our compute. So what that means is that they'll stake Exhibits tokens or their native tokens, so IONET tokens, EMC, Aethir tokens, in order to receive an allocation and resources from us. So that's really different and innovative in the way that that's being offered right now, as opposed to locking up your capital and being forced by AWS and CoreWeave Lambda Labs to pay upfront for a year. Instead, you'll just stake tokens that you already have in your reserves. And then the bottom of subnets, that's the one I explained earlier. So anyone interested can spin up their own microcloud. We'll back it, and we'll help you find customers as well. If you have your own strategy, always welcome for that as well. All right, that's Exhibits in a nutshell.
Do we have questions? Yes.
What's the biggest objection that you come across for customers? So like you guys are, it looks like cheaper and faster. Like what would you say is your biggest barrier to adoption?
Yeah, sort of the sort of connotation that it's Web3 component, right? So fortunately enough, we're able to prove after like a 1 month or 2 month trial that we provide the basics of compute that a company needs. These are enterprise customers, right? Paying us $50,000 a month. So what we ensure with them is reliability, stability, and the ability to say, okay, we're adding more things, we need to fine tune. It's very bespoke and white glove right now. So that's how we maintain the customer relationships. But as we scale, we're still raising funds right now to boost sort of the automation that makes us as sort of UI, UX as AWS.
Any other questions? No. All right.
All right.
Well, listen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great. Wanted to welcome Brennan from Kiwi for his presentation. Brennan, come on up. Thank you.
All right, let me address this. Cool. This is good sound. All right, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Brennan Lamy. I am the founder of Quill. And today we're going to be talking about building value capture in DePIN networks. First, a quick just blurb about Quill. So Quill, we build decentralized databases. So for anyone that's familiar with SQL databases, that's what we do. These have a variety of different uses, from identity platforms to DePIN protocols to oracles and beyond. And so these are a few of our users. But getting into actually what this talk is about, so it'll be split into three main parts. The first one is why decentralization, right? Like, why are we doing DePIN and not just PIN? The second one will be how do we actually accrue value to these networks? And then the third one will be applying these two to see how we can build value capture models for DePINs. But so first, why DePIN? Why not just PIN? And so a lot of people refer to Web3 as a disruptive technology. And I think this is a buzzword that's thrown around a lot, and I think we kind of forget the meaning of it. But the term itself was actually coined in a book from 1996 called The Innovator's Dilemma. And so in the book, it describes a disruptive technology as any technology that shifts bases of competition. And a basis of competition is simply a feature or a functionality that products compete on for a user to buy them, right? So like some very common ones are things like speed. A fast computer is better than a slow computer, or like convenience, or like a more convenient to use phone is better than a less convenient, or like cost. Like these are pretty straightforward, it's really not rocket science. And these are applicable to just about every product. And so one of the interesting things about these three examples is that Web3 loses on all of them, right? Like Web3 platforms, they are slower, they are harder to use, and they are more expensive than their centralized counterparts. And so like at first glance, this might be a little bit depressing. Like, you know, what do you do? And I think a lot of knee-jerk reactions to this are, oh, we should make Web3 faster and more efficient and easier to use and cheaper. And we're like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing that. We should definitely be doing that. I don't know if that's the game that DePIN builders should be playing. Because remember, this is a disruptive technology. We're trying to shift the basis of competition. And there is one thing that Web3 is really good at that centralized platforms are not good at. And that is trust. Web3 platforms can be made much more trustworthy than Web2 platforms. And this is actually like the entire point of Bitcoin. Right? Like the second sentence of the Bitcoin white paper talks about trust and how it's a more trustworthy system. It's more trustworthy because we know exactly how much will be minted. There isn't arbitrary inflation. We know exactly how much will be made. And we have a cryptographic guarantee that we can spend what we own. And this does not exist with traditional financial systems. And so people often describe this technology as trustless, right? Like Bitcoin or Ethereum are trustless technologies. But really what this means is that we've kind of broken the axis of trust, right? We've hit a level so high that no corporation or even government can compete. And if you look at the top projects, a lot of them are playing this game, right? Like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Chainlink, they're all predicated on creating systems that you don't have to trust, even though they're slower than their centralized corollaries. And so I think the same will hold true for DePINs, and I think it largely has up till this point. Playing the trust game is a winning game for Web3 applications. Now, a big problem is how do you accrue value to this? It's shown to be quite hard, and I think for good reason, because a lot of traditional business models are not really applicable, right? Like, if I have some service that you have to pay me $10 a month to use, then presumably I can choose to stop doing business with you and you can no longer use the service. And so it's not really trustless. We've kind of undermined the whole reason why we're here anyways. And so how the industry has accounted for this is with the use of tokens. And I think in particular, a lot of token models have been tried, but in particular, three models have emerged. So the first one, store of value, something like Bitcoin, right? It's a means of exchange. The second one is a work token. So someone wants some work done. Someone is willing to do that work, right? Someone wants to execute a smart contract, and a network and the nodes that make it up are willing to execute that. And so ETH is merely the means of exchange for that. And then finally, governance. So, and this is a bit of a controversial one, but Uni, the token of Uniswap, controls the Uniswap protocol. A lot of people rely on Uniswap, and so I think there's a pretty fair argument that there is implicit value in Uni. But not all of these tokens are created equal, right? In the top 100 token market cap, only 0.48% of that market cap is made from governance tokens as opposed to stores of value and work tokens. Why is that? The key reason is because stores of value and work tokens are very sticky. Both of them are built on 2 or more sided networks. Like for Bitcoin to be valuable, there has to be buyers and sellers. And for ETH to be valuable, there have to be people that want to execute smart contracts and a network of nodes that are willing to execute those. And so even if we take this open source software, we copy it, we improve it, we raise some VC money, and we put it over here and say, hey, we're doing the exact same thing but better, and we will run it at a loss, and it'll cost you 1/10, people still probably will not use it. And like we've seen that over and over with all these alt EVM L1s. Like most people still prefer to use Ethereum despite the fact that it is many times more expensive. And this because this is such a sticky network effect, it's so hard to break out of, and something like a governance token doesn't really have that, right? And so I think the most valuable and the most successful DePIN networks will play into this multi-sided market approach, right? And so distilling this, I think there are two things that DePIN networks should really be focusing on. One is the core value prop of Web3, right? Why are we doing this in the first place? It's because we can mitigate trust better than a Web 2 platform can. And the second one is we can build and accrue value to a token using a multi-sided market. And so this allows us to create sticky value accrual. Now, finally, how do we actually apply this to DePIN networks? So our team has gone through and we've looked at top DePIN networks, both using Quill, but also just general DePIN networks. And we have identified the three models that we see most commonly and that we have seen accrue pretty significant amounts of value. And so the first one is the aggregated data market. And I think this is particularly applicable to things like IoT devices. And so in this model, there are data suppliers, right? Let's think IoT devices. And they are aggregating some data that alone might not be super valuable, right? Like one sensor getting some sort of data, it's not really worth that much. Like it's not something anyone would buy. But in the aggregate, this is pretty valuable, right? And so there is a product or a platform that aggregates all this and can sell it on the back end. And the means of exchange on both ends is built using a token. And so this is a sticky, two-sided market, and it's very hard for someone to copy this code and just go spin it up somewhere else. A great example of a project building this that I think most people in the DePIN space are aware of at this point is PowerPod. So people that don't know PowerPod, they are building a decentralized electric vehicle charging network. You can maybe think of it like Airbnb for electric vehicle chargers. But so for them, if you're running their device, you can upload that data to the PowerPod network, and you can get rewarded with their token. And then in the aggregate, this data is very valuable because it gives businesses insights into where people with electric cars are traveling, what is underserved, where are the hot routes, and what are the most economically viable places to build things like more chargers. And so they can sell this on the back end, and they can generate significant value for their network. And even if you have all the same technology as them, you have the exact same business model, the same tokenomics, and you copy it and you just make it essentially the same thing but somehow better, it's still really hard because they have this network effect of the aggregated data. Now, the next one that we see very commonly are developer platforms. And so in a developer platform, there's usually a uniform substrate, a storage layer, that has defined a few data models to coalesce around. And they also have a token that is used between various applications. And so third-party applications, they can come and they can build on this data model or the select few data models that they've built. And they are all using the common token of the platform. And so a really cool example of a project building this that I also think most people in the Web3 industry are pretty aware of because they've been around for a while is Trueflation. So for those that aren't aware, Trueflation, they are an inflation data provider. And so they're pretty famous for being probably the most accurate inflation data provider, like bar none on the market. And this is because they're able to aggregate from so many different sources. And so they have a product called TSN, or Trueflation Stream Network, that is a developer platform. And so it uses Quill smart contract language. And you can come on there and you can build with Trueflation data as well as upload your own to create new primitives around it. And they've created what can be thought of as sort of the ERC20 for financial time series data. And now no matter what type of data you have, you can conform to this and you can build on their developer platform. And all of the payments and all the rewards are issued using Truth, which is their token. The final one that we see pretty commonly are what we call individual data repositories. It's kind of a wordy name, but the concept itself is pretty simple. Once again, there's a uniform storage layer, and individuals are able to go and store data on that storage layer. And the key here is that individuals have the right to choose who can access their data and what they need to do in order to access it. And then once again, all of this is governed via a token. So if you want to access some data, you might have to pay the protocol and or user to access it. And similarly, the user is rewarded for the data they put on the platform. And another great example that has been in the news quite a bit recently is IDOS. And so IDOS, they are a reusable identity layer built by Fractal ID, which is one of the largest KYC providers in the industry. It's been around for quite a while. And they have built a platform where users can go and put their identity data on there. They're able to choose to share it with different applications, and those applications have to pay to access it. And all of this is mediated using the IDOS token. And so this is very similar to something like a Bitcoin, where the store of value and the method of transfer is the token, and it all comes around this very sticky network. And now, so these are three of the most common types, but it's certainly not all-inclusive, right? I'm sure there are other models. There are other models people are pursuing. There are also permutations of these models. But I think it probably gives a pretty good view of like what people have built and what has generally worked. Like I think you can certainly find well-established products that have used these models and have done quite well with them. And so our product, Quill, allows you to build these really easily, right? So Quill, it's an open source database. Anyone can pick it up and use it. And the really cool thing about Quill is there is no Quill token, right? We're not trying to get you to come and use our token. You can bring your own token. You can use ERC20s. You can use SPLs launched on Solana. You can use near tokens. It's a very extensible system. And so 100% of the value you create can be accrued to your token. And you can create these multi-sided markets around your data and around your token. And so we have found this to be very useful both for newer projects as well as projects that have existed for a while and are now looking to make their value capture model more robust. And so whether you are a new project that's just getting started and you're trying to figure out how to build your smart contracts and how to build your value accrual, where you're going to store the data, or if you've been around for a while and you're looking to accrue more value and you're worried about long-term sustainability, definitely come and talk to us. Like at the worst, we'll both come away smarter, but at the best, you might find an open source tool that will make you a lot of money and save you a few years of hardcore protocol engineering. So that is all I have for you guys. I really appreciate you guys for coming out, and I'd like to open it up if anyone has any sort of questions.
Any questions? Questions? All right, looks like everyone understands absolutely everything you said and everything about Quill, which I am skeptical of, but we're gonna. I guess we don't have questions. So thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for Brennan.
So welcome everyone to this panel. We're going to be talking about Deepin and how it's being used in the global energy transition. So I've got three people here from different companies that will shortly introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what they're doing in the renewable energy transition related to Deepin solutions. I'd like to start with Leo Lin from Arc Green Network to tell us a little bit about what he is doing in the blockchain space.
Hello everyone, my name is Leo, the founder of the Arcring, and we are the Deepin, the energy project, and we're using the Deepin model to incentive the community to connect the renewable energy resources. We're starting from the solar panel, the residential rooftop solar panel, and allow the community user to install the IoT solution and collecting the energy generation data and onboarding to the Arcring network. Then we give the token, the reward, and also monitoring those energy data to the, the REC, the renewable energy circuit, those kind of environment asset to do the more, the carbon neutrality application.
Right. Thank you for that very short and good introduction. John from Riddle Network.
Yeah, thank you. John Callion. I'm the CEO of Riddle and Code, and also one of the co-founders of the Riddle Network, which is a protocol focused on enabling the monetization of energy data. Most of my daytime is spent, though, on the commercial side with Riddle and Code, where we are squarely focused on enabling energy communities within the EU to better monetize solar power production, potentially storing that energy in batteries and then selling it back to not only the communities that they participate in, but back onto the grid. So we have both a commercial-facing side, which is very distinct in Riddle and Code, and then the protocol. So the protocol Riddle is brand new. It went on mainnet just a few weeks ago, and the idea is to share the data that you're either generating from producing or consuming energy. And if you participate and share your data, you can earn token rewards on the protocol.
All right, thank you. Then we got David from Glow. Could you explain a little bit about what you're doing?
Sure, I'm David. I'm one of the developers on the Glow protocol. Glow is a climate protocol that rewards solar farms with tokens when they produce carbon credits. And it looks at the very low-level energy, grid energy data to figure out how many carbon credits are produced, how many exact carbon emissions in terms of tons of CO2 are offset when solar farms push power onto a specific grid. So it's very geographically relevant. Different parts of the grid produce different amounts of climate impact. And so Glow is a foundational DePIN that incentivizes solar farms to have as much impact as possible.
All right, thank you for those brief introductions. Before we dive into the topics for the projects individually, I would like to start a little bit with, we know what DePIN is, I hope, at least most of the audience here, since we're at a DePIN event. DePIN stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Networks, and these projects specifically focus on the energy sector within DePIN. So I would like to know a little bit from your points of view how you see DePIN contribute to the energy transition. Maybe I can start where we left off with David.
Sure. Yeah, so I think actually that DePIN is a really powerful use case. So we've seen with Bitcoin, with Filecoin, with Helium, with Hivemapper, and maybe 2 or 3 dozen other examples that the DePIN incentive model is really effective at making enormous amounts of infrastructure happen. And so I think that by taking this DePIN incentive model and throwing it at clean energy, you get this really powerful lever to take a small amount of money and turn it into a large amount of impact. And that's coupled by this huge demand. Worldwide, governments are spending over $1 trillion every year on climate. And so if you can give that $1 trillion a nice big 20x leverage on the impact through DePIN incentives, which I think is about where your leverage ends up, you have a lot of heft. So yeah, I think DePIN is going to be a core part of the energy story of the next 5 years on a global level.
Do you also agree to that, John, or do you have a different take on it?
Actually, I agree 100%. And I'll push it even further. When I think about these things, which I have been for years, the first thing that comes to my mind is the distribution of economic rents, right? So, most traditional large-scale infrastructure businesses, you have to have, hundreds of millions or billions of euros or dollars or whatnot to invest up front to get your networks up and running. And now we have technology that incentivizes individuals on the edge to start contributing their own capital, but they need to be incentivized, right? So we now have this perfect confluence of the software tech and the hardware tech can come together and incentivize individuals to participate.
Yeah.
So.
And do you, Leo, think that that is also the reason that this is happening due to the energy communities that you currently see starting, where peer-to-peer networks form a larger role, energy assets being used in the world are distributed nowadays with solar panels being on people's rooftops. So is that also one of the reasons why DePIN is such a good fit for the energy sector in your eyes?
Yes, maybe I can give the more, the specific example why the DePIN, has the kind of value, right, to accelerate those, the energy, the transition. Because, the renewable energy, we need more investment, right? So today, the most of the kind of revenue stream of the solar panel, coming from the selling the electricity back to the grid. And the second, the revenue stream coming from the environment asset, right? The every 1,000 kilowatt hour green energy generated by the solar panel can be issued to the REC, the Renewable Energy Certificate. So it's kind of the valuable the product as well. But in the past, the most of the the rack, the developer quite focused on the centralized the large size solar farm, because if you want to develop the rack, you need either send the people to the field to check the size of the panel, or you install the hardware, right, to collect the real-time energy data. So both will cost the money. So they will evaluate the ROI, right? If it's a small asset, they do not have interest in. But today, if we look at the renewable energy, the sector, the more and more the roof will install the solar panel. So we call it a long-tail market. If you aggregate it together, it's a huge asset as well, but it's unaddressable by today's traditional centralized organization. So that's the perfect scenario for the Deepin. Deepin is a community-driven, the bottom-up, co-build and co-own this, the infrastructure network. So the community individual will take care of the CapEx and OpEx. So that's the way to address this long-tail market. So we think that is the very good example, right? For the Deepin model can, the monetizing those, the market, yeah, and bring the more, the revenue stream back to the asset owner, so they can invest more, the solar panel on the roof.
Yes, so actually it's both of them are bottom-up movement, where on the one hand you have the community getting solar panels on the rooftops and wanting to exchange this energy peer-to-peer and generating its own energy, so the prosumer. And on the other hand, you have Deepin, which is also strengthening that narrative also from the bottom up, from what I understand from you, Leo.
Yeah.
And why does tokenization as an incentive offer a benefit here over, for example, fiat money? Like, what would be a reason to utilize a token for that instead of, for example, the US dollar or a stablecoin?
You ask me?
I'm asking in general, so if anyone wants to take it, please.
I think any of us could jump in on it, but
yeah.
The technology gives you instant peer-to-peer transactions, right? So there's no person or entity in the middle, right? This is one of the promises that we all believe in the decentralized community.
Yeah.
And frankly, most people would love to contribute back to fighting climate change or contributing towards making the world greener, but it's typically financial incentivization that makes people motivated first, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you can also, everything can be tracked and everything can be transparent, right? So carbon credits, right? You can have actual data supporting them, but all of that information stays on chain and is tied to the financial aspect of it, right? So it's really a nice marriage.
Yeah, good point.
One big advantage I think that tokens have is the amount of ownership that it gives everybody. And so when you have a community of token owners all kind of building towards a common vision, this can go all the way back to Bitcoin. You have people building towards this decentralized money, this future of economies that are not controlled by states. Everybody had a vested interest, and that meant that people could get very passionate about it and get very, you can't invest in something emotionally unless you also have skin in the game. And tokens make a very easy way for people to have skin in the game, and gives them a passion that you don't see in like collectibles, that you don't see in the stock market, that you do see in religions, but that's about it. It's like you have religions and you have tokens, and then everything else, the community is like in order of magnitude less excited. And so I think the token is a great way to give people skin in the game and make them feel really excited about whatever vision and whatever goal that token project is pushing for.
Okay, thank you.
Also, but look at pragmatically, also you can do so many different things with a token than you could do with $1 or €1, right?
Yes.
So it's just a whole nother level of transferability of value and also supporting what you feel passionate about.
Yeah, I agree. For Glow, then I have a question, because I read something about your incentive mechanism, right? It has an amplifying effect there, where $1 worth of investment grows into $20 worth of investment into new renewable energy. Could you explain a little bit more about how you apply this incentive mechanism in Glow?
Yeah, so Glow uses something called a recursive subsidy, and it's actually not so much related to the token. So when you're donating to Glow, that's actually not an investment, it's a donation. So if you want to push climate in the world, you actually donate to make the climate change happen. And what Glow does with that donation is it takes $1, or more realistically like $1,000, and it will spend that $1,000 building a solar farm. Then that solar farm will produce electricity, which has value, and so electricity gets sold. Glow gets maybe $950 from that electricity, which it spends on $950 more solar, and then it makes another solar farm, and it gets more revenue, it makes another solar farm. And so the way that this recursive subsidy works is it takes money and it just puts it through this loop where it just keeps creating things that make more money. And that's how we turn $1 of donations into $20 of brand new solar. And that's kind of like as far as I'm aware, it's novel to Glow, and it's not something I've seen in subsidies before.
Would you say it's also novel in the traditional world, where because there's a Web3 world basically with a lot of different projects nowadays focusing on renewable energy certificates, but also on carbon credits? And would you say this system that you thought of is novel in general in the traditional world and the Web3 world?
I do believe it's novel in general, and it was created precisely because the traditional carbon credit world didn't have an answer. So the problem with renewable energy credits is that you don't know, when you're giving, say $1,000 to a solar farm, you don't know whether that solar farm was built because it's profitable or because the renewable energy credit is giving the solar farm value. And so carbon credit buyers and renewable energy credit buyers kind of has this like doubt and uncertainty, and that brings the value of the renewable energy credits down a lot. And you can see that there are renewable energy credits in America that trade for like 40 cents, versus their equivalent in carbon credits through other methodologies unrelated to solar might be as much as like $800 for direct air capture. And so this big gap is mostly explained by uncertainty. And so the recursive subsidy was designed as a way to remove that uncertainty. We know that when on Glow we incentivize a solar farm with money, that solar farm is not motivated by the value of the electricity, because the value of the electricity comes right back to Glow. And so the businessman who's building the solar farm is not earning their own electricity revenue. And so that is why Glow carbon credits have much more value than renewable energy credits. Is this recursive subsidy, I think, it's a brand new idea.
Yeah, I have not heard of it myself before, but it is interesting, because if you look at the other projects, if you look at Riddle, if you look at Arcreen, all three of you are basically in more or less the same field, which is focusing on the prosumers, so the ones that are generating electricity at their homes via solar panels, for example. I would like to go a little bit to Arcreen there, like ask Leo, what is the benefit for the consumer or the prosumer in this case, and what benefit does Arcreen have from it? Because I heard that from Arcreen you generate this data from the solar panels that someone has at his home, for example, and that is being monetized by Arcreen. So how is that data being used, and how is the demand response affected by what Arcreen does, or how do you utilize that?
So today, the first demand side use case Arcreen is try to build is the REC, because we call it's a low-hanging fruit, because the methodology is very simple, and it's also very easy to digitalize today's the renewable energy resources, no matter it's the retrofit or using today's existing the solar inverter manufacturer's IoT platform. And so we create the very interesting the demand side application called the Green BTC Club. It's also the Deepin model. It's community driven by the individual to offset the historical the carbon emission caused by the Bitcoin network in the past 15 years. So it's emerging, we call the retail, the buy market, to consume those, we call it the long tail, the small side, the solar, the panels, the green, the asset. And so today, if we look at the REC market, it's mainly driven by the big corporate. So like the Apple, the Microsoft, Google, they buy the things 10 years ago, but we call it a wholesale. They are the wholesale buyer. So they buy a lot. But if you look at today's residential, the solar panel, it's a small size. For example, 10 kilowatt capacity. The annual generation of the rack is around 10 piece. So it's not a matching, right? The supply side is the small side. Today's demand side is the wholesale. So that's the reason why we define this, the Green BTC Club, the application, try to build this retail, the buy market. So every individual can participate in this, the voluntary carbon neutrality and also get the motivation, get the token incentive. But every individual can buy, can use, consume the rack, the small size, maybe the 1 piece per day or the the half rack per day. So it's a matching, right? The supply side is a small size, long tail, and the demand side is also the small size, the long tail. So by this way, we can the monetizing and scale this the small side, the long tail, the renewable energy resources, the monetization.
And what is the business model in this case for Aethir? Do you sell the data that is being generated by the prosumers?
Okay, yeah. So we are defined our utility token called AKRE. It's the three use case, the scenario we will using this utility token. So in the supply side, once the community member onboarding their residential solar panel and the uploading their edge data and to do that we call on-chain issuance, the REC on the Aethir network. So this on-chain issuance transaction, we will charge some service fee and based on the Aethir utility token. So more supply side, more on-chain issuance transaction, and more the utility, right? So it's capture the internal the value. The demand side is the same. So when the community do more, those voluntary carbon neutrality on the green BTC, more, the on-chain offsite transaction, we also define the service fee, well, based on the Aethir utility token. So more demand side, we also capture the more external value. So, and we define this token incentive model as well. So when the people join at the supply side, and we give the Aethir utility token as incentive. And when the people doing the demand side to do the green BTC, we also give the Aethir utility token incentive to do the bootstrap, right? So that's the typical, the Deepin model. But all those, the participants, no matter supply side or demand side, they co-build this, the network. So they hold this, the utility token. So actually, they enjoy this network, the growing. So if you had more on-chain issuance transaction, more on-chain offsite transaction, the network's value is increased. So all of those participants, all those token holder will enjoy. So that is the kind of beauty of the Deepin model. So every the participant can enjoy not just the individual's monetization, they enjoy the whole network, those infrastructure with the network effect. And you enjoy those features, the value of the network.
All right, thank you. And so because one of the things that we've seen over the last, I don't know, more than 10 years at least, is that crypto has a hard time getting adopted in the real world. Deepin has to me at least, gives the impression that it can overcome that. How do you want to reach the general audience? This is a broader question, but I'll start with you again, Leo. Like, how do you think that Aethir can overcome this barrier of just targeting the Web3 community versus the rest of the world?
So the Deepin is I would say Deepin is a very important, the application of the vertical, not only for the Web3, also for the non-Web3, the traditional world. Because in the past, all those Web3 applications are quite native, right? Crypto native. So for the crypto, non-Web3, the industry or the government, they don't understand what those crypto guys are doing, right? But if since the Deepin, the application, the coming, and we have some scenario, the energy, right? The solar panel, the battery, the charging station, the electric vehicle, the base station. So those are scenarios the familiar scenario for those the traditional world, the industry guy, right? For those investor, traditional venture capital, for those government agency, right? Even for those developer, right? They can feel the quite familiar. So that will help them to be more accept the Web3. So that is very important. We can onboarding more people, more developer, more funding from the old money, and also more supporting from the government in terms of the regulation. So that is the DePIN can contribute for the this ecosystem, and we can also show the which kind of value of the Web3, the token economy, and the blockchain can contribute the real world. So that is very I will say the DePIN is a very strategic important for today's the Web3 society.
All right. What do you think about that, John?
The trick is going to be to get the average person to contribute towards DePINs, and they'll have no idea what a DePIN is, right?
Yeah.
So it's to make it as simple as possible for people to participate. So that though we have a small team and we have a general focus on supplying financial instrumentation for energy communities, we actually have a long tail plan to get as many people involved, right? And this is more on the consumption of energy side, not on the production, right? So, we imagine a world where you will have systems, hardware, and software in place, and there will be potentially artificial intelligence telling you, or actually operating on its own, when do you run your dishwasher? Can you turn your refrigerator off for 5 hours a day? When is it optimized to charge your electric vehicle? So decisions like this can be made on your behalf, and you'll be participating in a DePIN. And you can get rewards. They may not be called tokens. You may never heard crypto. Nobody knows what Web3 is, but you still participate, right?
Yeah.
So this is what, kind of a long tail that we're excited about, that the protocol that we're launching can support, right?
And do you have a specific strategy in place for that? Because the marketing that I see crypto projects do really usually focus on the marketing for the Web3 world and for investing in a token. So this requires a very different strategy in marketing, right?
Yeah,
do you have an idea of how you approach that?
Requires a lot of money as well, right? Yes. So I think we'll take little jabs here and there, but ultimately we'll need distribution partners to help us with this.
Yeah.
So one of the ideas is, today your utility company that sells you energy, they don't really know much about what happens within your household inside of the smart meter, right? So they interact with the smart meter once a day. They can grab the data off of that. They can add it to a spreadsheet or however they maintain that and send it to you. We were talking earlier that he gets a report back on how much energy he uses per month, right? Which is kind of interesting, but with the technology we can put into your home, we can get it down to every 5 minutes, what energy you're using, what device is using it, and then we can turn around and incentivize you to make changes. And this is all enabled but through a DePIN network, right? Where you have physical hardware in place, and you have a token economy with which you're being incentivized by.
So why wouldn't an energy provider, for example, offer this kind of insights? I mean, it is interesting to the consumer as well to know what devices utilize which amount of energy, right?
Yeah, well, your average utility company isn't into drop shipping small devices nor teaching you how to install them in your houses, right? It's all set it and forget it. I mean, who here looks at their energy bill all the time? They're not in the business of really marketing products and services that you use every day. So they're just not good at it.
Yeah,
would be my short answer to it.
Okay, good answer, I believe. Do you think so too, David? Like, is that for you also? I mean, you have a different type of product, but the marketing that you require to get the attention of the general population, does that differ from what John sketched earlier in my previous question, or?
Yeah, I think Glow is actually much more like an industrial-facing project.
Okay.
There's a bunch of solar, and you can make a ton of money if you put solar down. And because you can make a ton of money, like there are a bunch of professionals, some in this room, who have basically made a career out of putting solar down and taking rewards from the Glow protocol. And then it's a marketplace, so you have people who produce carbon credits, and then you have people who buy carbon credits. And I think also on the buy side, the majority of interest in purchasing carbon credits, both in the voluntary world and in the regulated world, are corporations and governments. And so I think Glow ends up in this very different fold than most crypto projects where it's not chasing consumer eyes. It's actually going to like Starbucks and Stripe and Shopify and Toyota and being like, we can help you build a climate story that we know is important to your corporate strategy. We can do it cheaper and better and like more satisfying to your end viewer than any of these competitive offers can. And so, yeah, Glow I guess is in a very different layer than I think most of the crypto space.
All right, understood. And John, for you, but also for the rest, I'm interested to hear, like, Deepin is a very novel kind of solution, right? Blockchain is a very novel solution in itself, and Deepin is a very novel concept. So do you think that limits your chances of adoption? Do you think people are wary of utilizing this technology or jumping to a different type of solution in this case? I mean, for consumers it might be different because there's less risk involved, but I can understand if it's industry that you target, it might be a different case, right, with regulation. So do you think the novelty of the concept is limiting the adoption?
Yeah, I will continually reinforce that most people don't care about the technology, right? Can they make a little bit of money? Are they doing the world a little bit better, right? And most of us have no idea how our cars are built or what's inside of the phones we use. Like most people just don't care about that at all. So for 8 years now, I've been talking about blockchain. Most people don't care about blockchain, nor do they care to hear about it, right?
Yeah.
But what is the value and the benefits to them? So I think if you're in this space, you focus more on the value and ultimately the benefits, not about how blockchain works and trustless systems and even get into the details of how crypto token economic models are run. Like most people just don't care.
Yeah, you're all three in very different target regions, from what I understood. Do you see or feel the same way, Leo? Is that different in Asia or is it similar? Doesn't it matter geographically?
Yeah, I think it's similar. Yeah, similar.
Okay.
Either you create the value, right? They like this product, or you create the kind of incentive, right? Get them to earn more money, or have the more motivation. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you are targeting the individual, so it's a totally different, the pitch, the enterprise. So for the individual, how to make the entry level, it's low, right?
Yeah.
So the product should be easy, right? If we're looking at the Deepin, the project. So if the product can be, the hardware, it's the price is not so high, and it's easy to be, the install, easy to be, the DIY, the place in the field, and it's easy to be used, right? You will have the more, the onboarding customer. Yeah.
All right. And is that, because that brings me to another point as well, the token ecosystem that you utilize to incentivize people. I mean, we just talked about, whether or not it's a risk that it's such a novel technology to be utilized, and all of you basically seem to confirm that that is not the issue, because the technology is not what matters to most people. But in the end, there is also an incentive mechanism behind it, right? And this incentive mechanism needs some sort of sustainability in the long term as well. So how do you plan to realize that in your project's cases? I'll start with John. Have you thought about that? Like, how can you incentivize and make sure that the ecosystem is sustainable in the long run with not just token inflation?
Yeah, so one aspect of the Riddle protocol is it very heavily is weighted toward community involvement. So 61% of the tokens minted and mined over time go to the community. So, we felt that was super important. So over a multi-year, long-term project like this, to continually reinforce and incentivize people to contribute towards the protocol in the community. So I think that's one aspect that that we can promote.
And do you believe that is, I mean, it's an inflationary mechanism. Do you think that is sustainable because of the network growth, or is there other reasons why you believe it's sustainable?
I think it's sustainable because I think over the next 20, 30-year time horizon, all energy production is going to go to the edge, right? It won't be centralized anymore, fossil fuel burning furnaces and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's going to be all kinds of unique ways energy are created that we can't even think of today. I always think of somebody inventing maybe some kind of turbine within every toilet, right? So a little bit of energy is created every time you flush.
Yeah.
Now this might be a strange incentive, but just think of all the ways that you can create energy in little bits and pieces that's like purely on the edge, right?
Yeah.
And that's completely decentralized. So I believe that's going to happen more and more, which will continually add value to the protocol, at least that we're running on. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for Glow, is that what kind of mechanism do you have in place for this? Is that different, or I mean, you're quite new from what I understood in what you're working on. Is
Glow is new. I've been in the space for 13 years, but in terms of incentives, I think if people see value, they'll jump through hoops to collect that value. And so on the supply side, it's actually very easy because there's just a giant pile of money. It's like, these are rules to collect the money. And you really can have any arbitrary complexity about the rules to collect money, because as long as there's enough money, someone's going to go and try and earn that money. And so I think the incentives, you don't actually have to worry about UX too much on like the supply side, just because people will build their own UX if your UX sucks, because they want to make money. And then on the demand side, the incentives, I guess it's not so much incentives, and it's more making sure that you understand, like, when, one of the biggest buyers of climate assets in the world is Shell. And so you have to understand, when Shell buys climate assets, what is their corporate strategy? They're like a psychopathic corporation that only cares about profit, right? There's just no delusions about that. And so you have to understand, when Shell buys climate assets, what are their goals? And so if you want that money to come into your ecosystem and help fund, the transition to clean energy, you have to understand why Shell thinks it's valuable for them to pay money for that. And so I think on that side, there's a big product angle that becomes super important. And that's something that we're very focused on in Glow, is making sure that climate asset buyers find Glow to be more compelling than all the alternatives.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been, just as an aside, I've just been learning about what he and the team have been up to over the last, 48, 72 hours. And it's a totally different angle than we're taking, right?
Yes.
And I think it's super fucking cool what they're building. Like, total verifiable renewable energy credits. Like, you can't cheat. You can prove all the data. You can prove the energy's been created. So I think this is a great project that's being launched into the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree. It also brings me to the question, it's a question that I looked into when I was setting up the panel, right? I had to look into what Glow is doing. I already knew what Aethir was doing and what Riddle is doing, but I did have to look into that, and I was like, ooh, how am I going to explain to the public, to the audience, what the differences are between these different projects? I mean, how many of you know now what the difference is between these three? Good.
The Glow team.
I see some hands.
That's
I see
right.
some hands. That's good. So I mean, we're quite far in the panel. I'd say we had some extra time, luckily, because we could start earlier. But could you maybe briefly address, from your perspectives, what the differences are, and what, as a consumer or prosumer, if you have solar panels on your roof, you can do with whatever you guys are building? Like, is that something you can explain?
I'll just jump in real quick. I think there's a lot of differentiation between what Glow and Riddle are doing, and a lot less between what Aethir and Riddle are doing, right? Like, these two protocols are definitely kind of going after energy communities in slightly different ways.
Yeah.
But there are ways that we potentially could collaborate. Whereas, my quick take is we could easily collaborate with Glow. Maybe our technology could enhance what they're doing, right? So I don't see a lot of crossover in what we do, but a lot here, actually.
Yeah. Leo, what is your thoughts? Like, what do you see as the core difference from Riddle or from Glow, or what makes you usable to the general audience here?
Yeah, we are sometimes we position the Aethir as the individual, the climate action platform. So we try to give the every people, the every individual climate, the actor, this platform and a tool. They can do either the supply side, onboarding their green behavior, the rooftop solar panel, driving the electric vehicle, building the charging station. those people-centric, but the green behavior can be digitalized, can be structured, and can be issued the green asset on the blockchain supply side. Demand side is the same. We see the more and more, the people try to do some donation, right? To do some, contribution for the climate change. It's a voluntary the carbon neutrality application. But today's carbon market is for the corporate, for the giant, for those wholesale buyer, not for the individual. So that's another, the unique value the blockchain can bring as the platform, because you can fractionize to the very tiny the asset. So that is the Arcring's position. We are providing this decentralized climate action platform for the people, for every the individual. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, understood. And for Glow, I mean, we talked about, we did the introductions, but just a quick summary of what makes you unique and how can the general audience use your solution?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just very focused on being as like almost as capitalist as possible. We're like the most capitalist climate project on the planet. And in terms of like the audience, what you can do to help is you can donate, and that donation is going to go through this like 20x magnifier. You can get more solar down into the world, or you can get involved and talk to your boss, your colleagues, your company. And I think really, like when it comes to who has budgets for climate, most people care a lot about just the appearances that companies are doing their part, and I think everyone needs to be doing their part. And companies generally have much bigger budgets than individuals, and so what's $5 a month to you is probably $20 a month to your boss times every single employee. And so if you just have a conversation that's like, I as a worker and my colleagues, we care about our company's climate image. I think that actually could have a huge difference. And a fun fact, the main reason, as far as I understand it, that Microsoft has one of the best climate programs in the world is they found that by being really intentional with the climate, it improved employee retention. And that created a lot of value for the company that basically justified the entire cost. They're like, oh, employees stick around when we're responsible. We're going to spin up our responsible arm because employees sticking around is very valuable to the company. So yeah, I would say probably the best way to get involved is just like talk to the corporate entities in your life who care about you, which is probably someone who employs you or someone that you're a regular customer of a business, and get them to see the value in branding themselves as a climate company, and they can do that through Glow.
All right, thank you. I had a concluding question that I was going to ask you, which was about the energy transition, where I was going to ask you, like, how is Deepin essential to the energy transition? But I think we already more or less answered that in the beginning. So what I would like to ask you is if you have any call to action to the public here, to the audience. Is there, like I said, can they do something to support whatever you guys are doing?
Join our Discord.
Join our Discord.
Leo?
Yeah, we are for the individuals, so let's co-build this people's climate action platform or network together. Yeah, it's a co-build and co-own. Yeah, that's the beauty of the DePIN model. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious. You can obviously, some way, shape, or form, participate in any of the protocols or endeavors that we're after. Right? You can directly do it. So get involved, but you have an opportunity also. Like, we're pragmatists as well and capitalists, right?
I
So
mean,
financial incentivization is a part of everything that we're working on, right?
Yes.
You might even say that's the lead.
And in the end, all of you have a Deepin project, right? So Deepin, in its core, is something where people can contribute to.
Yes.
So that means that everyone can contribute to whatever you guys are doing in some form or another. And it also means, like what I learned from my 8 years in crypto now, I think, is that the earlier you are with a project, the better the rewards.
Correct.
So, I mean, we've got some novel projects here that are, like, they've been building for some time. I know Leo has, for example, and I know Riddle has as well. And Glow, you've been in the space for a long time, but Glow is relatively new.
6 months.
Exactly.
Very
So
fresh.
there's some big opportunities here to participate, guys and women. So yes, please do, and please support them.
Great.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Let's have a round of applause for the panel. Go. Done. No. You guys can, right there. Thank you guys for coming. If you want questions, these guys are right there. They are not going far fast. But I wanted to thank everybody for coming. We've had 27 speakers. We've had over 300 attendees. So I think it's been a very successful, productive Deepin Day. So thank everybody for coming. And I want to just remind everyone that we've got Deepin Day in Singapore coming up. And so if you are in Singapore September 20th and you want to participate, you want to know it, have it on your calendar to attend. If you want to participate, let us know. If you know someone that should participate, let us know. If you have friends there who should come, make sure they know about it. So thank you for coming. We think Deepin is super important. We want to spread the word and let people know. I learned about new projects today I didn't know about, right? And I've been doing this for a while. So if I'm learning about new projects, everyone is going to be learning about new projects. That's how new this space is and how much there is to learn. So I think everybody can benefit. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for participating. And come to the happy hour, which is starting shortly. It's just about a 5-minute walk away at Delirium Tap House. So join us for the after party. Thank you all for coming. Congratulations on a terrific Deepin Day. Thanks, everybody.